Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. Um, let me scroll up. That was a long starting soon. Hey, Danny. Emote. Emote. Hey, Mick. Hey, that guy, guys. Irish. Bemathy? Correct me if I absolutely butchered that. I'm not literate yet. I've barely spoken today. The streamer's stupid. Um, hey, Litterbox. Hey, Andy. Hey, Bull Badger. Dade. Superman. Juanito. Fries. Saren. May all the roles be in my favor today? That would be a change. That would be a change. Yeah, the dice kind of do this thing where they actively fucking hate me. All the emotes. You love to see it. Hello. More Will A, Karlach B. Uh, Still on Will A. Last time on Quag and Ball Z, we hit level 9. Yeah, hit level 9, and I was thinking about prepping for Marcus fight. Um, Two of the Thorns down. Oh yeah, Will is currently drunk, so he's gonna need a long rest. Eh, I mean, he'll need a long rest when I want to do dexterity or charisma checks. When's the next time I want to do either of those? I suppose I should rest just because I have one spell slot. That makes sense to me. Do I do it here? Yeah, I guess I do. I'm gonna need to go back to Act 1 for, Field of Faith at least a couple times, but I'll make that work. Start with a long rest. I should, like, probably recruit Gale at some point, too. Maybe.
The way she leered at me, it isn't like me. Not like me at all.
See, you heard the way she leered at me, and you thought it went bad, but...
Precious, wasn't I? We could have used her potion. A moment of unpleasantry doesn't matter if there's a fine reward. I should have just gritted my teeth as always and let her have me for a bit.
Makes me sad to hear you talk about yourself like that.
Why? I'm simply trying to be realistic. There's nothing more desirable in the world than a vampire, is there? Haven't you been through all I have? You damn well are going to fight with what few assets the gods give you. But a part of me feels sick.
Meanwhile, modders try to take away those assets.
Breadcrumbs again.
You have so much more than your looks going for you.
I had nothing at all for so long. Not even my body.
Alright, I gotta start my morning with tears. No, you gotta look at it this way, Dave. He did not have his bodily autonomy violated for my own gain. We're doing the bare minimum.
Most of them didn't even grant me temporary bliss. It should have been so easy to let the drow use me for her fantasy, but perhaps, you showed me I have enough strength. I don't need to.
See? That's vaguely positive.
I can stop using myself.
It's positive.
Stop being used.
Enough strength. Yeah, that's pretty good. See, like, that's a totally different delivery of that conversation. And I do get something of an uplifting vibe It's rather like, hey, I don't want to be this. It's, hey, I can be this. Good for him. Anyway, you're gonna give me that potion next run, right? I should really recruit Gale at some point, too. I keep forgetting.
Food, hungry, want, bite. Food, no.
Inserting myself into the game to give him all the hugs. Valid. Let him enjoy this moment of autonomy before forcing him to eat a space gummy. Kevin is Kevining. What the Kevin do?
More where that came from. Wish we had stone or steel. Yeah. I wish we had a bloody army. Ain't my neck of the woods.
Cat. Fuck the owlbear, get through the shadow curse. He's just different, okay? Oh yeah, I need to respec to, like, unfuck my spell list. Because I'm supposed to have Enhanced Leap and Shield, and I have neither of those. I have a stupid idea. What if... What if I just kill Art during the Barcus fight? No, that's overcomplicating it.
This is no physical ailment. It is
No idea, I'm afraid. You hear me? But you're not alone, sir. You know how to get through to him. No, not till I met Art, anyway. Please, if you have any idea how to get through to him.
There's a Sorcerer Arcana check. Sure, let's do that.
Please, if you have any idea how to get through to him.
He spent a long time without a reminder of who he is, of what he held dear. His mind...
If he does, this was in his pocket. He doesn't seem to have any reaction to it now, but he held on to it for 100 years anyway.
His fingertips sport cal...
Get no XP from any of that. So yeah, that information's not going to be useful to me. I guess I'm awake. Holy fuck.
Don't be shy. Have a gander at the finest stock.
No cats? Okay, not a cat person. That's the real reason you're going into this chasm. Wrong waypoint.
Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not. Good man.
Weird getting the Moonrise music in Last Light. Remember kids, all fists are bastards. There's a killer here, she said moments before death.
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first. Got to trust Jahira.
I think I'd merge the randomized tab idea I had with the be a jerk to everyone run. I like it. From the hero, I'm also just the worst. I think that'll be fun.
Alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse.
Can I get you anything?
Sure, why not?
Kill a bite to eat. Welcome back. Are you looking for something in particular?
Smoke powder arrows, aka better fireball.
Premium trinkets and doodads.
70 V emote list isn't loading properly. One of the only emotes actually showing a preview of itself for me is Kermit Gabe. It's like they just know. Hey, Gage.
If you're all right by Jahira, you're all right by me.
Gotta make sure I don't pick up the Dawnmaster's crest either.
Tick.
Back my Gabe. Sorry. Elasticity increased.
Me? I'm fine.
Oh.
Then we have to do as Roland says and sit tight. Tony wants down.
Oh, I missed one. Whoops. That would have been awkward.
Unleash the legend.
I need to kill him with damage that keeps his corpse usable.
Silence is gold. Easy. Won't see me coming.
complete.
Whoopsie.
Oh, I didn't account for that. Alright, I need the means to disguise now. Okay, I can make that work. I can make that work. I'm going to need to use the disguise self scroll. That's okay. Just go get that. I could vendor refresh for a seeming scroll, but that'd be very expensive. It would preserve more options for the Karlach run, but I'm allowing Karlach to use Mask of the Shapeshifter. And also, how did he know that I killed it?
What's this now?
Sorry for the late notice not being able to do co-op today, by the way. I found out yesterday would be able to commit. No, no, it's fine, Gage. Absolutely no worries.
I love surprises.
So we're going here to the Mason's Guild to pick up the Disguise Self scroll so that I can use it to disguise Wyll so that Art will do the Speak with Dead dialogue. Perception failed on the button, that's fine. That's why I've got Repulsor. Hey, Western Libra. Just dropping in before work. How's the run going? It's going well. Right. Noting this down. This is the only disguise self scroll before Act 3. We are intentionally leaving the Scroll of Knock. And enough other things that I'm going to call the room not looted. Also, there was a hotfix today. I didn't bother reading the notes because not really anything to talk about. One thing I noticed they changed is they labeled starry forms being removed in the Shadow Curse lands by wraiths as a bug, which suggests no understanding of how it actually works, because starry forms are a light source, and wraiths remove light sources, which isn't a bug. So I don't know why they phrased it that way.
This place gives me the creeps.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse in their way. Small where that came. Yeah? Deepside narrows at nighttime. 2 steps in, you're like...
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Spirits. Investigate.
The spells.
Cool. Thank you, Art. Anything else I need to do while I'm disguised? No.
Premium trinkets and doodahs.
What if one of us stays here while the other looks tired?
We're not separating again, not even for Roland.
Then we have to do as Roland says and sit tight.
It's His Majesty. I was wondering about my vendors are fucky this morning. Was the hot fix? Oh no, did they do something with vendors?
A word, if I may.
Fate, dost thou require a new... As the...
Alright, so I still want to go with, do I still want to stay Death Cleric heavy? Yeah, I think I do. The thing that I want to change here is potentially dropping some strength for more charisma. If I'm gonna Booming Blade, I can... rack down a strength elixir. It's bad. Fourteen strength, 16 charisma, yeah. Refreshes don't sort properly. Lovely. Lovely. This is the step I forgot. Let's get Enhanced Sleep. Let's get Shield. So I lose access to Chromatic Orb and Magic Missile this way. Having Magic Missile was nice. Do I take Magic Missile over Leap? I think I do. Like, I did get good value out of both Chromatic Orb and Magic Missile. I think Missile's just too flexible to not take. What Cleric cantrips do I have? Hopefully the correct ones. Raph's armor looks good on Wyll. Yeah. I have no idea what the aura thing is about, Danny. None at all. Hotfix patched out aura farming. But Wyll is still doing it. That's because he's him. It's true. It's true. Rosemary eye still feels really weird. A Guardian of Faith for the Marcus fight? Maybe. I don't hate that idea. Check a vendor to see if it's happening to me. Everyone kept the AIDS and death wards.
What are you looking for?
What am I supposed to be seeing? It's fine. Okay.
Premium trinkets and doodads.
Check Barkers for speed pots.
Yes? I'm sure you would.
Buy that Radiant Rest. Yeah, now that we're level 9, that's something we can have. Which might get used fighting Moonrise Paladins, maybe. Killing Merkel today? I don't know if we get that far today, but we'll see.
As I listen.
Let's give it a go.
Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Is this spell gonna be okay this run? Yeah, she is.
Can I get you anything? A drink, a bite to eat?
So +8 initiative. Marcus can outspeed me. So what do we do about this? I need freedom of movement on myself.
The pride of the gate. And I'm off.
I had a sip from a bottle someone didn't finish.
As I listen. Maybe a garden. That sounds perfect.
Hey, Candy Bay. Has ever been today? How's the run? I've been okay today. Could have been better. Could have been worse, though. Run's good. Getting ready for Marcus. The builder, can he fix it? No, he can't. Swordsbard get Fireball, or do I need Magical Secrets? Swordsbard does not get Fireball, and if you use Magical Secrets on Fireball, it'd be a massive fucking waste. I should go get Shield of Faith. I don't want to drop my Spirit Guardian's concentration. I also don't have Nightsinger's Favor right now. Yeah, let's buff up first. Before we do this. I've heard Hunger of Hadar a lot. You could also just read the list yourself. Something that I would recommend in general when picking spells on level ups, just across the board, prioritize things that you can't get through other means. So for example, Hunger of Hadar is not only a good control spell that has a lot of applications, it's only available to a few casters and one item in Act 3. Whereas, to use the point of comparison of Fireball, Fireball is available extremely early on in scroll form, it's available from multiple items, it's on multiple spell lists, and it also isn't good. Emphasis on the it's not a good spell part.
Keeping pace. A word, if I may.
Well?
And I feel an obligation to clarify here. When I say Fireball is not a good spell, I mean it's bad. It's like sometimes there's this assumption that I'm going with the nuanced, oh, well, there's better things to click. No, it's just bad. You compare it to, like, every other damage-dealing third-level spell, most second-level damage-dealing spells, most fourth-level. Compare it to consumables available at level 1, consumables available at level 6, consumables available at level 9. It does very poorly in every single one of those areas. Doing poorly in people's areas is my thing. That one was free. You don't have to pay for that one. Scorching Ray is level 2? It is.
Keeping the old turnip.
But a min-max YouTuber told me his most broken OP build guide that Fireball's the GOAT. Yeah, I'm sure they did. Hey Milak, how are you? Let's check Blurg's inventory. I haven't decided what elixir I'm running for the Marcus fight. I'm leaning Cloud Giant so I can just push him over the railing.
Thanks, boss. We'll be looking a lot worse.
I greet you, son child.
I like Scorching Ray a lot if I have it as a fire choice. Yeah, Scorching Ray is great. Scorching Ray is so good that it's still good against fire immune targets. Because of the amount of stuff you can put on it by way of it being an attack roll.
Welcome back. Have you made
I have killed Raphael by clicking Scorching Ray. It also only took like 2 turns. In theory, you could kill him with Fireball. It would take many more than 2 turns. Haste scroll. Looking pretty good. Saw that haste scroll from across the Myconid colony, and I really liked its vibe.
Could sustain an entire village if seeded properly.
We'll stay on Hill Giant. But Big Boom equals good. Damage? Haven't heard of her. I'll even... I'll prove I'm committed to the Fireball is bad cause. Ready?
2 steps at a time.
You know what's better at AoEing than Fireball? Playing a Paladin, clicking Cleave, and using a Divine Smite on each of the targets. That is less resource waste than using a spell slot on Fireball. That's how bad Fireball is. Intertested Booming Blade with Lightning Drake threaded weapon, procs Heart of the Storm. I believe Trade tested that, and it did not. Trade, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. Small where that came from. Heading out.
Wish we had got to have a plan first. Got to trust Jaheira to come up with one.
I don't.
I do.
Alright, so tactically I did not put freedom of movement on Ceres. This is so that if she gets paralyzed, Jaheira will stay local and try to remove the paralysis. His Majesty has Death Ward. Everyone else who's going to be involved in the fight has some amount of aid.
But Raphael's offered me a partnership already, and it seems like a sweeter
Maul
deal
just
than
has a
throwing
freezing
one off
sphere
the
scroll.
hill.
His message is out in the open. He probably didn't want the wrong ears to listen in.
No idea if it's good or... Did he deal with you straight? Heard you two talking. Yeah, that's the way to go. His lance board trick was meant to soften me up. Look, now there's... Maybe I'll make it...
That's a pity. Don't want Booming Blade to do more. Yeah, Booming Blade kind of... It doesn't need to take more stuff. It's taking our gerb.
Last night's best bargains, right here.
You can open that door from up there. That's mildly amusing. Alright, so what I'm thinking here is I pre-dash Flight, Spirit Guardians, maybe even pre-haste. The idea is going to be I shove Marcus over the side, and I Spirit Guardians everyone else. Probably pre-Sanctuary Isabel.
The true soul who's going to save us. But the cultists are able to traverse even while you're busy in the town. Marcus!
I've been blessed, true soul. My instructions are...
Yeah, you can't...
Time to...
Isabel rolled dead last in the turn order. That's optimal. She can't break her Sanctuary early. Not unexpected. That's a little unexpected. That's unfortunate.
Victor's path.
Marcus having a typical dude? No. He just has 23 strength. I believe he has athletics proficiency. I don't have athletics proficiency. Only 21. So the chances of that succeeding were never high. Gotta head out. Have a good one, Mick. Thanks for stopping by. Majesty is in the turn order. I don't know why patch 8 did this.
Come along, Isabel.
Job shovel. Saris got paralyzed. Nasa got paralyzed. Al dodged? Amazing. Lacrissa used the magic missile scroll I sold her.
You'll make excellent fertilizer.
Shahira went for Saris as expected. Hopefully Nimble kills this one. Majesty's like, I will kill down there. Yeah, he's in the turn order. Leah also uses scrolls. So, selling Leah and Lacrissa scrolls helps for prep for this fight. I don't know if Cal has scroll AI. I'll have to try him next run. You can also equip Wolverine with multiple weapons during the prison break. He has extra attack, and he will dual wield. Isabel broke her sanctuary, but she is dead last on the turn order, so... I'll try again. Okay with that. Really have the movement to get anywhere super impactful. It's possible Saris dies this turn. You were that close to Isabel.
On the victor's path.
Hera got paralyzed. Mesa got hit again. Come on, Nimble. Mesa broke out. Nichols. There we go. Hey, Morgana Evelyn, how are you? Good to see you. Hey, Say. Hope you're well. Smargus gets radiant damage from the Shaw van from landing from the fall. Yeah, I suppose the throw and the fall were different instances of damage. It's my lethargic turn. Hey, Madmac. Hey, Burpala. Everybody's here. Cannot cook up anything cool, patch 8 subclass regarding builds. Spent a month thinking about it. So like, some of them are just kind of bad. Like, I've been dogging on Bladesinger a lot, and it's because it deserves it. Because Larian has a bunch of well thought out subclass implementations, and then they also have Glamour Bard and Bladesinger. But I'm having fun with a few of them. I like Death Cleric. I like Shadow Sorcerer. I'm not using as much tech from as I wanted to, but I do want to give that more of a chance. Stars Druid, if it didn't do the save file corruption thing, I'd be playing a lot more of it. Arcane Archer's cool. It is Eldritch Knight at home in many ways, but it's cool. I haven't played Swarmkeeper yet. Drunk Monk is cool. I don't think there's that much to do with it mechanically, other than just you are another kind of monk. But it's fine. Your tidbit about Swarm? Absolutely. Please do. Hey, Noctum, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your stream? Welcome in, everybody. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do challenge runs, mostly Baldur's Gate 3, because it's had me. It's in its clutches for years now. Currently I'm doing a run inspired by Resident Evil 2, if anyone here has ever played that, where I'm doing a solo honor as a Wyll, and then any items that I picked up, any unique items, I cannot pick up on the follow-up solo honor Karlach run. So I have to kind of pace myself with picking up certain pieces of gear that I like to use. Tadpoles are spread across both runs as well. All that stuff. It's been very cool. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? When you attack, you get a reaction with your swarm, so double procs the Jolt Shooter early. Once in the attack, another in the reaction. Ooh, that's really cool. Does it work with other on-hits, like Bow of the Banshee? I guess Gaunter Mail is another one of those for the Guiding Bolt placement. That's pretty cool. I like that. Testing Eldritch Blast Riders on Swarm today. Doesn't work with clubs with Daredevils. I guess it's not melee. It's just a thing. Kind of makes sense. Assume it'll work with some on-hits, but yeah, hit me up with Cookwood. Yeah, I'll let you know. I'm thinking, when I play Swarmkeeper, the vision I was thinking of, I wanted to do, Slayer form builds with it. So, like, I'd have the Swarm doing stuff for me while in the Slayer. Cool thing that I suspected about Swarmkeeper that Trade went and tested and confirmed is, the flight thing that you get at level 7 gives you surface immunity. So you can go stand in the lava in Grimforge, and it's really funny. you just stand in it, it doesn't hurt you. I don't know how useful that actually is.
Isabel, are you all right?
Started with RE2 and carry on with Expedition 33, so it was a mixed stream. Nice, nice.
They've been tracking us this whole time.
Thank you again for bringing your community over. Welcome in, everybody.
You were the target, Isabel. They know how important you are, but they don't know about you.
2 months into an edit, I'm graying more than usual. You see, alright, time to glaze. I'm sorry, you've been here for 5 minutes, but I'm glazing anyway. Deal with it. Unlike YouTubers derogatory, Ms. Morgana Evelyn here actually puts effort into her work. So let her cook. I just want to vibe. Sorry. It's done. It's done. The surface immunity thing's really fun on Swarmkeeper. Found it useful when I had other party members casting AoEs and stuff, and it freed me from feeling compelled to use the Nightwalker boots. Yeah, it's nice to have another route to a mechanic that is already available. Like, we have a bunch of ways of not having to care about things like, ice surfaces, grease surfaces, even fire surfaces, caustic brine surfaces, acid surfaces, but my brain went to lava because, like, that's one that you just had to tank. Which meant what, Rogue, Nature Cleric, Gale had the easiest time. That Abjuration Wizard had the easiest time tanking lava, but like there's never really a reason to do so. But I guess Swarmkeeper can just hang out. Hellfire, ooh, yeah, Swarmkeeper good on Hellfire. I suppose you already have Reverse Rain Cloak for that tech. I already kind of use that, but I do still like that. My pleasure. Always happy to meet new people here. Love playing BG3, so it's nice to see new run. Well put. Thank you again. Swarmkeeper Flight also doesn't subtract from movement speed. It's on top of it, but does cost bonus action. So Tempestuous Flight vibes. Yeah, makes sense. A lot of obsession with Hexblade in the community. Can't really add a unique spin to it. I think a lot of people are, like, focused on the lower level features because they're very, like, easily breakable. Like, oh no, you put Hexblade's Curse on and then you don't have to continue the sentence. It's like, yeah, it's gonna do what it's gonna do. Trade did something interesting. The last time he fought Gortash, he had a Primordial Spectre just hit him, and the ghosts are interesting. It did like 40 something damage per instance at its 4 instances, so the ghost did like 160 damage to Gortash in 1 turn, which, you know, it's not player damage, but like that's still pretty cool. You could have a bunch of ghosts, so like summoner focused Hexblade's cool. My plan for the Karlach run, for this Wyll A Karlach B set is Hexblade dip for Hexblade's Curse to boost kick damage. It's gonna be Giant Barb, Thief, with Hexblade and Monk dips to facilitate the kick. That's what I'm thinking of. Building around Staggering Smite is something that I have something of an interest in as well. Hexblade specific spell. Maybe Branding Smite, because I guess that's a unique Hexblade thing you could do. Unlike Paladin, Hexblade is a Branding Smite user that's actually, like, good. In terms of you're not giving up a lot of stuff to get to the spell. But I guess the problem is you don't natively have extra attack. And your spellcasting progression doesn't combine. You're probably having to multiclass into something else that gets its own extra attack. So maybe something like Swordsbard, Hexblade, Archer focus, and then you just click the Branding Smite range because it's funny. I'm just thinking out loud.
Wherein you're the key to all of this.
I'm still thinking. Oh yeah, Candy May's talking about the swarm effects. I've heard that the blind is awkward to use because it only lasts 1 turn. So if you apply it in your turn, it wears off at the start of their turn. But something that I've not seen anyone try is just end your turn before the attack hits, so that it happens during their turn. That might allow you to blind people on their turn.
Another parasite. Collect it. It might be useful.
What am I missing power-wise? Wouldn't mind Shield of Thralls. But this is another tadpole I think I'll leave for Marcus. Or, not for Marcus. I'm looking at Marcus. I'll leave for Karlach. Take his weapon and armor, though. Leave the ring for Karlach, too. Okay, now that I have, Isabel's Blessing, I shouldn't need to carry around the Moon Lantern for anything except for if I decide to go back into the morgue. So that's cool. About 11k off of the level. We haven't fought Boulette yet. I was kind of holding out for a Hold Monster Scroll. Never happened. Guess I'll just do damage. My Channel Divinity does, what, 21 damage currently? Scrolling to see how much it did. Yeah. So that'll get through Diamond Scales. I have 2 of those. The thing I lack currently is prone immunity. But I'll just have to deal with that, I think. So what's the play here? Booming Blade with Morning Frost. Hopefully applied Chilled. Definitely react with Channel Divinity. I want an Oil Sharpness on this.
Yeah.
Also want to do another run to use the bees more because Act 3 has a lot of piercing damage stuff, right? Just want to see how much gear actually interact with that or not. The casts in relation to Storm. Storm Sorcerer, Donity testing with Tempest Cleric plus Swarm by chance. Wondering if the knockback effect of Tempest Cleric interacts with Jelly Swarm at all. If it's counted as your damage, it should. Provided that's a level combination that can exist. What level do you get the jellies again? That's 3, right? So then you'd be able to get that online at level 9. It's your. Do I Cloud Giant for the Boulette? It seems like such a waste. I'll stick on Hell Giant, because I have it already. Viciousness is honestly the play here. Just build into the minus crit. Well, I ain't gonna do that.
Standing around.
It's for a good cause.
Pride of the gate.
So let's switch to a 3rd level False Life. I do want to be tanky. Short rest to get my 2nd Channel Divinity back. Yeah, I'm thinking my vision for when I play Swarmkeeper is, Ranger has good saving throw proficiencies. Strength and Dex. So that'll help me out while I'm in the Slayer form. You get Enhanced Leap and Longstrider. And you can have the Swarm do things for you, even while transformed.
Checking things out.
So probably something like, Does Half-Orc Savage Attacks work in Slayer form? I don't remember. I feel like it doesn't, because it's weapons. Yeah. It's Barbarian Brutal Critical that works on unarmed. So probably either some kind of Dragonborn to get an oddball resistance. Or maybe Wood Elf for movement speed. What was your giant split? So I have a run going with Dade where I'm currently just pure class. The plan for the Karlach build I'm gonna do is just 5 levels for the kick and extra attack. Because I'm doing Hexblade stuff on it, Elemental Cleaver, I would only be throwing my bow instead of throwing um, my melee weapon anyway. And that's funny, you can throw Nair Misser for force damage on Giant Barb, and it's just kind of hilarious. You can also throw the Shadow Blade from Arabella's ring. I tried Flame Blade, you can't throw that. It's sad. But yeah, I'm thinking for the Karlach build that I'm gonna do, 5 Barb, 4 Rogue, 1 Monk, 1 Hexblade, and that leaves 1 level that I haven't decided yet. Either it is 6 Barb for Elemental Cleaver, or maybe 1 Fighter for Fighting Style. Maybe 1 Wizard or something for Ritual Spells, I don't know. Put on the Hunting Shortbow, right? Someone did claim the bounty in a roundabout way from my throw DRS. Haven't made a post yet about it. I live under a rock. That was a combination of words. Interesting, you don't react to that. That is funny. That's worth haste. So you will potentially take Booming Blade damage. Yeah, I'm not near strong enough to actually force the Morning Frost damage through. Prepped inflict wounds. We have Bone Chill. Never mind, we miss. I haven't had a chance to see if you can punch a Steel Watch in Drunkenness. I've had the chance, I just haven't really tried. Not all that hard. I totally didn't check to see if I have, like, a lightning spell, by the way. I'm starting to think that I don't. I'm so used to having resources that I just don't have. It's great, I love this. We'll Ray Frost then. Still landed the Bone Chill, that's what I cared about. I don't know if this will stay. Let's find out. Do you even take damage? 3? It's a save for half effect. And it's only up to 18 damage.
Could come in handy.
Sora, are you okay? Hey Twister, how are you?
That'll have to do.
Coming through.
Hunter's Mark did stick. Nice. Go. No more of that for you. Yeah, I'll shield that. In progress on my first honor mode run, very nearly died because we can't encounter the one just for the mountain pass. Common run killer. Very common. Glad it's still going.
Two steps at a time.
Thank you, Morning Cross. Bone chill it next turn. I guess this turn. Possible back away when it does the shedding scales that provoke the opportunity attack mid-animation. It's possible to back away. I just didn't feel like it. 2 spawn locations left.
I'm spent. I should unwind and count.
Considering using a poison here, deciding against it. Alright, leave. Cool. So, final showdown with Roulette in a moment here. Left this here for Karlach. Little location to burrow at. Video game, go to video game. Yeah. Wisdom scaling. Gross. Good job, Wyll. Rude. Good job, Wyll. Things I do for 150 XP. Haven't saved Balin yet. I suppose I should actually just kill him. Because I don't want the gloves on this run. I guess I just don't do anything. Because I don't want to pick up the noble stock, the mushroom, because I'm saving that for the Karlach run. Does Boulette stay now, or cowards away, never to be seen again? I mean, I think it's gonna stay? I don't understand the question. I would hope it stays. I didn't hide and seek. Let's go do that. Human carry weight coming in clutch here, letting me get away with having 14 strength. Noble Shroom, the mush stalk. Ian leaves and heals. Last stand opposite full HP. So they've never changed that aspect of how Boulette works. Exile. The way it works is there's 5 spawn points. if you are at any other than the fifth one, the fifth location that you fought Boulette at, it leaves after 2 turns. It leaves on its 3rd turn, I should say. It didn't leave because that was the 5th location. Hey, that gay guys, thank you for gifted sub with community. Very kind, as always. Much appreciated.
This place gives me the creeps.
Seen alleyways in borders.
I have 1 C invis.
2 steps at a time.
She was no fun. All I wanted was to play. Boop! Will you play with me? I'm Oliver. I'm alright. Find me, and get.
I don't think I actually need the lantern right now, but keep holding it anyway.
You weren't supposed to find me. Good. Try to find.
Quiet as a moonbeam.
No time to waste.
He leaves never to be seen again after a 5th attempt. No, he just stays there. Boulette only leaves if you have not fought it at its 5th location. If you are fighting it at its 5th location, it doesn't leave. Product immune. Not much I can do with my weapon here. We'll do this, I suppose. And by this, I meant miss. That's what I meant specifically. Are undead immune to necrotic? Case-by-case basis. So these wraiths and shadows that are made of shadow, they're immune. But like zombies, for example, no, they just resist it. And as Death Cleric, I ignore resistance. So I can't ignore immunity, but I can't ignore resistance. So it's basically only literal ghosts that are necrotic immune. I drank a Peerless Focus Elixir so Mummy can't put me to sleep. And I'm focusing on Daddy here because he's the one that does damage. Mummy will just try to claw me when I get close, but that's it. might skip fighting the Shambling Mound. That or I go for the Sorrow kill. Haven't decided. Do something funny with Necrotic Divine Strike yet? Not yet, Sora. The funniest thing I've done is miss Booming Blade. Shouldn't have taken that. I wasn't thinking. I was like, oh, pick up all the gear, Will. So, Ring of Shadows.
I should unwind in camp.
Can't get that on Karlach now. Well, I can get it, I just can't benefit from it. Cat. It's a cat.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a cabin near you.
Gives you that ring? The thing I just did? You were here. Hey, Keta. Thank you for the 8 months. I appreciate it. Don't know how to make the question. Sorry, I don't understand. I don't think I want to deal with the Shambling Mound right now. Do I want a Yurg on my current supplies? Not particularly. Will I do it anyway? Probably. Don't have any of my high-level spell slots.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Hello there.
The angel from my nightmare. Learning English, sorry. No, don't have to apologize. It's okay. Language barrier is hard. Don't feel bad about it. Oh, you're asking what the ring does? Oh, okay, yeah, I see that. What is the power of that ring? Yeah, I missed that message. Yep, it gives you the Pass Without Trace spell, which is plus 10 to the stealth checks for you and your allies in the area of the spell, which it follows you around. It lasts as long as you keep concentrating on it. It's way easier than I thought. Yeah. Like, your first instinct is probably right. English is a stupid language that should feel stupid. Don't feel bad about getting it wrong. Correct me, I'm open to it. You make perfect sense. I have nothing to correct. Yeah, Danny, the song is playing in my head. Sorry, in my yed. At least it's a different part of the song this time. That's true. Does that mean we're evolving? I want the... Have I fought these guys, actually? No, I thought I have, but I most certainly have not. Alright, let's fight these guys next. I don't think I want the Moon Lantern equipped here. I think Leviatar Scourge would make the most sense for AoE when I swing, but I'm more likely to want to go a different route here. I don't think I keep Peerless Focus on here. Viciousness, sure. Double crit, okay. Thank you, Viciousness. Immediately rewarded. Here's the offhand shot, Divine Strike, Necrotic. So these guys can't teleport into light. So if you just jump up here and put down a Moon Lantern or Daylight in like the middle of the roof, it makes the whole thing illuminated, so they just can't get up there. So you're just safe.
No time to waste.
In 3. Pretty much Shadow Curse Kuotoa, something like that. I can even put on Potent Robe for this, honestly. I know the most important word in that sentence. What does that say about me? Hey, V. Ridley, thank you for the 3 months. Wasn't it resub day recently already? Oh, thank you very much. Really appreciate your continued support. Hope you're doing well.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Implies, etc. Yeah. How you doing, Justin? Still managing to roll min damage, but min damage with Potent Robon is 8. So, more than nothing. I always forget the Ring of Twilight is here. Much easier to... They're from Wraithwind Town. Yes, I knew there was a trap there, I just don't care.
I'll see what I can do.
Ring of Twilight, we're gonna log this down. This is another item Karlach can't get. So, Wyll has taken 2 of the 3 armor class rings, but we left the Ring of Protection for Karlach to use. Ring of Twilight here is going to be for tanking the Justiciars in the Gauntlet of Shar. We'll be at 27 AC there. Meaning that only the Crusader will be able to hit me. Well, the Archers will be able to hit me on a max roll. So, technically getting 1 more AC would be wise. I don't know if I want to get the AC shoes from Mattis, though, because Karlach is not going to have access to the Boots of Speed or the Speedy Light Feet, so she's most likely going to be using the AC shoes once they're available, because Reverb Boots, she'll have them, but until she has enough tadpoles for Cull the Weak to, like, actually be there, I probably won't use them often. I thoughtlessly bought Swire's shoes, so those are out. Maybe I get Boots of Aid and Comfort on her. That makes sense. As long as I'm not doing Armor of Agathis stuff. I gotta go piss girl. I'll be right back. Alright, and back. Hello. Could shove people constantly to keep AC that way. But I don't have good enough athletics to ensure that. We'll just play to the 5% chance they have to hit me on every attack. I'll just be tanky enough for that. I can Blade Ward buffer if I'm really worried about that. I don't think I will be. I only have 1/3 level spell slot, though. I want to have multiple so I can put Spirit Guardians back up if it goes down. Am I from UK or US? I'm from the US, unfortunately. I'm thinking what fights I can take on my current level of resources. I think there's still a paladin in Moonrise, in the jail. I'll go for them as long as I turn the lights off. I don't really have a reason to do that, though. Let's do it anyway. Hey, Foster. Can you explain what Wyll A Karlach B means? Yeah, Deceased has got you with the rules command there.
Time for a chat. I wouldn't admit it.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
I do need to make sure I have some access to short rest potions. Go do thing. Okay, bye forever. Bye, Dave. Seems there are a few of us adding the word unfortunately to the answer of where we're from nowadays. Yeah. I mean... Yeah. Yeah.
How may I serve? Slaughter.
Yeah. I don't need to save the stuff for Morning Lord's Radiance, because I'm not going to get it. I can't actually just sell all these things.
Where do you hail from, brother?
I was a farrier in
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve? Slaughter.
Foster, thank you for the 43 months.
Ever at your service.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
The unfortunate states of America?
Maybe I opt for Cloud Kill instead of Spit Guard. Take a page out of Balthazar's book. Don't hate the idea. Let's buy more heals, though. Wouldn't hurt to have more invis, too. I was wondering what Spit Guard meant yesterday. I was just Quag being lewd, so I thought nothing of it. No. Spirit Guardians. Why is that automatically lewd? Hmm? The Spit Guards are like the plastic things they have at buffets, right? I'm not weird, you're weird. Oh yeah, Chain Lightning's an action refresh in patch 8. Yurging will be funny. Can I just afford all of these? That's hilarious. Hey Kat, how's it going? It's going okay, how are you? Much more willing to Yurg with this amount of Chain Lightning. We could go do that right now. I'm gonna ask you to link to your Amara Face Puncher build, Quag. Doing a new BO3 run, wanted to rebuild that build. Do I still have... Yeah, the Amara builds one. Cast Stab. Thank you. You're welcome, Sean. That's a throwback. That's certainly a throwback. How you doing today, Control? Scrolls use your primary casting stat. They will use the same one that your gear defaults to. So the most recent spellcasting class that you took level 1 in, with exceptions. So the only ones that don't change your casting stat that your gear and scrolls look at, Fighter and Rogue will only change it if you take their casting subclass. Everything else has one assigned. Barbarians are Charisma, Monks are Wisdom, and then the casters are their casting stat. Okay, man, how we doing here? Run's going well. We're chilling.
Quite on the sly.
Checking things out.
Hells. I feel like a mouse caught in a trap. All that's missing is the cheese.
Do that to turn them hostile. An action refresh chain lightning. Bombs, thank you. You know, have another one. Fuck you. I'm gonna sell these bombs. Never thought to pick them up. You can only pick them up safely on the first turn they exist. After that, they start looking like this. If you pick them up in this state, they will explode in your inventory. Bombs turn off if you pick it up? Yeah, if you pick them up before the red circle appears, then they're fine. I'm not going to use these, I'm going to sell them, but yeah. Made sure to bomb the Hoarding Merrigan there because it has scrolls, and I didn't check to see what scrolls it had. Plenty of time before the Displacer Beast can catch up to me. Only 2 more turns. Both my channel divinity charges here. Concentrated Blast. Would that even trigger Bloodlust? Nifty.
Coming through.
Don't have an angle on you. Ooh. Juicy. He'll displace me. Probably breaks my concentration. No? Cool. Buffer Blade Wards in case Tentacle Whip gets through. Don't think it will. No, it can't. Not with Reeling.
I've rid the coast of a fair few devils, but Orthons are rare outside the Hells.
Didn't think about Umbral Gems. Leaving the Nox roll for Karlach, it ultimately doesn't matter. So maybe I do the trials without picking up the gems? I didn't think about that at all. Something to consider. Alright, so we spent all of our money on Chain Lightning Scrolls and then used all of those Chain Lightning Scrolls on your gear. But what matters is that it was really funny. Leaving that Infernal Iron for Karlach. I don't think she'll care about the Hellfire Hand Crossbow. Oh, I am gonna take that. She can have their Misser. I'm leaving the Dark Justiciar gloves down there too. That's less relevant because Karlach will get access to the other ones. The ones with Beckoning Darkness. But meh. Isn't collecting the bow an inspiration for Karlach? Yes. So she won't be getting that. Something I should have thought about, but didn't. That's okay. Care a little more about the itemization. I get back onto Peerless Focus for Lurthindor. I'm gonna have to save that for another rest. I think I'll save that for another rest because I'll also want to use Peerless Focus on the Mummy and Daddy rematch.
Even a dragon's corpse doesn't spill this much blood. What happened here?
I think the hotfix did fix Nautiloid Us. What, Nautiloid Us can no longer drink potions, or...? or you can't tell us to wait and then kill an intellect devourer and then pick him back up. Not only us can jump again. Oh, not only us lost the ability to jump. I hadn't noticed. Cool to find out, though. Yeah, I should have done the Marcus fight way earlier for Isabel's Blessing. I'm just kind of stupid sometimes. Speaking of Peerless Focus, I was told elves were low tier before Booming Blade. How do people come up with this shit, man? It's so dumb. Let me guess. They think that Halfling and Githyanki are like the strongest ones. Hey, JD.
Slaughter well.
Sure, why not?
Ever at your service.
Hope everyone's been well. It's been a nice chill day. We just yerged. I spent way too many resources, but it was funny. Yeah, we're just coasting on that.
And
One reason can't do the gut Helsik skip. So the thing that you wouldn't do if you wanted full XP. The thing that's less XP. People really just... they be saying shit. They just be making shit up. Do I have the mats to make another Bloodlust? I do. I'll make the Battle Mage too, because I will forget. Never mind, I won't. I don't have mats. I'll need animal speaking on this rest, I think. Or I guess I don't. I should check more vendors, but I don't really have the money for that. I don't feel like talking to Halson about his shit yet. If I have enough resources left over after the big Justiciar fight, we can do the portal fight too. I haven't been looting camp supplies. Starting to run low.
The cub holds out his leg, revealing a ragged wound.
These
The
things
cub
happen.
inspects the wound.
If I was a monster, I'd knock out the cub for 20 XP here. But I'm only frequently that. Not always. So... double...
Where am I needed?
I could death ward myself for maximum 20, but doesn't seem necessary. Keep these spell slots.
Ever onward.
Gonna go get Night Singer's Favor. We're gonna go get Shield of Faith.
Silence is golden. Every step counts.
And we're gonna come back. Do this. I think Bloodlust is still correct, even though I'm gonna worry a little bit about my melee accuracy. It's the most accurate thing I could put on right now. Waiting for you to move movement for against here. Not for this fight. It's just click it every day. Remember, the ring isn't an option on this run, because I'm saving the ring for Karlach. So it's to protect against a bunch of potential stuff. I won't get slowed down by grease surfaces, ice surfaces. I'm immune to black tentacles. If I fight Balthazar's ghouls later, I'll be immune to their paralysis. That's all that's for. Save before region travel. Consider food. Level spellcasting the Jack of all trades get up to? Want to say fourth? I'm pretty sure third.
Checking things out.
You definitely get third. I don't think you get fourth.
Same as us, I expect.
Because Wizard, Cleric, Sorcerer, Bard, Druid, that's third level. Ranger, Paladin count as 1 level, so you have 6 levels worth of spellcaster progression. You would need 7 to get fourth.
Let's chew the fat. Where am I needed?
I am glad it is come.
Let's chew the fat.
Well?
A side effect of... we're not going to be giving Dareth the Noble Stalk, the mushroom. A side effect of that is she'll be poor in Act 3. She just won't have money. I don't think she'll ever stock money either. So as a consequence of that, I'm going to bag up her gold, and maybe that'll give her some to work with down the road. Temporarily. What other den NPCs are good for using with Glut? You could use Mimics from Grimforge. They work pretty well. They've got good resistances. Do some good damage. Their movement's quite terrible, but it's what it is. Droraxlin is a popular pick. Sorry, Droraxlin is a popular pick. You can use a Harpy as well. I'm thinking. The Boulette. You can use Kithrak Voss, you can use Inquisitor Wargas. Any others good for buffs? For buffs, none that I can think of, no. That's why I'm playing a run with Glut's Power. I'm like in solo leveling. This few days I have the bug that my game gets kind of laggy if I hover over enemies in combat. Encounter something similar, know how to possibly fix that. I haven't encountered that, but I know people who have. I know it was happening to Gage. I believe it was also happening to Mikolash, and I think Mikolash did post on Twitter a potential fix. I don't use Twitter, but he did also link the tweet that he made in the BG3 channel in Discord, so maybe check there.
One move ahead.
I'm gonna make an oil of accuracy here. So the idea here is that I have 27 AC as long as I stay in darkness. I have charisma save proficiency, good charisma, and I even have the flawed Helldusk helmet on, so beckoning darkness is unlikely to land. I'm going to be concentrating on Necrotic Spirit Guardians, flicking a lot of Booming Blade and Bone Chill, and I'm going to have Bloodlust Elixir on. Hey, Adrix. I too am not a fan of white supremacist brain rot. Yeah. I stopped using Twitter because I got tired of Nazi posts. That's the entire reasoning. I'm not one of those people who willing to foot that particular bill for my social media fix. So I just don't. Shy of enough damage. It's disappointing. Left, and there's a debate on whether or not it was okay to punch Nazis. It's always okay to punch Nazis, of course. Well, enough damage that time. So that means sharpness was the play rather than accuracy, but okay, didn't get punished. We're looking like the main character for real? Yeah. See if I can make that work.
Let my enemies fall.
I'll just group them up myself. Hey, Nico. So yeah, they have +7. While I'm hastened, they can't actually hit me at all. But when I'm not, only a max roll, assuming they also don't have railing, can hit me. Thank you, Bloodlust. I intentionally have Call the Week on. Off, excuse me. Off, because I don't want to risk any of these portals getting hit. Weird terrain over here. Showed you my Timmy, please respond. So the DC on my Spirit Guardians is only 11, because my Wisdom is low. But I don't care. I don't care if they succeed or not. 'Cause look what happens when they succeed. Still took 11 damage. Permanent Shield of Faith works until what point in the story? Until you can no longer access it. So, once you lose access to being able to get Priestess, Gut, and Sovereign and Glut to follow you, that's when you lose it. Technically speaking, you can keep access to them until Act 3. But in Act 3, Roland has an equivalent buff that you can just replace it with. It's almost exactly equivalent. Doesn't want to step into the Spit Guard. Tragic. They're rolling his Alice this run. Yeah. I don't really care too much about AC in Act 3, though. It's whatever. And remember, I'm not bringing Connor around with me on this run, so it'd be harder to get him to actually do the thing to begin with. I did buffer a Blade Ward, so if they max roll and hit me, it doesn't really hurt. Well, Dallas explains everything. Mm-hmm. Bro's like, I'm getting out of here. Use Adriel at the Swagan fight to get Shield of Faith. Oh, that makes so much sense, yeah. You just brought her over to Heapside Strand and trigger the fight? That's fun. I'll probably do that on the Karlach run so that I can use purple DJ plate in that map. I was in the early runs before I learned more about the game. Well, learning's a big part of it. There's a lot of stuff that that I've said in the past that I don't really stand by in terms of mechanical discussion. Happens to the best of us. I really wanna... This stupid darkness cloud, man. Oh no. Better. Call the Weak even got that kill over there. Bone Chill also applying disadvantage to their attacks is pretty nice. I'm a fan of that. You just kicked me. That was pretty cool. What's up with the Bladesinger glaze vibes? People who have not put any effort into improving their mechanical understanding of the game have decided it's good, therefore it's good. Keep my channel divinity here. I wonder if that's a Death Cleric thing or a Patch 8 thing. Because, like, the Crusader being unwilling to go through Spirit Guardians to get to me. That's pretty fun. So if I had one more AC, I'd be unhittable here because the Crusader's not willing to get in range to attack me. I suppose if it ran up to me, tried to push me, and failed, then it would probably be willing to attack me. My last turn of Spit Guard. Put up another one next turn. Or now, even. Was Drunk Monk kit useful and fun for you? Don't want to do with Drunk Punch and Life of the Party. The Life of the Party seems, at least in my view, it's one of those things that's like, it's kind of nice to have, a +1 AC on the side, you know, not bad. If you're playing a very defensive monk, Drunk Monk is tankier than the others. So there's that. But overall, I think it's very key point hungry to play into certain aspects of it. Your burst damage on Sobering Realization is good if you have Resonance Stone, but it requires multiple key points and multiple failed enemy saving throws to set up. So in that regard, in doing that burst damage, it is inferior to all other subclasses from a damage output perspective. You have good mobility, not as good as Shadow Monk, and not as good as top-end Open Hand. So Drunk Monk is just kind of like in the middle. I think all of the other monk subclasses are stronger, but at the end of the day, it's still a monk. Hey, Mr. Flip Pinkerton, what's my class combo? Also, hi. Hi. Sorry, dumb question. Not a dumb question at all. 8 Cleric, 1 Sorcerer. Why is Wisdom so low? I'll answer the question with a question. What do I need Wisdom for? Cleric spells, such as? Like, here's the thing about Wisdom as it relates to cleric spells. Let's look at what I have prepared. Protection from evil and good doesn't care about Wisdom. Sanctuary doesn't care about Wisdom. Aid doesn't care about Wisdom. Enhance ability doesn't care about Wisdom. Freedom of movement doesn't care about Wisdom. The only two spells that I have chosen to prepare that care about it are Spiritual Weapon, and that's only for its hit rate, and I don't care. Its hit rate and its damage, and I don't care. Spiritual Weapon I use as a distraction. I don't ever really need it to do damage, so I don't care about that either. And then Spirit Guardians. Spirit Guardians is so strong that I do not care about my Wisdom either. Because... Let's inspect. Okay, you still failed the save. DC 11, you still failed, took 18 damage. You succeeded, and still took 9 damage before Damage Riders. Just by me using my movement and standing near you. Spirit Guardians is so good, I don't care if they succeed or not. Also, later in the game, I can have Resonance Stone applying disadvantage, because Spirit Guardians is a Wisdom save. So it'll still be consistent. If I want to improve my spell save DC, I can use gear for that. I can use Arcane Acuity stacks for that. So I don't need more Wisdom. In terms of the Bone Chill that I'm casting, I learned this from being a Sorcerer. This is not Death Cleric's Bone Chill. Death Cleric can learn it, but I learned it from Sorcerer. So this one is Charisma scaling. I have 18 Charisma. Wisdom is a stat you just don't really need in most builds. Hey Dragoonies, welcome in. I think it's not unreasonable to say that the hungriest class for Wisdom is Monk, and most Monk subclasses still don't have to care about it. Like Drunk Monk, you want some Wisdom. Open Hand, you want some Wisdom. Shadow doesn't care at all. Four Elements almost doesn't care. But even then, even on the Monk subclasses that benefit from Wisdom, you don't actually need it. So yeah, I regularly play low Wisdom Clerics and Druids, because the big thing it affects is how many spells you can have prepared. But that's just a matter of selecting the right tools. And there are some subclasses that don't even really have that problem. Circle of the Land Druids get a ton of always prepared spells that you select on your level ups. So you don't need Wisdom to have stuff prepared if you just have it already. Tempest Domain, War Domain, Light Domain clerics get a bunch of really good always prepared stuff already, so they don't need it. Circle of the Spores Druids also get a bunch of good always prepared stuff, so they don't need it. So high Charisma then, because it's the accuracy on my Bone Chill. Want to see you play Ellie Monk and see the small tricks you can do with it. Yeah, 4 Ellie Monk is like, you know, Fangs of the Fire Snake is good. The subclass. That's it. Karlach decided on subclass? Yeah. The only subclasses she'll have are Giant Barbarian and Thief. I'll allow a hit. Close to the end of the fight, I don't mind dropping concentration. Hey Kels. Bone Chill is my nickname. I'm sure that one's already been said. It still counts. You still cooked. Big lady scouting drone. That's true. We always have big lady. Is my con lower than my strength, though? What do I need con for? Health? Do I? I cast a 5th level aid, and that gave me 20 HP. Do I need more? Because I have 76 HP right now, not accounting for the possibility of I could do a 5th level false life for 27 temp HP. Do I need more? That smell any good? Which one? Aid? The one that gave me 20 HP? Or false life? That was a good spell? Well, spells and features are good based on what they give you. So, you just mentioned that the reason why you prioritize Constitution, or you think highly of Constitution, however you'd like to phrase that, is because it gives you health. So why would a spell that gives you health not be good? Of course it's good. And one of the cool things that classes that learn aid get to do is they can play a lot more fast and loose with their HP totals because they're able to make it up via a spell. I could go down to 8 Constitution and still have much more HP than other 8 con classes would have, barring Barbarian would be comparable, because I'm able to give myself large amounts of flat HP. And once I get 6th level spellcasting, I'll be able to give myself 25 extra HP. Once I learn Hero's Feast, I'll be able to give myself an extra, 12 on top of that? So an extra 37 HP, completely independent of my Constitution stat. Pretty good. Fangs is good is the reason I prefer Open Hand. 4 elements outside of Fangs, and Water Whip doesn't have much in terms of interesting mechanics. It's definitely more limited. Open Hand, you have easy access to punching with weapons equipped. You have manifestations, which you can toggle the right one for the right situation and get rewarded a lot. You have wholeness of body, which of course has all sorts of applications, even outside of punching. You've got key resonation, which is very cool. Yeah, I totally get why you prefer Open Hand. I don't think there's a wrong answer to that question. Understand why not keep con at 10 and keep int at 10 so you don't have the -1 modifier since so many spells have int to save roll thing. Do so many spells? Name me a few. Can you name me 3 different situations where an intelligence saving throw matters? Yeah, Kevin is Kevining. The brain, the brain, the brain? Yeah. But can you name 2 more? Okay. That's a trick, there are only 2? Acework knows where I'm going with this. It's a trap. Any spell that actually has an int save? Yes. But is there any spell that actually has an int save that enemies will use on you more frequently than extreme edge cases that don't have other counters? Mind Blast is int save? Yes. Mind Blast is the second use case. The Sweetest Roll's on point there. But the thing is, Mind Blast in Act 2 can only be done by the 1 Mind Flayer in the Merkle fight, who you should kill turn 1, and the Mind Flayers in the the Tadpoling Center, which are an optional fight. Mind Blasts in Act 3, you are immune with the Helm of Baldur. Also, it's not a spell. How's Mind Broken dangerous if you're not hasted? It suppresses your extra attack. So if you can't do damage, yeah, but there are some restriction runs where that matters. Some types of build where that matters. I don't think it's enough of a thing to, unless your rule set is entirely structured around it, I don't think it's enough of a thing. Like, for example, Mark likes to prioritize intelligence on some of his solos because of Mind Broken on builds that revolve around extra attack versus the brain. Because in True Solo, for example, you don't have the 2-player action economy of, you know, having your Mind Flayer ally FPS you. Also, if you just don't want to FPS, then okay, you're looking at seeded crits. But if it's a no long rest run, maybe you don't have those resources available. Maybe you just don't want to do that. It's a case. I still think overall intelligence is a very minimally valuable stat, unless you're a wizard. So yeah, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton. Unless you're a wizard, I think int is very low value. There's some reasons to take a bit as an Eldritch Knight, a bit as an Arcane Trickster, a bit as an Arcane Archer. But you end up sacrificing anyone to bowl all this run? Yeah, Shadowheart. Quag, you'll know about this. I saved Yona somehow. Does he just stay standing outside last light? Yeah. Yeah, he just stays there. Poor Shadowheart with 8 int getting shit for not landing Firebolt. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, back to the mental saves thing. Not enough hint to see all coming. True. Back to the mental stats thing. You'll see people frequently mention that there's a lot of wisdom saving throws in the game. And by the numbers, there are. But there are not a lot of wisdom saving throws that A, you care about, and B, that you don't have a better alternative for mitigating. Because why have to roll at all when you can simply be immune? So most fear effects, most, not all, but most, are wisdom saves. Protection from Evil and Good is a first level scroll and spell. It's in most casters' spell lists. Rangers get it, Warlocks get it, Clerics get it, Wizards get it. I think Sorcerers and Druids can get it. If not, Scrolls. Auntie Ethel's Necklace also gives you a use of it. There are several guaranteed scrolls of it throughout Act 1. It's very... not Sorcerer, rare Sorcerer L. So it's very available. Paralysis effects, you know, hold person. Well, Ring of Free Action, Elixir of Guileful Movement, Freedom of Movement spell are all immunity to that. Later in the game, you have the Boots of Persistence as well. You'd never risk your life on a hold person saving throw. Or on a fear saving throw. You get immunity. Then in terms of int, the most relevant things are Mind Broken, which only a factor if you decide you want it to be. And Mind Blast, which isn't really a factor at all. Because again, you don't need to fight more than one Mind Flayer to beat the game. Charisma saves? There's almost no charisma saves either, but at least with charisma, there are class features that scale well off of it. It helps your dialogues, it helps your vendor prices. It has more direct applications. Let me pick Sorcerer, not Warlock second class, because I wanted the features of Sorcerer and not the features of Warlock. They do different things. Sorcerer helps my overall combined spell progression, whereas Warlock spell slots are their own thing. So I only have access to 5th level spellcasting right now because I have Sorcerer and not Warlock. I also wanted the Dark Vision from Death Domain, which you get, or not from Death Domain, excuse me, from Shadow Magic, which you get at level 1. Yeah, it just made more sense. I don't care about saving against confusion, or just never being in a position where it could be cast against me. Ooh, yeah, who got you? Malice? Oh, yeah, the scream from the sisters can apply confusion to you. Mm-hmm. Completely forgot they had that. Yeah. I never melee them. We're gonna pick up least expected here to sell. I need money. Locking it. Talk to Balthazar for 45 XP. I should also buy his speed pot. Yeah, let's go do that. Pants were shat. I miss Messi.
Sure, why not?
Though it's not all natural, is it? A touch of the divine. Most curious for a true soul. General Thorn. Rubbish.
Why is he vibrating? Yeah, why aren't you? If I'm caster, I'm not doing solo, then strength be useless stat, right? No. What does strength do? We gotta go through the core functionality of stats.
But you're here now.
What does strength do?
And I may be able to put those limbs to work. While you and I will remain here.
I'll answer my own question. Strength is your carry weight. Strength is your jump distance. Strength is your ability to pick up and move objects. It's your athletic skill. Hey, Arkwell, how are you? And those are all useful things. So let's say you're a caster, and someone in melee is up at your face. It's pretty nice to be able to use your bonus action to shove them away. And then get them out of your face, right? Just in general, when traversing the map, having a decent jump distance is quite good. If you're trying to kite something, having good jump distance is nice. Having enough strength to, for example, throw people around. You need 20 to throw medium-sized creatures. You need 16 to effectively throw small-sized creatures. An emphasis on effectively. So throwing goblins around, for example, is quite good. Having strength is good. And remember, your stat points have to come from somewhere. Let's say you are playing a pure class cleric here. If I don't care about intelligence, I don't care about wisdom, I barely care about charisma, then why would I not just distribute my stats through strength, dex, and con? 16, 16, 14. send it. Or 16, 17, 14, and boost one with Ethel Hair or Heavy Armor Master or something. The physical stats are good. It's good to have all of them in a good place. Though Constitution is the most dumpable of the three. How you doing, Sage? A strength IRL? Yo, same. I used to be stronger. Less physically active. Say I'm a Warlock using my action to push or throw and not cast Eldritch Blast is feasible. So, you have damage previews here. Eldritch Blast, much like all cantrips, is terrible before level 5. Eldritch Blast after level 5 still doesn't compare to throwing things or shooting a bow, but you can still build around it, and it's got its own applications. Let's look at Eldritch Blast at character level 2 as an example here. It's 1d10, 1 beam. Assuming you took Agonizing Blast and have 16 charisma, it's 1d10 plus 3. Up to 13 damage. Let's assume you max rolled a crit and did 23 damage. That's less than a bow. By a lot. You can also have the option to, in the early game, you could pop a Hill Giant Elixir and throw a dagger. Let's get a different dagger here. Yeah, so this dagger plus 1, 5 to 8 damage. If your strength mod's plus 5, you can throw this dagger for 13 damage. Assuming you max rolled a crit, you're doing 8, 12, 17 without gear support. You're able to do this from different angles than you're able to do Eldritch Blast. And then going back to that gear support thing, Ring of Flinging and Kushigo Gloves are available in the early game, and they can add an extra d4 each. So that's an extra 16 damage, assuming a crit. You can make a dagger outscale an Eldritch Blast beam pretty comfortably. The place where Eldritch Blast gets desirable is if you have, for example, Repelling Blasts. Because then you can use it to unconditionally push people into chasms and stuff, because it just becomes, if you hit, they get pushed, as long as they're not immune. At level 5, Eldritch Blast, much like all offensive cantrips, gets an upgrade. Other cantrips get more damage. What Eldritch Blast instead gets is another beam. So you can, for example, send them both at one person, or send them at different people. But a thing to keep in mind is, at level 5, Warlocks of Pact of the Blade also get extra attack. And as long as you have your packed weapon in your hand, when you, for example, throw that same dagger we were talking about, you could just throw a second dagger. So Eldritch Blast is still losing. You need to use things for the mechanical benefit that they provide. Or, you don't have to, but it's nice to know what they provide. Things like shooting a bow and throwing a dagger outscale kind of casting, at least attack roll-based casts, indefinitely, even in the late game. But if you're trying to play a caster for the sake of playing a caster, there's still optimization that can be done. However, as a player who likes having his options, I like having strength. Throwing an axe better than throwing a dagger? Sometimes. Something to keep in mind is that if something dies to the crush damage from throwing a heavy object, you don't get XP for that. Because technically you didn't get the kill. Daggers are never heavy enough to do that. When dagger use Dex's throw? Nope. The only class available to the players that can scale their throwing off of dexterity is Monk. Monk can do it, but for everybody else, throwing always uses your strength. I know the game tells you otherwise, but this is how it works. Monk can choose to use Dex if their Dex is equal to or greater than their strength. But It's strength for everyone else. It's half true. Feel free to provide more context, trade. Monk should skip strength? No. What gave you that idea? That's a big logical leap. And chat, I want you to be nice. Remember, asking good questions is how we learn shit. Don't be weird about it. Finesse throwing works on damage, but the attack roll always uses strength. Yes, I was referring to the attack roll. Yeah, for the damage, it'll change to what's more favorable. But the attack roll always goes off of strength. So, for accuracy, yes. Unarmed strikes dex or throws dex? No. Read it. Monk unarmed attacks will use if your dex is higher, but if your dex is not greater than or equal to, then it uses your strength. And it's easier to have high strength than it is to have high dex. You can do a monk where you are intentionally scaling off of your dex rather than your strength. In fact, my next playthrough will be doing that, but that doesn't mean that you inherently go one or the other. Still assessing based on what you are trying to do specifically. Cloaker? I could go for Cloaker.
That'll have to do.
And, yeah, going into the strength discussion on monks, a lot of the stuff that I mentioned is nice to have in terms of core mechanics. You know, your jump distance, being able to throw things around. Monks want that even more. Step of the Wind, a feature monks get at level 2, lets you spend a key point and a bonus action to gain, to remove the bonus action cost of your jump for the rest of the turn. It still has the movement cost, but it removes the bonus action cost. And then you get your choice of dash or disengage on top of that effect. Your jump distance is still determined by any jump boosts you have and your strength. So if you're a monk who's clicking Step of the Wind to create some distance or close a gap, but you have really low strength, you're just stuck doing a ton of tiny jumps, and it might not even actually give you more move distance meaningfully, because each of those jumps is still going to cost 3 meters of movement speed. So, like in this case, with only 14 strength, I can spend 3 to move 7. But if I had, let's say, 20 strength, well, I could be jumping about this far at the cost of 3 meters. More mobility with strength as well. Yeah. Didn't mean to hit it directly. It's fine. Unfortunate, but not unexpected. Go with Drought Poison here. My accuracy is quite low because I only have 14 strength. But I'm not feeling pressured in my current situation. Sleep. Follow up with that. These guys freak me out. The portraits are scary. Yeah. Is better than throwing a ranged weapon? Depends. There's no better without context. Even down to there are some things from some positions that you will be able to hit with one of those things, but not the other. Depending on what you're throwing, it has a different travel arc, a different trajectory. Same thing with bows. Some bows have more range than other bows. Hand crossbows have much more limited range, but they give you easy access to making ranged attacks on your bonus action, which is why I'm using hand crossbows here. Context is everything here. Save my channel divinity here. Should I range or throw? It depends. Nemesis, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Good to see you live again, by the way. Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do BG3 challenge run stuff. Currently, we're doing Wyll A, Karlach B, which solo honor, playing as Wyll. Any items that I pick up, including quest items, Karlach can't pick up, and the solo honor I'm going to be doing as her. So currently we're in Act 2, pretty late in Act 2. Just kind of cleaning stuff up. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? Ace Explorers in there. That's big. I still have my 3rd level spell slots. Portal defense, I guess. Managed to knock out Raphael level 4 without leaving. Got to level 5 before Grimforge. Less than 5 fights in total. Love to hear that. That's my ideal early game right there. Well done. Did you visit the tomb with the +5 stat thing? Not on this run yet. I don't want to commit to that until I know I'm not going to long rest anymore, and I'm strong enough without it. So I tend to save it for the end of the act, personally. But that's not always how I handle it. The only sacrifice was Infernal Robe. Understandable. Like, getting that Raphael XP early, I think is worth giving up the Infernal Robe.
That's curious.
Pearl of Power, right? Since I don't rest often, +5 charisma for prices is very nice. Yeah. If I was routing around it, I would do a couple of long rests very early in Act 2, and then take the +5 charisma and just keep it. Depending on what I was doing with Lae'zel as well, but yeah. Death Clerics get improved Raise Dead spell. It's the same as every other caster. Only Necromancy Wizard gets, like, fundamentally better undead summons. What Death Cleric gets is it's always prepared, so I don't need to devote a slot to that. I can just have that. Like, I need to spend a spell slot, but I don't need to have more wisdom to have it prepared.
But with the Oak Father's bless, good. What comes?
My summons are stuck in camp because they were far enough away from me.
Sharp as ever. And I'm off.
What I'm doing now is I'm building a little tendon area for the Shadow-Cursed Harper archers to be stuck. They're gonna focus their attacks on destroying these weaker 4 HP objects because they can't get out. I'm Barbarian, do I go medium armor or naked? What do you want? I personally go medium armor, but like, I'm not going to make decisions for you. I'm not going to think for you. That's not how I choose to approach making content or playing the game. I can tell you why certain things work out more or less favorably than other things, but that's all I'm going to do. More AC? One is not inherently more AC than the other. It depends on which items you are using, what point of the game you're at. Context. I'm going to keep saying the C word. Context. It matters. I will say, in general, I would go with medium armor, but it is not always true that medium armor is more AC. In Act 3, unarmored is tankier than medium armor. Playing here, I'm confused. I'm setting up the battlefield. You'll see. I like using the stuff that's already in the vicinity instead of bringing my own stuff from home. So these two fire wine barrels are already here. We got Shovel in here, but visible. Got a Skeleton Archer up here who should drink an elixir, to be honest. Yeah, Vigilance.
Best foot forward.
Nice spot where the Archer's at. Beast in that. You doing, Carrion? So I either go with Cloud Kill or Spirit Guardians here. I have 3 spell slots, so I think I'll go with Spirit Guardians. I don't think I dare double gloves here either. I think this is a Fleet Finger situation. Get the worm.
What have we here?
You're here. Good. Very well. I need you to stay here. Good. Oak, get ready.
How many times can dash stack? 3.
The blade will not bend.
Use the Brilliant Retort to check range here.
Battle favors the fearless.
Had to Rawdog the Particle of Darkness.
They just keep coming. Halsin, will you hurry up in there?
Stomach relax. don't expend much in the way of resources here. Dash.
A bright idea.
Second one went prone again. This one didn't, but it's okay. Shovel really doing the most here. Shovel is here to distract these.
Forever dauntless. Like Sleet Storm here, just so much fun. Yeah, Sleet Storm's great. Might be if it's a bit obvious. What's that red jump ability you used above the speak? That's from the Fleet Fingers Gluffs. Biffs. And no need to apologize. It's from this. We like questions here. Never apologize. Nice 1 damage. Shovel and Skelly doing the most. The ability you have that makes them explode when they die, that's called the Weak. It's a tadpole power. We got him. need that to hit. Doing so good, Skelly. You still have 1 HP. That's my skeleton right there. Shovel leading the Wraith on a wild goose chase. You don't need to kill everything to get the XP here. You just need to outlast. So it's last round. That Wraith can't get close enough to do anything to the portal. That matters. Bye, Skelly. Bye. Bye. Goodbye. What happened to Skelly, bro? Got shot by an archer. Hey, Rob Chu, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it as always. Hope you continue to enjoy all the perks and stuff. Thank you very much.
But something's wrong. Dreadfully wrong. No. Come.
Skelly the goat. Yeah, Skelly did a lot. Killed one of the archers, hit that crit on that fist, which put him into Call the Weak range. Skelly did a lot. Alright, BRB. Alright, back. Okay, let's get Daredevil gloves back on.
Best foot forward.
I see Shadow Curse VFX over there, so I'm just making sure everyone's dead. Sometimes they fail to despawn properly. Now for the annoying part of looting and selling. Allison's two mortal enemies, goblin children and light fixtures. No, you forgot the third one. Hygiene. Also his own lightning spells, yeah. So we got 1,000 XP from that fight, and also the money from all these corpses we're now looting. Which, is pretty good. Shovel even survived having only taken 1 damage. Why is the Marcus pouch here? Oh, right, because they replaced his corpse and they moved it over there. Right, yeah. See. Well, that's gonna stay there. Quag help cleansing flames is bad. You can pretend it's not with alchemical agent. You can get alchemical agent off of cleansing flames to you know, one-shot bosses on C100. It's just, that's alchemical agent, but it counts.
Just about do.
Just about.
Just about. Didn't hang around too long, though.
Gotta go now, thanks for the stream. Thanks for hanging out,
Pair of
Twister.
Boots to that traitor. Can't believe it.
Can I afford Bussy? We'll just get a little Bussy as a treat.
Tick.
It'll need to.
You Gravengard's still alive, you rocky.
He better be.
It's Majesty with the Death Ward.
We don't even know the way to Moonrise. That's why we should leave now.
You've seen what's out there. We wouldn't stand a chance.
What about adding Spirit Swarm off of it? You're not going to be able to get it to place a meaningful dot without alchemical agent is the problem. Like, remember, it's claw, so you can't have claw, blight, and stabbo. You're looking at claw stabbo for scaling its damage the most. Tired of the spit guards, you pivot to Bussy?
Mom can
Yes.
be cranky and mean, but she looks after us. So stock up, all right? Because you need all the help you can get to bring her home.
Pleasure.
Maybe unfortunate way, His Majesty died a couple runs ago, can't remember. Yeah, so in patch 8, he just enters the turn order during the Marcus fight. He's just seen as a combatant. So the ghouls will be like, oh, you're fighting? Cool. I hate it so much. Leave the cat alone. Let him just do cat things, man.
I bet they're close.
Like what happens in House of Hope now that you've killed Raphael? I didn't kill Raphael, I knocked him out. Raphael's fine. We talked to him in this act. Doing the early Raphael knockout and stuff changes absolutely nothing about the story, except he has a black eye until the House of Hope. That's it. Spitguard was in a moose bouche. Totally forgot to protect him this time. Luckily, he and everyone survived. Nice. This section of camp is very empty right now.
Stayed behind, only
The missing half may not come willing. And I truly mean, if you want me, I'll...
Okay, stomach, relax. Like, no Wyll tents, because the Origins don't get their own tents. Didn't recruit Gale. Mindara's dead. We just have House. Can't kill Raphael before Act 3? Correct. You can knock him out. Can't kill him. $5.7K. At least he knows to stay far enough away so you can't smell him. The little victories.
I wouldn't have if not for the lantern.
The first shower from the Viscera. Is Minthara dead for me? Yeah. Minthara will be alive on the next run. But she is dead on this one. What should I do for lunch today? That's a good question. That's a real good question. I thought about ordering, some wings, but then I was like, I'm 30. I don't feel like having diarrhea today. Hey, GT. Wings do sound delicious, right? I know wings give you diarrhea. The hot ones from... I didn't make them myself. When you have sensitive internal workings already and have aged out of the point where you could ignore that.
Brothers, sister, pray with me while we wait.
I'm not worthy.
The absolute war drums beat
Barbecue wings are yummy. Yeah.
How may I serve?
Alright, we have some amount of money again. The Lantarv called me a slut, and the day is going great. Getting everything I need. Everything I deserve.
Ever at your service.
Sunbeam scroll for eventual use on Cazador? I can buy that in Act 3. Or steal it. Roland's dead, so we'll have the Leroican projection right away, and I can abduct and steal from that.
And on.
Slut affectionate.
Not if you keep them lips together.
Quiet! Yes.
Alright, there's a paladin downstairs. I'm not sure if I could take him in a fight. So let's see. You. Guess there's the torturers too. I still haven't dealt with them. I guess the play here is I pre-Spirit Guardians, I offhand shot, hope I hit, react Divine Strike for a surprise round.
Arrested for assault.
Didn't hit it fast enough. Skill issue. Seven. With reeling, you can only hit me on a max roll. I can ability drain your strength by 1. I like that. It's a 50-50. Either you hit him or you don't, right? Hit rate, psychic damage is a damage type. Very good. Very reliable. Okay, that went well.
Keeping pace.
Because I still have Spit Guard. For at least an amount of time. Alright, confusion is something I have to be aware of here.
Fleet of foot.
They can probably still target me. Oh, chose a dash, that's good. And pizza rolls for lunch, nice. What other games do I play? I did play through the recent, the new Doom game. I played some Balatro, playing some of the Oblivion, remake. Waiting for the new Pokemon game to come out. Play lots of stuff. Cyberpunk, one of my favorite games in recent years. Of course you missed. Decided let's get silly with it. Sure. Push was uncharacteristically smart. You chose Cloud of Daggers over Confusion. Interesting decision. Good fight. Yeah, I'm genuinely not sure why they chose Cloud of Daggers over Confusion. Like, they chose Blindness and Cloud of Daggers. I know the list of spells they have. They have Blindness, Cloud of Daggers, Confusion, Eldritch Blast, with Repelling Blast. They will knock you into the Cloud of Daggers. They're smart like that. I don't know why they didn't choose Confusion. Doesn't make sense to me. It was their best click.
What have we here?
Okay. Used by the lack of confusion. Never punish the answer.
Toning things down. What's yours is mine. They won't see me coming. Best foot forward.
I'm gonna fight this Zealot. I should probably put on Radiant Res, but I don't think I'm gonna fight him right now. Finding Pearl at the moment's too easy. Don't know. I expect it to be hard though. I mean, they... Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl of Cynthia is like one of the hardest vanilla Pokemon encounters. But like that's Cynthia. For the rest of the game it's kinda like, eh. Play Radical Red? I do play Radical Red. It's been a while since I've touched my playthrough, but yeah, I do play Radical Red. Rants? What am I ranting about, Manatee? We could go for He Who Was. Not picking up the Ledger this time. So I think I do just throw him in the chasm. That would require more strength than I currently have, and I don't want to trade off Bloodlust yet. I guess I thin out Balthazar's forces now. Whatever you want, make it cathartic. Ooh, let me think about it. I don't have a topic in mind right now. Sometimes I gotta get myself in the right headspace to rant, you know? I'm not there yet. Give it a little bit. I have to prepare protection from poison here. This doesn't stop Cloud Kill from hurting me, but it will give me resistance to the damage. We're gonna allow Balthazar to Cloud Kill me, I think. I can help. What's the best paladin build? The one you enjoy the most.
Bring me a femur bone. A good one, not the one with the marrow drops.
Hardcore Nuzlocke's a Pokemon, WoW Classic, Hardcore, Skyrim 1 Life Modded, BG3 Solo Honor. I don't actually do too much in like the permadeath sphere outside of Honor Mode. Like this is the first sort of permadeath running that I've really gotten into. I've dabbled, but like never like this. I don't really know why.
Bring me a liver. And I don't want to see any bite marks.
Defender of the people.
Never, master. Where's that bloody embalming thing now?
Pick up Construct Slaying? No?
Let us make short work of this.
Couldn't beat the boredom challenge with Skyrim. Yeah, Skyrim is... I don't love Skyrim. Oblivion, though.
It will be a kindness to put an end to your follies.
9 damage. Failed to save. Rolled terribly. It is DC 18. Say you adore Oblivion? Yeah, I'm an adoring fan of Oblivion. Of course.
You shall live to regret
So I could be immune to Cloud Kill by using a poison resistance elixir here if I wanted to, but I decided I don't want to switch off of the Bloodlust elixir, because I can potentially get some mileage out of it in other fights. So we're allowing damage to happen. Avoidable damage. I only have one Arcane Interference arrow now, right? Balthazar does have shield. I don't want to send the other one. Breaking that concentration's annoying. I just try to knock him prone. Really? Wyll? Took 1 damage, lost concentration. Sure. Good job, Flesh. Proud of you, buddy. I liking Death Cleric so far. Seems like got some cool stuff going for it. It's really cool, Biffs. Something that I really appreciate about it is it gives 2 things that clerics didn't have access to that a lot of other casters do. And one is a good attack roll ranged cantrip. And that's Bone Chill. And 2 is access to temp HP. And that is always prepared false life. It's really nice. Hey Felicia, how are you? I believe I resolved that thing. Think. Oh, we have electrified water now, I guess. I don't really want that to hit me. Or this morning, cool. No sleep till Merkle today? Highly doubt it, Kels, but we are only 4 hours in, so like, I don't know, we'll see. Flesh. He's out of spell slots. Yeah, great work, as always, Felicia. Electrified water is a happy accident, but I'll work with it. Definitely not already thinking about future ones I want down the line. That's how the emote addiction starts, Quag can tell you. It's true. I'm pretty sure I phrased it the same exact way when we were talking about it a couple weeks ago. wasn't even a couple weeks ago, was it? It was like a week ago. Oh, amount of time, whatever. Time makes sense. Flush can't hit me there, right? Well, hopefully. Mass Effect 2 vets, would you all say it's better to have my ship upgrade their ammo powers be squad wide or more damage? If your Shepherd has ammo powers, you're already not doing something that I would do. I usually just have a squad mate give squad ammo, and then I will keep mine for stronger versions for myself if I want them.
Coming through.
Go for Balthazar. Sure, you can have that. Go for Balthazar. And that works too. My favorite thing in Risk of Rain 2, gasoline 3D printer. Oh, gasoline's so good. I might actually play Risk of Rain 2. I might pick up the DLC. Alright, don't kill Balthazar. I might pick up the DLC now that they've finished the roadmap there. We'll see. Misty step away. Or do that. He's throwing. He's throwing. Alright, he had to use shield. Like Girardi. Shout out. Is it worth using a Misty Step here? Do I have a transposition arrow by any chance? No. Dimension Door? I really want to use Misty Step if I can avoid it. I only have 2 scrolls there. We'll use Dimension Door.
This is my time.
One with Warp Ammo's Jack, usual go-to squad is a mix of Zaid, Kasumi, Thane, and Morden. Zaid has Disruptor ammo, does he not? Did I misremember that?
See if there's anything you need. We don't know when the next blow might land.
That means if he has Squad Disruptor and you have Inferno rounds, you have everything covered. Because how often do barriers actually matter? They don't. I know it's not ME3 Disruptor where it works on barriers too, but who cares about barriers? There was something specific I wanted to buy and I forgot. Peerless Focus. Peerless Focus. I wasn't focused on getting the Peerless Focus. A garage then, I guess. Mass Effect 2, though, warp ammo quite handy against bugs on insanity difficulty. Yeah, but like so is Inferno. Inferno covers flesh and armor. Or warp covers barriers, but how often do barriers matter? There's 3 Praetorians in the game, and you can just route in heavy ammo for all 3 of them. So who cares?
Welcome back, true soul. You've come in the spirit of trade, I hope.
On Insanity, all collectors have barriers? Yeah, weak ones. Outside of Harbinger and Praetorians, there's no barriers worth mentioning. Biggest use case for warp ammo is probably Harbinger. But depending on how you're doing your area clear, Harbinger doesn't spawn often anyway. Like, the way you deal with Harbinger is you let him chill and you kill everyone else, and then you kill Harbinger. So that you don't get more than one of them. Buy this mud method thing in case I want to craft poison res. We are going to need to take a trip to Dareth, though. Replace this Sleet Storm. Horizon mission on Insanity became a meme in the community, hands down hardest part in the trilogy. I think a lot of that, Sylvanas, is mostly just people not handling Praetorian well. Because, like, outside of Praetorian and what, the 2 Scion room on some classes, is any of that actually hard? I don't feel like it is. And again, I'm not good at video games. I mean, like, I guess if you're an adept who doesn't know how to use Singularity well, Horizon is hard. I guess it's not common knowledge that Singularity animation locks things, but like, does anyone else not have the tech to deal with? Getting through armor is fine. You have Incinerate or Warp or Reave or Inferno Grenade. Praetorian isn't hard, the initial wave is. 2 Scions, dozen of armored husks. Yeah, but like, the husk is just like, walk away from them gently. Take a brisk stroll. The husks only matter if they hit you, because then they animation lock you. So it's just, you don't let the first one hit you. The Scions, yeah, we agree on that. The double Scion part is legitimately hard. But like, husks is like, hey, walk. Tweedledope, thank you for the 6 months. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Well?
Dareth does have the maths I'm after.
She's she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Use a short rest potion here, get my spell slots back. Problem on Horizons is the combo of collectors and husks simultaneously. Yeah, just keep away with the husks. I suppose you could end up in a situation where playing keep away with the husks takes you out of cover and the collectors start shooting you. But I don't know, it's like a positioning thing. Just make sure there's a wall nearby that you just get around. I played a lot of Mass Effect 2 when it was new, so my perspective on this could be skewed, but I was in high school at the time. I had a lot of shit going on, so Mass Effect 2 was my outlet. I put a lot of hours into that game in like the first year of it being out. Like insanity on every class. All of that. You on every class? Yes. Yes, you on every class. To this day, Mass Effect 2 is still my favorite of the trilogy. Husks on their own aren't bad. It's when there's a ranged unit accompanying them, so you gotta pick between keep away or cover. Kind of. It was amazed how much story and stuff there was to do. Didn't get bored of all the dialogue. Had me hooked. Yeah, it was really interesting to me how they did something instead of... You know how sequels tend to go, like, bigger in terms of the scale? Like, the scope of the game? They're like, alright, we gotta have even more shit than the previous one. Mass Effect 2 didn't do that. It's like, alright, we're doing less. Smaller. More focused. And it worked. At least I think it worked. Hang on 1 second. There's a bug on my wall. I want to kill it.
See any movement out there?
Too dark to tell.
I bet they're close. Watching us.
Alright, I don't think I actually got it. I think I just knocked it down. But... Oh well. The spider I let live a couple days ago, where are you? Do your job. Kept Miranda on my team for reasons. See, you can beat the allegations here, Carrion, because even outside of reasons, she's just objectively the most powerful squad mate in that game. So you got an excuse. Hey, Tony Har, I have to tell you something. You're a good dude. No, you. Thank you. It's very nice of you to say. Hey, why's my cam doing this? Think of a rant topic? No, I forgot. I should be ranting about something. No, I'm too chill right now.
Go on, find someone. I'm not going back. I don't.
Wherever on.
Rant about spiders. I don't have strong opinions about spiders. I don't walk any of my podcasts. Rant about people that kill spiders. I mean, this doesn't count for the rant, but As long as it's not, like, in my bed or on my food or something. If a spider's just on a wall somewhere, I'll let it chill because it's gonna eat the more annoying stuff anyway. So, like, we have an arrangement. Just stay away from my consumables and from my sleeping arrangement, and we're good. We're chilling. Is it my turn? It's not mine. Oh yeah, Garandel's still around. Or about her. Not my bed, food, or shower. Shower I care less about because, like, I'm just throwing the water on. It's fine. You sneezing, cat? You good? So what we're doing now is I want to sneak in and minor illusion mummy away. So I can 1v1 mummy without anyone else being in the turn order. This will maybe allow me to not need the Peerless Focus Elixir, but we'll have to see. That's just stare at bugs like they're in a zoo. Standing in a bright area. I didn't want to have to pop the Peerless Focus, but we're doing it. It's just simpler that way.
Making my move.
Turn those off. We're not going to be using them here.
Today you fall.
Topic has come up a lot. I'd be interested to see your thoughts on Claire Obscura, and I think it'd be BG3 as Game of the Year, at least in the same year. I hate comparing things. I already don't like that framing, but I am remaining in the dark mechanically and story-wise on Claire Obscura because I do want to play it. It may end up being stream content. I haven't made a decision on that. It's something I have an interest in, but I have not played or seen any of yet. Most likely the way it would slot in terms of my current schedule is when I'm doing fewer co-ops. Blade Eldritch Knight, the Reverb, Moving Blade, 4 attacks. It's just that Soundgasm every round hits different. Missed the reverb rate. I think we fixed it. It's certainly something. Alright, so for the Oliver fight, the only things that give XP are Mummy and Daddy. $180 there. 180 there. 360. Nothing else gives XP there, so just wanted to make sure I took care of those. I don't need to be on the Peerless Focus anymore, but I don't want to switch back to Bloodlust. Since I don't have any 3rd level spell slots, we're gonna swap out Spirit Guardians. To create water. Do I have a lightning arrow? No? Oh wait, no I do. I just can't see.
I'll make my own fun if I have to. And my own
Besides the dome more? Yeah. Oh, game just said no to that? Alright, cool. It's fine, I guess. That won't be electrified anymore.
Let me show you my favorite toy.
Do you like the idea of just throwing glyphs at it? If we can get your conditions, we might have spaghetti. Mm-hmm. Broke my sanctuary.
Making my move.
I want spaghetti, why am I so suggestible? You like nice things. Nothing wrong with that. The Korea water didn't work out quite the way I hoped either cast, but it's okay.
I know just what to do.
Chocolate. More of a salty gal, both in food and temperament. What if salty chocolate? Which was my nickname before you asked. Counterpoint, chips? I'm not really a chips enjoyer. That's probably blasphemous. I'm neutral at best on chips. I like chewing things. Like I like the crunch, but like, I don't know. There's more downsides than upsides from where I'm sitting. It's because you don't have the superior Canadian flavors. You know, that I do believe.
Why couldn't you just think I'm not leaving? He's nothing even when it was scary. But would he even want me back? So I'd like... Bye.
So, Garangoth is our next chunk. I think maybe we try to get signed trade visa on Karlach. The shove is going to be a tall order on Wyll without athletics proficiency. So I'm thinking we guidance Cloud Giant. Excuse me. Excuse me. I could go for Talkie Talkie, but meh. You don't have to excuse that one. That was excessive.
Two steps at a time.
Alright. Now we're gonna wait. Spamming right-click at dialogues does sometimes choose the first answer. Does it happen to you guys? Yeah, that's a patch 8 thing. It's very annoying. Sometimes you gotta be very careful.
They won't see me coming. Two steps at a time.
Was the continue bug but worse because you never know what'll happen? Correct. She's a booty, respect? It's all armor. It's fake, Kels. It's fake. Look. It's fake. What an annoying bug. Extremely. Patch 8. In there. I won't be greedy. Could Timmy them. Do like how they're grouped now, though. Brings her down to 7. Take the gold. The unsigned trade visa. That's a separate item from the signed trade visa. Leave Twist of Fortune for Karlach. With Jerry on that anguished screaming. About anything in particular, or is that just the vibe?
Finders keepers.
Booming Blade makes me want to revisit Thunder item set, maybe on an Evo Wizard. thing to keep in mind with Booming Blade is it's not a thunder spell. As far as the game's concerned, it is a spell, but it doesn't do thunder damage. Thunder damage happens when you hit someone, but Booming Blade doesn't do thunder damage as far as the game is concerned. So you need to do some extra legwork. I didn't know that. That's a fun fact. The icon and everything. Yeah. So, like, if you wanted Thunder Infusion, Ring of Elemental Infusion, you would need to get a source of Thunder damage on your weapon, other than Booming Blade. But because that's how it works, if you have Spell Sparkler, and you get Lightning Charges, and then you Booming Blade, you'll get Lightning Infusion. Because you did a spell that did lightning damage. But this does also mean that Marco Heschker doesn't see Booming Blade. A couple other things. Necklace of Elemental Augmentation doesn't see Booming Blade. This check is fake. If you fail, just exit and try again. Just like that makes me angry. Just why? Design oversight. Bug oversight, somewhere in between. But like, let me pose it this way. Does Booming Blade need to be any stronger than it is? I know I want things to work in a way that makes something resembling sense. Just across the board. That's a good thing to strive for. But correcting it now would make Booming Blade stronger. And do we need that? Bonuses to play in solo, just more challenge? Just more challenge. Alright, 3.6k off the level. What do we got left? He Who Was? I have no spell slots. I don't really want to commit another short rest potion right now. Do I need spell slots to deal with He Who Was? No, I'm on Cloud Giant right now. Let's go do that.
You mean to reach Moonrise, and I've orders to help you. The path to the towers is drenched in blackness so deep even a torch cannot quell it. Yet the cultists have found a way to move freely. Whatever this method, you must claim it. A cultist convoy crosses the land as we speak. I've ready
Does
an
it?
ambush. Say the word, and we fly.
At least I have dialogue to account for this.
Isabel's blessing is a palliative, not a cure. Some shadows even her magic can't counter. What? Hideous beast. Oh, it's a miracle you're alive. Holy hells. And their means of safe passage. Do you have it?
Shrug.
Is that it then? Just as I'm no stranger to this, but there will be more chance, even in deep. You will.
Alright. Oh, I can see the emote. I can see it. I look so upset. I mean, I was. Pick the maximum Angie frame. Feel perceived. I don't love that. I don't love that.
What's that? Quite on the slide. Every step counts.
A 3.
And I'm off.
So much for that quest. Remember, I can only pick up the ledger on one character. So I'm opting to save that for Karlach, so she can get a little more XP than Wyll can. Guess logically speaking, eagles are the next thing I should be fighting. Eagles are more Moonrise. Shouldn't have switched off the Peerless Focus, because I still have Lurthendor, I just remembered. Alright, Lurthendor with no spell slots, let's go. Wish Legion got more screen time. They're such a fascinating character. Yeah, Legion is really interesting because in the game files, Legion has like dialogue and reactivity for a bunch of early game stuff. Like, there's dialogue for Legion in the Quarantine Zone on Omega. So at some point in development, you were supposed to have access to Legion far earlier. Tossing Milkers and something's probably enough, unless you want the hat. I'm thinking I probably want the hat. I haven't recruited Gale yet. Lolth worshipping cleric is no check on Shar Necrotic Res buff, correct? Yes, exile. Any evil deity. So Lolth, Tiamat, Talos, Grumsh. Any evil deity except for Shar. Yeah, spoon tricks. Do void bulbs because I'm feeling frugal. Bossing Milk was my nickname in high school. I'm sorry. That must have been rough for you.
Silence is golden.
This guy's buggy enough on this patch that I feel even less bad about dealing with him this way.
The rat utters a
Checking things out.
Leave those there. I don't have anything in mind other than selling them, and I don't need money right now, so. I do have to figure out how I want to handle the door here. Technically, I only need 3 of the gems if I use the jump to get down there. So I can afford to take 1 if need be, but I'd rather avoid that too. If I save the Nox roll for Karlach, she doesn't need any of them. Means I can pick up all of them on Wyll, get the XP. But if I take the Nox roll on Wyll, then I can get more XP off Karlach by putting the gems in. Technically, the stuff that's tied to XP is just the kills in Soft Step and Self-Same, and then the XP for putting a gem in the elevator. So you only need 1 gem for max XP on each. I could attempt to start dealing with more Moonrise, but again, I don't know how I feel about that on no spell slots.
Not if you keep them lips clamped together.
And the dreamscape.
Yes.
Let's get it done.
Aura of Protection can't save you, Paladins. You saw that pop up too. I was very amused. It's like the delusional version of I have evasion. It's oh, I have Aura of Protection. Imagine if Aura was advantage in saving throws. That'd make it sometimes better, sometimes not as good. But also, that just kind of puts it in an even harsher light, because remember, barbarians just get advantage on dex saves at level 2. It's just a thing that they have. Nuh-uh, I have Aura of Anti-Gravity. What about Uncle Gravity, huh? Don't men get it up already? I saw it for a second. I seen it. You guys seen it too, right? Tom Foolery like that's not allowed here. Nice tunes. Inside view, there are 2 wolves. One of them likes the performing arts. Make a paladin monk named Lucario. Don't do Lucario dirty like that. Adept Mola with War God's bullshit is gonna present an issue. If I'm efficient enough about this, it could be fine. Well, a Morning Frost or Spell Sparkler for this? I think Spell Sparkler.
You witnessed assaulting.
Hello.
Finding my way.
In my headcanon, Death Ward saves them from the initial impact, leaves them grievously wounded, bones sticking out everywhere, and they bleed out after a few agonizing seconds. They threw the dude off the edge. Yeah, yeah. I like that explanation too. Why does the game force the player to pinpoint a specific frame and where you can throw an NPC to chasm? Why can't you just throw the NPC and not just spend so many minutes trying to spot the frame for death? Is it a coding problem? Just that's the way Larian wants it to be. So the reason why it works that way is to throw someone at any spot, you need to be able to actually see the destination. You need to be able to see where you are and then the target point and kind of like the arc in which the thing you're throwing would go. The reason why you're looking for a pixel is it needs to be a spot that the character can see. This is why pushing is easier than throwing in some regards for putting things into chasms, because you don't need to be able to see where they'll end up. They just need to be able to actually follow that path without hitting an invisible wall. So this is why you'll see some places I will opt for a push, even though a throw would be safer if it would work. It's just because the throw angle is a pain in the ass to get or impossible to get. Moonrise Roof, for example. I opt for push there because you don't need to be able to see the bottom. I'm trying to preclude the possibility of War God's Blessing, but I think it needs to be changed, make it easier, just find the way it is. I think it's fine the way it is. Which means there's a bit of a learning curve to it. Nice dash, I guess. One, thank for explaining that. I'm sure I'll need it later too. Looked up serious exclamation, my favorite giggle, and BD3. Hi. Hi, Fenrir.
Watch and learn.
That went well. Good use of Ice Storm because Necromites are bludgeoning vuln. We even followed up and made good use of the electrified water. Feel good about that. There's a garden here. I'll try to talk him into letting me be in there. At least he's not that high, right? Buddy.
This is a restricted area. Time to explain yourself.
I belong here.
Will be restricting you to a cell.
So I have advantage on the intimidation one, but far fewer bonuses. Let's go with better act as if I'm allowed to be here rather than admit you let me get this far. Just roll good. Cool. Now that I'm allowed to be here. Bone Chill Hand looks like it's punching people in the face sometimes. It does. See how it says path is interrupted whenever I'm looking for a spot here? Because I need to be able to see the entire arc. But I can see it here. Or Wyll can see it, I should say, more accurately. Well, I have a permit card. It's a piece of paper with I can do what I want written on it. But like the audacity of a heavily armed, a horny guy saying that, you'd probably keep your head down, right? I would. Being on higher ground makes it easier for you to throw, as you can see what you're throwing. Being on low ground, is that how it works? Mostly, yeah. But not always. The example I gave earlier of Moonrise Roof, well, it's high enough and the walls on the side are high enough that you can't really see over, so there's not very many throw angles, but there are push angles, because you just need to be able to push them over the edge. You don't need to be able to see. So, like, I can do this throw into this chasm from the stairs specifically, because I'm higher up, so I can see over it. I wouldn't be able to do it from, let's say, down here. But from down there, if I have enough strength, like from a Cloud Giant, for example, I could push over the side. Because I don't need to be able to see the destination. I just need enough strength to actually force them to take that path. Does that make sense? Makes sense, thank you. You're welcome.
We are each of us threads in her design. Even those.
I don't know if they fixed Adept Mola's AI. I mean, they highly doubt they did. Munition Mola will aggro if you aggro someone else near them. So let's deal with these others first. In order to move between different acts as you're doing, you need a mod? No. The vanilla feature. You are able to move freely between the first 3 maps of the game as much as you want until you go into the Shadowfell to talk to Daemalin. That's the point where you lose access to the previous maps. It is a vanilla feature. You're grabbing people to throw them, TPing to the waypoint to abduct them like a story about aliens in the 90s. Exactly, Goat Priest. First time chatter. Exactly right. I could fight them straight up, but I don't feel like doing it without spell slots. So I'm just doing it this way. Because we're approaching a level up. And I want to hit level 10. It'd be comfy. And also funny. Even when I am throwing around Moonrise guards like this, I tend to do it different ways. Like, this is the first time that I've actually used the stairs like this. I suspected that the stairs would work. And I think I've done it to Scrying Eyes before, but I wasn't sure that I had an angle for throwing people. Turns out I do. So now I'm just kind of doing that. Probably the only time I tried, I'd spoken with her because I remembered instant death. Yep. Yep. If you've been to the Shadowfell, then the game will let you try to go backwards, but you'll game over. Any distance restriction, how far you can fast travel with guard, cradle lovingly in your arms. You can throw them at the goblins if you want in Act 1. It has to be in the same load zone. So, anything in the Shadow Curse lands, I could take someone in this map, too. But speaking of goblins, you could bring goblins to the Underdark. You could bring Duergar from the Grimforge to the Goblin Camp, because that's the same load zone. You mentioned a while back where you don't exploit like gold, quality of life, instead of being a loot goblin. Do the grab and TPing to another location and exploit. You could absolutely view it as one. There's certain things some people are okay with doing, other people are not okay with doing. Some people don't like improvised melee, that whole sphere of stuff you can do with it. Some people don't mind. Some people do the vendor stuff, some people don't. I'm okay with the improvised melee stuff because the way I view it, it's something that I could do through other means. It's just this is something available to a bunch of runs. It's a fundamental game mechanic that you can just do if you have enough strength and technical know-how. And on some level, I am still having to work within certain restrictions. Like, for example, this half-orc is too heavy for me to pick up without a Cloud Giant Elixir. So, part of why I've been dealing with everyone around the half-orc is because, like, I have to decide what to do about this, whether I want to expend the resource there. So to me, that preserves enough I'm actually thinking about what I'm doing, that I don't mind it, having to deal with things like that. But that's just me subjectively. You're not wrong if you're like, hey, it feels a little weird, I don't want to do that in my runs. Absolutely, then apply that logic to your runs. With the vendor stuff, I don't find it interesting to get every item from every vendor in the game for free without having to manage my gold, so I don't do that. But if you're fine with that at your runs, then you do that. Not judging. I didn't think you were. I figured I'd just explain my perspective.
Brothers.
Yeah.
Sister.
That's a good question.
Pray with me while we wait.
I'm not worthy. I never learned the words.
You did.
What's the vendor stuff? So there's 1,001 ways to break this game's in-game economy. There's a ton of stuff you can do to vendors, both in and outside the bounds of, like, intended game mechanics.
What's this now?
From selling a pact-bound weapon that can't actually leave your inventory, but still getting the money. That's a popular one. There's also, in most patches of the game, there's been some variety of, hey, I'm gonna put all of this vendor's stock into a backpack, and then step 2, depending on your preference, depending on the patch, is either move the backpack to your inventory for free, or kill them sometimes. And there's always another vendor exploit. There's always at least one in the game. A huge part of the player base really latches onto them, which is why they're one of the things Larian has consistently gone after in every patch, because people on, like, Reddit and Twitter don't shut the fuck up about it, so instead of getting bug fixes for, like, items and core game features that don't or have never worked, we've gotten a vendor loophole closed every single numbered patch. Thanks for the gold. What determines an NPC's weight is just the race or equipment as well? It's the race. So half-orcs and Dragonborn are slightly heavier than other medium-sized creatures. Almost all medium-sized creatures are 75 kilos here. Half-orcs and Dragonborn are 100, which puts them outside the realm of what you can pick up and carry with just Hill Giant strength. You need, I believe, 24 strength to carry that size, if not 26. Fish Bucket Dead Companion is the one I see the most now. Right. Would you describe, what use the most common now? I thought they fixed most of them. The one Denied mentioned. The second most common one is the packed weapon thing I mentioned. You just have a pack-bound weapon and you just keep trying to sell it. It can't leave your inventory, but, like, you get the money. Often comes down to time versus difficulty to me. The majority of things give people an icky feeling, just save time and not fundamentally making things less difficult. Right. It's totally a subjective thing. Like this, the improvised melee stuff. We can directly compare it to what I just did to this one guy with a combination of minor illusion, musical performance, and then a shove. We achieved the same result, it's just this was slower. Same thing happened. The guy's dead, I got his XP, can't get his loot. there was no combat. So I kind of view them interchangeably. Some people view the game's economy like that, because there are ways to get everything you want in the game, even without use of exploits. It just takes time. Sleight of hand is an intended route to that. There's an entire skill for it. Certain vendors drop their gold on death, but this also extends to when you knock them out. So as soon as you have access to the Emerald Grove, which is a couple minutes into the game, you could go into the Tiefling Kid's hideout, turn on non-lethal damage, punch Mole in the head, take her money, long rest, and do it again. Do it until you're satisfied with how much money you have, because she will drop more gold every day. That's something that's always been in the game, still works on current patch, infinite money. But it takes time. Why is it a problem that Larian wants to fix? Only experienced players would do it. It's just punishing experienced players or focus bugs that affect the new normal players who be playing the game for the first time. So I think it's a problem when the squeaky wheel gets the grease. And what that means, if anyone doesn't know that saying, is the people who complain the loudest are the most heard. So you have certain sections of the fandom that are active on social media platforms, for example, that advocate for the changes they want to see, regardless of whether those changes are founded in being good for the game, necessary at all, or worth the limited resources and time for post-launch changes to the game. These things are going to happen because if Larian's got their eyes on the social media platforms and they see a particular topic trending, they're going to fix that one. They're going to prioritize that one. So you have examples like the Amulet of Baal, an item that the game tells you to get in the main story. Everyone except Dirge, if you want to beat the game without exploits, you have to go get that item. It's necessary. Has never worked in Honor Mode. Its combat function, the thing it tells you on the card that it does not work in Honor Mode. It has never worked in Honor Mode. So since December of 2023, no effect in the game's hardest difficulty. That never even gets mentioned, but we get a vendor exploit fix every single numbered patch. I know which thing I would find more worthy of resource allocation to fix, but it goes back to who complains the loudest. Is this rant time? I guess this is the rant, Vanity. Yeah. I guess this is the rant. My perspective, as someone who knows more of how the game works than some other players, and as someone who prioritizes engaging with the gameplay mechanics, tinkering, build crafting, just challenge runs, all that stuff, the actual gameplay, I prioritize things working. I want features to work how they say they do. That's my baseline. That's my goal. I want bug fixes so that stuff functions. But that's not the priority of every kind of player, because people consume differently. Where it gets detrimental, again, in my perspective, is when you see enough players advocating for something that is based on their lack of understanding of how the game works, or their lack of awareness of a long-standing issue that would benefit everyone to fix. So, that's why things like the House of Grief being nerfed 6-7 times don't make sense to me, because those same players are still complaining that it's too hard, because they never did the introspection to realize, oh, my strategy needs to change. They're like, oh, no, it's a difficulty spike, it's too hard. No, it's not. You just aren't taking the hint. We have things like vendor exploits being addressed before some items in the game just don't work. The clothes that Lantarv sells, the ones that give you Constitution and say they give you Wrath while raging, the Constitution part works. The effect, the giving you Wrath part, has never functioned in the entirety of the game. Never functioned. As Little Cream Squirt mentioned, the Battle Mage's Power Gloves, it did not work at all until patch 8. From the beginning of the game, from launch, did not work until patch 8. I would prefer stuff like that gets fixed rather than stuff like the vendor stuff, which is opt in, opt out. It's a shortcut at the end of the day. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. But it's not meaningfully affecting your enjoyment, whether people are doing that or not, because it's not affecting the game's balance. It's not affecting until we get to the issue of if they can only fix one thing, they're going to fix what people complain about louder. Then it's affecting other players because the devs are going to focus their resources, again, their limited time and resources, on changing something that doesn't need to be changed instead of fixing something that has never worked. At the end of the day, I want things to work. That's my perspective. Is that a magic glove in my inventory? Yes. From a summon Woodwood? Yes. We tried that with Shadowblade? Haven't bothered. It'll do exactly how It'll do exactly what I think it'll do. No. Shadowblade main hand, or Shadowblade offhand, Magic Glove main hand, poke with offhand, get bonus bludgeoning on your psychic. Amulet of Ball, if it worked, would be a gold mine of build crafting. It would be really cool. Watch Quag wipe out entire vendors in Act 3 with the right setup without being remotely close to failing sleight of hand. Yeah, there's an entire skill for it. How was the House of Grief nerfed? I would assume Raphael is the hardest part in the House of Grief. Complained about because it's singing the fight so good, people don't complain. Well, nothing about Raphael needs to be nerfed. They have nerfed the Raphael fight by giving Hope a free Death Ward, for example. But the House of Grief has received a bunch of nerfs. For example, Radiant Retort was removed from almost every enemy in Act 3. Only Viconia and then 3 of the guards upstairs outside have Radiant Retort. Everyone else in the House of Grief used to have it too. It's gone. The darkness cast by shards there used to do damage. It no longer does damage. The darkness cast by shards there used to last 10 turns. It now lasts 2 turns. Viconia's Divine Intervention is now incapable of hurting Shadowheart, and is capable of hurting Viconia. Yes, you heard that right. Her Divine Intervention hits herself. They have nerfed the House of Grief multiple times. The counterpoint is that before players have enough game knowledge, some exploits make it so players never have to learn certain systems. That's true. Notice anything for the most recent fix today? No. We'll leave Argument Solver for Karlach. Notice leveling up and multiclassing is working better. Was there something wrong with it before, or? I love watching a solo challenge run by you with you doing a hard roleplay, basically making choices considering what your other character really do with its own awareness and other things. That's something I'm open to doing at some point. Yeah, Aldo Mackie. I'd really like to see them prioritize the game-breaking bugs like Stars Druid. Me too. Hopefully we get that with time. Had that crashing with certain items in the inventory a lot, always triggered when I was playing Star Druid for some reason, so glad they fixed that. Hopefully they have actually meaningfully fixed that, because Stars Druid has been rife with issues. Which is stuff that you would think they would have caught during a 2-month stress test window, but I guess it follows that the stress test wasn't a stress test. It was early access, labeled a stress test. There is a difference. What is the Stars Druid issue? How much time you got, Tinny? Do we know whether Stars Corruption's actually fixed or not? No idea. So Say's files are working again, not sure about other sources. It's good to hear that Say's files are working again. The problem wasn't specifically mentioned as what was happening, so I am unsure. I could try to load up my Stars Druid save and see if it works at some point. Maybe I try that after stream today. But I've not heard anything Arkwell, so fingers crossed.
Silence is gold.
Oh, you're still AI broken.
Toning things down. What's yours is mine. Ever onward.
So many reactions, yeah.
Your family.
Let's do you next. Love to see the dash coordination fight you and Mark getting into before it broke. Blade Singer was finally gonna rock some Stars Road Ranger added in. Yeah, it's really unfortunate that it went the way it did. But hey, if that save file works again, maybe maybe Mark and I play it out. That is if he didn't delete it, which I would have deleted it. Only reason I didn't delete my broken run is I forgot about it. Almost done clearing Moonrise. We'll hit the level off Harper's, I think. Note from the fix only mentions Stars Druid Starry Form being removed by Shadow Curse, which felt like a cool downside to such a strong class unless I missed something. They mentioned something about auras, which wasn't specific to Stars Druid. So it could be related, but I don't know. But yeah, the change they mentioned about Starry Form being removed by Shadow Curse, them labeling that a bug, unless that was causing the behind-the-scenes issues somehow, we can only tell with so many lines of text, but that seems like a misrepresentation because Starry Forms are light sources. Wraiths remove light sources temporarily when they have their Aura Vile Oblivion on. The only way your Starry Form got removed in the Shadow Curse lands was, you guessed it, a Wraith's Aura Vile Oblivion. If the Wraith didn't have it on, it didn't go away. And as soon as the Aura ended, you got it back. So where's the bug? Because that's the same exact way a torch works. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It's either a misrepresentation, an omission of something that was happening under the hood, or the people who made the changes and the people who wrote the notes didn't communicate with each other clearly. Which are all possibilities. Shouldn't be related to the issue. My crashing happened before Wraiths and got worse and worse in Act 3. This guy's another AI broken one, but if I attack him, it often triggers a crime response in the room out here, and Roa usually responds to that. Which is something I don't want to deal with. So let's continue by dealing with the other guards first. Maybe the styrofoam effect was intended to remain even if the light source is turned off temporarily, like they wanted the light to go off, not the whole styrofoam effect. But if the power comes from the light, it still logically makes sense. So, like, I'll give the benefit of the doubt and assume that, okay, maybe there's more information and they just didn't feel like explaining thoroughly. But with what I know about how it works as someone who dives into stuff on the player side, it was logically consistent with how other things work in the game. But again, I'm not a dev. I can't claim to know. That applies to both how things work under the hood and to whatever their creative vision is. I don't see a good angle here. This side works better. Sure, it'd be cool if their communications showed they have as much knowledge as their player base. I don't ever expect that, so Black. Remember, the people who write notes, the people who make the changes, and the people who direct the overall state of things, they're all different people. Also, big game, can't expect even people who made it to know everything about how it's working. Also, they're very much in maintenance mode. So I don't expect that anyone who actually knows how anything works under the hood in the game is still working on the game. And that anytime an issue comes up, whoever is still there for the maintenance team is having to learn on the fly. So I don't want to necessarily downplay that their life is probably pretty difficult. But yeah. Definitely different people. Disclaimer, speculation, guessing. Could be an issue like with the lava elemental, or was originally intended to be one way. They changed their minds based on ease of implementation. Yeah, Arkwell. Arkwell's example there, the lava elemental that's running around in Grimforge, as of patch 8, it is permanently hostile to players. Even if you don't do anything, it's just hostile. Starting in patch 7, people were noticing an issue where sometimes it wouldn't go hostile ever. Like, you couldn't actually get it into combat with you. So, the speculation is that they fixed that issue by just making it always angry. But that has the downside of there used to be dialogue you could have with the lava elemental that is no longer accessible because it's now always hostile. So, clearly, based on that information, they made a change based on what would solve the most easily. Which, I can't argue with that logic. Sometimes that's just what you have to do. Say what? You could talk to the elemental? Uh-huh. Karlach could offer it a hug. It wouldn't accept, but Karlach could offer it a hug. As a software QA engineer myself, cannot imagine what testing a game of this size is like. It's got to be so complex and exhausting. Yeah, for sure. Without a doubt. Thanks for the gold. Oh, I think they missed.
Keeping pace.
Okay. I wonder if you can cast Calm Emotion on the Lava Elemental. Might be time to science. Yeah, worth a test. I would love if they added a layer like that for the interaction. The doors have also been bugged for years, where I sometimes can't tell if a door is open or not. Like, that's open, but, like, no, it isn't. And yeah, that goblin saw me through the door there. But I can't see its sight cone because as far as my side is concerned, the door's closed.
Sure, why not?
The way they fix doors, be real nice.
2 steps at a time.
Lost attitude with these goblins, but there's no one for them to call. There's only one AI broken guard left.
Just focus on the glory to come, yeah? Absolute's picking a fight with the whole damn coast.
And when we win, there'll be loot enough to make us lords.
Aye. Aye.
Pray with me while we
Worth a try.
Love closing doors and instantly ending my turn, resulting in ranged enemies trying to shoot at me but hitting the door. Best bug in the game. 506.
Each can't trust them to sweep this. Thank you.
So we tell this guy to kick these 4 out. They would walk off into the curse and die. But I'm going to kill them while they're on their way out. For 1 XP each. I'm the good guy.
Attack, attack. Tournaments down. Steady now.
Not the miss.
Heading out.
Yeah, they'll be running around near the morgue. But I got their XP, so... No, they won't.
Hit him hard.
Unbattle's such a good track. They agree.
Checking things out.
Well played. Thank you, Quag. So now with this guy, we gotta hope that Roa doesn't get mad. While I'm trying to deal with him.
Silence is gold. Let's get it done.
Good. Okay. Looks like we're good.
Going on the slide. Silence is gold. Time for a chat.
Trash ass AC. Or hit rate, rather. It just hit anyway. Oh, it's that easy. Cool.
Toning things down. Every step counts.
Hey, Andy, you. How are you?
You won't feel a thing.
Cool. Moonrise clear except for 1 XP guy, Araj, Lantar, Roa. And Steelclaw, of course. Steelclaw gets to vibe.
Checking things out.
Standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first.
Good, thank you. Sadly, Sweden's being beat up by Canada at the moment. Oh, is this a sports ball game? I don't follow the athleticals.
Too dark to tell.
I bet they're close. Watching us.
Hockey. Nice. Do I have a telekinesis scroll? It's just always so funny. No? Sad. Alright, one more Harper gets me there.
Yeah? Heapside narrows at nighttime. 2 steps in, and you're likely to become some dagger's new sheath.
Ain't mine expertise.
Guess I never walked over here for Harper Menace to take his normal spot. Weird.
Won't see me coming.
Launch patrols.
Ever onward.
Thank you for the kind words, Andy. To the abyss with the... yeah. Okay. What do I do with level 10? I didn't think about that at all. So, like, we pick up some really good spells. Naturally getting Cloud Kill as a Death Domain Cleric is really fucking good, actually. But all clerics get Flame Strike and Insect Plague at that level, which are also incredible spells. And then Contagion is really good. More so for Act 3 stuff. But it's really good. I guess this ended up being more Death Cleric than Shadow Sorcerer. I was supposed to play Wyll as a Shadow Sorcerer and do like Nimbus stuff, but I don't know, summon management made me go, I'll just keep doing the Timmy build. And then I was like, well, let me just go more Death Cleric, because we're getting more features for that. Hey, Rana. On my last run, co-op, NPCs in the tower, you mentioned the 1 XP ones, went hostile after the Ketheric fight, started fighting Quartermaster Tally, never saw that happen, couldn't intervene either. Incredible. Hey, Blindwood, how are you? Right, we have another 5th level spell slot. I don't want Cure Wounds. Let's get Spirit Guardians back in the mix. I do like Flame Strike. The reason why Flame Strike is so good is it's 2 instances of damage, much like Ice Storm. So that's Lightning Charges twice, that's Callous Glow twice, 2 stacks of Unstoppable, so on and so forth. Real good. Means if you have something like Rhapsody, it'll, instead of being 3 more overall damage, it's 6 more overall damage, because it's 2 instances. So Flame Strike is another example of how Fireball is a terrible spell, because one of the arguments you'll hear, but you can upcast Fireball. Yeah, but you have better spells to use those slots with that fill the same role. Been curious, is this run restricting long resting in some way? It's bugging me seeing all these empty spell slots. No, Goat Priest, I just don't really like long resting. So I don't do it very frequently. There's runners in the challenge running community that hate it even more than I do. Like if he's still here, so black as myself, almost never long rests. Mark the Power Hour, almost never long rests. I don't do it very frequently just because I dislike it. But it's not restricted. That cleric seems really strong. It's really good. Would be good for Merkle at this level up. Insect Plague is nice because with good Call to Weak Threshold, Necromites will go try to heal Merkle and they'll just walk into it and die. Having to reapply buffs is a pain. Yeah, that's definitely part of it.
A word, if I may.
I was supposed to get lunch and now it's 4 p.m. Now that we're level 10, we can go start hitting exploration spots. If you're tasked with fixing Bladesinger, what would you do? So there's a feature that Grim Preacher mentioned about Bladesinger in Tabletop that's absent from BG3. They have the ability to substitute one of their attacks, an extra attack, with a cantrip if they choose. That would be really good. Also, lifting the restrictions on gear. Like, the fact that Bladesingers can't use quarterstaffs if they want their blade song is objectively fucking stupid. Yes, your wizard can no longer use a staff. I would also massively buff the damage of Bladesong Climax. Because as it stands right now, it's a lot of effort for terrible damage and a heal that is not relevant at all because healing mechanics are not relevant in this game unless you restrict healing potions. If I recall correctly, in patch 8 beta, they used to be able to bladesing with staff, and Laren removed it. Yeah, you could bladesing if your offhand weapon was not compliant, but your main hand was. They changed that. With the addition of Booming Blade, Eldritch Knight just got an improved extra attack. Improved extra attack? Yes and no. It's the ability to smoothly do 4 attacks, including with your bonus action, without having to do something like a War Priest dip on the melee side. So, like, there's that. But if you already were doing other things with your bonus action, it doesn't really change anything for you. But yes, it is, if you're just Unga Bunga attack mode, you get to just click the attack button 4 times, as long as one of the first 3 was Booming Blade. It's not called Staff Song, that's my high school nickname, though. Okay, no, I got this spot because I wasn't sure. Right, I remember now. I was saving this spot, but I grabbed it because I wasn't sure if Halson was going to take it when he showed up here in the cutscene. I remember. Oh, you know, it would be incredibly rude. So we're gonna do it. It's gonna be great, you'll love this.
Silence is gold.
Like my mum always said.
Best foot forward.
And got ourselves competition already.
One thing you own is your life. Leave before I take that too. I'm gonna take it anyway.
Come on. Nobody's
Alright, you get the 50 XP for talking them down, and what if Insect Plague? You think they're okay?
Everything all right out there?
Yeah, it's me. Let me in.
You sound a bit.
Appropriate amount of damage for characters at their level. Oh, yeah, sure, man. Everything's fine. Oh, okay. I got a little worried, but I'm glad they're okay. Oh, good. My touch of death is his exact max HP. The name is accurate.
Silence is golden.
Keep looking.
This place is falling. Could have by itself.
Oh.
2 steps at a time.
I got seen. Collecting corpses for bursting sinew. Gnomes only weigh like 35 kilos. Not really worrying about it. I should pick up rats, birds, rabbits.
No lock, no handle. How does it open?
Touch of death, smiling thing. Oh. Are you okay?
That's curious.
It's 5 XP to click on this door before opening it. That's the level of meaningless XP optimization. It's 10 XP for walking in here for the first time.
Let's see.
Make sure not to loot the soul coins. Those are for Karlach. I'm also going to leave the Watcher's Guide here for her.
This better be good.
If you accidentally loot something, you just put it back, right? I could, but I have decided no. So there's a couple items I did accidentally take. So now just too bad, Karlach.
The magic touch.
So I'm forcing myself to be careful.
Well armed for scribes, I
Hey,
reckon.
wake up.
Oh, hells. Something just woke up.
There's at least one item that's forcibly taken away from Wyll. Yep. Yep, with the Warden incident. Hadn't planned on having that item available for the Karlach run, but here we are. Warden incident. So I threw the Warden in a way where what was supposed to happen was she died to the chasm, but her corpse was still available. And it worked fine with the guard. I did the same thing to her to a few minutes before. But for some reason, I threw the Warden and disappeared. So no Spellcrux Amulet on this run. I won't mind fighting her straight up on the Karlach run, though, because I will have easier access to lightning resistance. I didn't want to fight her on Wyll because I left the lightning resistance ring in the Arcane Tower for Karlach. And if she had rolled high on a lightning arrow, she could have one-shot me. So I decided not to fight her. Decided to play dirty. And I did get punished, but not by dying.
Walked right out of a legend.
And I do mean Lightning Arrow the spell, not Lightning Arrow the consumable. Rangers have a 3rd level spell called Lightning Arrow, and it is incredibly strong. It's like, you know how Chain Lightning is like good for targets over a wide area? It's still good in single target, but like it's more for spread out. Lightning Arrow is like if you focused all that down to like a little space. And it's very breakable. We're going to leave the Amulet of Lost Voices for Karlach as well.
Here lies the guardian of tombs.
I'll leave the
To
soul
knowledge
coins.
comes atonement.
There's a soul coin there, there's a soul coin in that room, soul coin in that room. Those are all for Karlach. Solo with Wyll, do a lot, and Karlach will kill who you don't. No, there will be a lot of overlap between what I'm fighting. But Karlach is going to have to work within the parameters of what items are still available. So if you're unfamiliar with the original Resident Evil 2, there was a lot of overlap in like what enemies you fought. It's just the main differences were a couple of bosses, and what items were available. So this is in the spirit of that. The remake of Resident Evil 2, the A and B are even like closer together, and the part of like you take an item here, it's not in the B run, that's not in the remake. Using Speak with Dead on Jurg's bed, yeah. More like Speak with Bed. Ooh. I'm literally shaking. I'm literally shaking. How are you? Yes, I could have waited for the elevator. Yes, it would be about the same amount of time as me standing up from this prone. This is funnier. Command for that. That one hasn't been used in a while. I also left the Featherfall boots for Karlach, which is one of the most painful things about this thus far. How much does Murkon weigh? 25 kilos, kind of heavy. I won't corpse explode Murkon. Leave the color spray ring. I may need Karlach to come here early for Gale food. We'll see. And yeah, we didn't coal mine. I left the possibility of coal mining, just didn't actually do it. Budget color spray. Let's talk about color spray. It's actually not bad. I'm not even trolling. I'm not even being contrarian. It's legitimately not bad. But you gotta be real tricky in how you use it. And its biggest competitor for a lot of the game is sleep. Because they are both effects that check purely HP. You can upcast to hit more. And the ranges are similar. But you can color spray elves. You can't sleep elves. But another use of color spray is if you sell an NPC color spray scrolls, they're going to try to use it on you. They will not check to see if it'll work. They will not look to see if you have more HP than color spray will affect. So they'll just do it to you anyway, and it won't do anything. And if they have another action, and they have another color spray scroll, they'll just do that. That all NPCs are just merchants? Any NPC that has scroll AI that I've tested it on. So, many. But you can sleep with elves, that's true. Recently heard a rumor that Gale can eat faded drow armor for Joaquin's rest, knowing he needs the hood from near the spectator. I'm inclined to believe it, not in a position to test. I've never tested Batchet, I'll have to look into it. Not in the loop, what is coal mining? Is that the infinite zombie spawn thing? Yeah. I don't think this clip is completely up to date. We have refined it since then, but yeah. I think this clip was before I made the discovery on stream of if you region travel, the zombie XP goes from 3 per to 20 per. So it's downright reasonable with that tech. You spawn in like 100 zombies, you region travel, you come back, 2000 XP. Instead of 300. Yeah.
Ouch. This drow must have taken quite a fall. Check it out. Can't something be just what it appears to be?
You know, it limits your PC.
Time to see what it was hiding.
Already got the Morning Frost spot. We can actually go into the mountain pass the standard way now and hit that exploration spot. Pro tip, don't have the camera near them when engaging. The initiative sound can do 1d10 in psychic damage. It's true. I don't know why, but I hear 4 different leaf blowers right now, and I'm going to... Shit. Yes, I'm gonna be so mad, I'm just gonna shit. That'll show them. Angry poops, yeah. So we left this part of the map unexplored until now. Because it is a tier 3 exploration spot. AKA a fucking shit ton. Look at that, 660. Got a bug last session where every lipid sound effect played at insanely high volume for some reason, still don't know why. Ugh, that's annoying. Fuck you, pay me.
You know, look over there. You'll be well compensated, of course. Just bring me an egg.
Easy.
Very well. I trust that an early payment has ensured swift
Look over there, looking.
What news of the Githyanki egg?
We're gonna save all these items for Karlach. There's an argument for Periopt on this character. Pretty solid argument. But I still don't think I'll do it. I can only take the egg on one character. probably save that for Karlach as well. Which means if I'm not taking the egg on this character, and I don't care about Esther's loot, we're just killing her right now.
I trust that an early payment has ensured swift action. What news of the Githyanki egg?
Hey, Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub to the community. Very kind of you. Much appreciated.
They won't see me coming. Won't feel a thing.
Missed. Esther Gape. Oh. Oh. Well, I didn't want to hit any of those shots anyway. Funny that you thought it did.
No time to waste.
Lady Esther's pretty spry for an old lady. Yeah. I mean, she does have the dex for it. So I don't know. Kind of implies she could just go do the fucking stealing the egg herself, but she sucks. And she sucks for many reasons. Okay, well, you didn't need to hit anyway. Don't use the good heals. Need those. I wanted that healing. Very rude of you to use it all. Yeah, how about that? What are you gonna do about that? Didn't know you had pushing too. Good for you. 32 on that. Hello? Level 10. My cantrips got stronger. Oh, she's already out of superiority die. Tragic. What's Toll the Dead look like now? Maybe with Resonance Stone. Taking the less than valuable stuff. Hashtag Battlemaster things. Yeah, you don't get resources for multiple fights. That'd be crazy. Another 660 from this spot. Read that for some XP as well.
Blood of Lathander, spilled in holy battle with Samaster, immortalized here for all to worship.
If the blood of Lathander was
Hey Benzodi, thank you for the 2 months.
maybe an altar display wasn't the best storage solution.
Much appreciated. Hope you continue to enjoy all the perks. Yada yada yada. You know the deal. Thank you very much. Eagles? I don't have any way to stop them from knocking me around, so maybe I need to use the safe spot.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Guess that's reasonable. What's the first thing a Battlemaster says in the morning? It's been a long day, I need my rest. Got him. I can afford to do this. Gets back my first and second level spell slots. Gets me my channel divinity charges back. If nothing else, I want to put a second level false life on. I'm very much raw dog in this. This is going to be like no... no Featherfall. No prone or knockback immunity. Ugh. Our armor rumor is a bust. Damn internet. Ugh. Well, thanks for testing. Do I even have a slashing weapon? I don't know that I've picked up many slashing weapons. I have Sorrow. We're doing Staff of Arcane Blessing here, by the way, because it's a little tech that I've just enjoyed throughout this run. You can get the Bless going from Arcane Blessing, or from my own spell slot, and then switch, have all that delicious accuracy for myself. This is a tier 2 exploration spot up here, so 500. As long as they haven't changed how this spot works, this is safe. If I'm wrong, I'm just gonna die. Target's out of sight. Oh, it's out of sight. Haha. Big fucking tree in the way. There we go.
The hero at heart. They won't see me coming.
Sonic Overload for more damage. Just for safety.
Hells, the damn bird's screeching for its chums.
Even if it's safe, spot looks so sketchy, yeah. it does not seem like a place where you logically would want to be. I'm gonna leave the feathers for Karlach. I consider them notable. But we're here for XP. Look at the accuracy on this. Yeah, it turned a 4 into a 26. That's pretty good. Obviously, favorable beginnings was some of that, but remove that 4 into a 22. Interesting. Spiritual weapon does look at your actual casting stat, not necessarily your wisdom. So that's cool. Warlord's Radiance can be run specific as well, because ceremonial weapons. You can use any weapons to get it, Arkwell, but I've decided that I want to restrict getting the buff at all to one run, so that's going to be for Karlach. But you don't have to use the ceremonial weapons. You could use any weapon as long as it's the correct type. So I usually, in my storage in every run, I have a regular mace, a regular battle axe, sometimes a regular longsword, though I don't worry about that one because there's already the ceremonial longsword there. And a regular warhammer. Okay, yeah, still safe. Wait for my inaugural bird comment. It's okay. Slide into the DMs of all the homies you're down with. Bam. Will it save you? Oh, hey, you're actually trying to do it. Which one of you just tried that? So yeah, I'm off the edge enough that that could have actually thrown me. Depending on the direction, I think I would have lived. I think I lived that. I probably don't live that, and I definitely don't live that. Now you're literally dead on God, for real, for real. You've been on TikTok too much again. How'd you miss both, Will? Okay, that's the Eagles.
One move ahead.
Lost my honor run last night, literally the last attack round of the game. Supposed to all stay on the same platform, spread out versus the Netherbrain. Depends on your approach. Staying clustered together can discourage it from taking out too many platforms at once. Sorry about your run loss, by the way. Sugar scene. There's an argument for spreading out, because then it'll weight them all more or less equally, and then you can adjust as long as everyone has enough movement. But if you have like melee bias, then that gets messy. I would encourage grouping up more than I would spreading out. The platforms get kind of funky and patchy. Something happened to Mark. The thing that happened to Mark is contingent upon you being completely solo. So, not only no party members, but also no temporary followers. So that means no Orpheus / Emperor. The bug Mark experience requires that. So it's an edge case. Most people won't ever see that.
That might be worth a look.
Cat's Grace here.
Pride of the game. No trouble at all.
Gotta roll good. Negated like the whole left side the first round. Yeah. It can be rough if your plan is to do melee stuff. It can be real rough. That is if you're not going for the one round. Yeah, Globe does protect the platforms. Clerics are so good. Like, every situation you're in, clerics are like, hey, I've got something for that. It's part of why it's my favorite class. Like, you just have a good tool for every situation. You have good gear proficiencies. You've got lots of subclass options. Pretty resource efficient due to having good utility cantrips. Death Domain and Nature Domain get good offensive cantrips. You've got Divine Strike, which is, you know, smite, but actually good. Depending on your domain, your Channel Divinity is a hot commodity as well. We didn't roll good. Their trick to globe protect the platform, saw someone try that and blew it up anyway. They didn't position it well, Moradin. It has always worked, it still works. I did see, you know, people on the most infamous of platforms, Reddit, complaining that it doesn't work, or saying that they changed it. They never changed it. They just didn't check their positioning when they were placing the globe. Or they didn't look at their conditions, as So Black is alluding to.
Quite the cozy setup you have here.
just make myself comfortable. Thank you so much.
Not just some of the platform must be in its particular positioning. So the platform, you have to make sure it's highlighted when you're targeting the globe so that it's actually protected. But then you have to make sure you don't have the marked for negation status. And make sure, if you do have it, make sure that you do have the globe invulnerability status on you. Also, marked for negation has an AoE bigger than the visual radius of what it's representing to you. So you don't even want to be, like, on the edges. We'll throw 3 more at this. This is for, what, 30 XP? I don't care that much about it. I'm not going to spend more money. Okay. No Dawn Master's Crest. I wasn't going to pick it up anyway. I wanted to read the book that's in there for XP. But, no note. We still have not fought Therazin or Wargas. Jira's still chilling. The hatchery is still there, too. Walk into the kobold room. We can get the kobold barrels. Probably kill them. I'm not going to do the get Baldur and Shine Slayer thing on this run because I might use it to shit on it on the Karlach run. We'll see. It's the flying psychic sword with an explosive barrel on its back. I hope they're doing well. I'm sure they are, Moradin. I'm sure they're thinking of you, too. Probably want to rest for spell slots. What if I just fought Wargas and Therazin at the same time? Because I'm mentally ill. What if I risked the run on Therazin applying fear and just sending me back to the Nautiloid? What if I did that?
I'm not sure what bothers me more, the smell or the humidity.
Thinking that when I was looking at your spiritual weapon before, it looked so naked without a bomb. It's got Merkel with a bomb. I think Merkel had a bomb, right? In our run? I think so. are you doing? It was an accident. Relax. Of course I missed. Oh, okay. Totally random which platform Brain targets when she detects threats from. Somewhere in between. You can minimize the likelihood of losing a platform you want by making sure nobody's on it. He has counterspell. I shouldn't be picking this fight with no spell slots. How low is your strength? Oh, low. I think he's okay. Touch of Death is so good, man. In Act 3, I'll be able to use Amulet of the Devout to have an extra channel divinity charge, so I could have 3 of them. I could do something like Daredevil Scorching Ray. Just dump all 3 of my charges. That'd be pretty good. Are you okay? Okay. Gonna leave the boots for Karlach.
And I'm off.
Survey the situation here. Yeah, Wargaz's just chilling here. So if I go into this with a Psychic Res Elixir, an Insect Plague placed right there could be really good. Neither Wargaz nor Therazin can be surprised, but I do think it's still a good engagement tool. The thing I have to worry about with Therazin is fear. If she lands fear on me, I'm going to die. Unless they roll very poorly on me for a number of turns, and I pop a universal res. I don't really want Wargaz's loot, though. Nor do I actually care about Therazin's loot. What if they both get the chasm?
Freshened up and ready to fight.
Okay, crossing the threshold still does that. Nightbot really wants you to save. I appreciate Nightbot for that. Doing this with no spell slots is somewhat questionable.
Let my enemies fall.
I now have time to think. Failing a throw attempt does not break your sanctuary. Mystic Hair and Staff be useful to Wyll? Yeah. Imposes disadvantage on saves on necromancy spells, so be good for corpse explosion, good for blight. Eye bite, which is unrelated from the Death Cleric stuff, but yes. The answer is yes. Goes the progress today? Goes well, Grim. We are a solid chunk into level 10. How are you today? Best element to focus on for solo wizard run, frost poison? Neither. Don't focus on one. You have no reason to as a wizard. Why would you? Pick the tool for the situation. Fight an Inquisitor and Kithrak without spell slots, so the run's going a little brave. I mean, neither one of them got to do anything, so it was fine. Bought some Glamour Bard. Underwhelmed. I do want to get some hands-on time with it, but especially as a solo player, I see very little value. I'm a solo player who also dislikes long resting. So it seems very not great. But as always, I'm willing to be wrong. Part of me wants to Psionic Overload, but I know that's greedy. Thought the other day, Mental Majesty Command works with friends and on undead. Still have yet to test it though. Yeah. It seems genuinely good. Like, it's the only feature of Glamour Bard that I'm like, hey, actually I kind of like that. But the issue is its concentration and it's once per long rest. So I'm like,
Finding my way.
and too close to the light. My AC turned off. Psychic Rend is ouchies. This is another rare int save. Lay down.
Inquisitor
Came back versus Tarai in the chasm.
We are You are permitted to look upon.
Big lady?
You are invited to kneel.
You gotta kneel for big lady.
You bear that which is ours. But are you friend or are you thief?
I'm Wyll. I'm friend.
And there they are as though. You must accept. You beware.
Using telekinesis to loot them? No. I don't want their loot. Their loot is for Karlach. I don't think I take much of the loot in here, in all honesty. There's another copy of Elemental Augmentation in Act 3, so I don't even get to take that. I'm gonna take the less important stuff. Am I fighting boss on this run? I don't think so. I don't think so. Because I want the longsword on Karlach, because, longswords are monk weapons.
Don't do it.
I'ma do it.
Heat pulse your mind, but a timeless space.
Alright, what do we think we get from the... Oh, hi, Shovel. You exist. What do we think we get from the scroll corpse of destiny, chat? It can be any random scroll that is in the random pool from any spell level. What are we thinking? I'm feeling planar binding. Slow, sleet storm,
Finders keepers.
featherfall, telekinesis, dominate person. I'm gonna leave the divine bone shard. Aid, not in random loot. Can't be aid.
Easy enough.
Burning hands. Oof. Game changer, yeah.
What's this now?
That's value. Truly one of these scrolls.
So you come.
So you come? I mean, that seems personal.
Right. And now, very well. Her prison. I'm. If this was not enough to convince you, the Lich Queen fears nothing. But since you spared me that fate, good luck. I'm glad you came to your senses. Now leave, before the others come for us.
The item of arcane synergy, we're leaving it for Karlach. Roll good?
The statue starts to rotate, but its rusty mechanism jams stuck.
We're trying to have their rusty mechanism jammed. I'm mature. Am I about to sleep? No? What do you mean?
Time to poke around a bit.
We're not actually grabbing the Blood of Lathander. Because we're saving that for the B run. So I'm just walking in here for the XP and then leaving.
Incredible. Do the Githyanki know of this?
I don't have knockback immunity, so I don't want to risk talking to the Blue Jay for 11 XP. I could kill it from range for 1 XP, but I can't be bothered. An interesting challenge. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I thought pretty hard about something that would get me to actually play the game meaningfully different. And I came up with that.
Pride of the Gate.
Oh, I forgot to kill Jira.
Could come in handy. Keeping pace.
And we'll kill her for the XP, but like, I'm not taking any of her loot, I don't think.
A
of the light, surely.
Your skull bug. Had I been there, the Queen would have known my faith. I would have. Tell me what happened inside the artifact. A hunch. Tell me you don't trust it. Tell me you reject this abomination because you were reckless. I will then keep it.
We will not be killing Voss this run. This will let us get the Silver Sword of the Astral Plane in Act 3, and we will get Voss's longsword by killing him here in the Karlach run.
Your child, don't.
Skakek Kier Gith Shabeleth. My blade rests. Mother Gith compels you to live. Because I know who you are within it.
Vlakith's demise. Skakek.
I've heard word. The prison I've sought. Bring the laser.
I am.
The Zay.
I will.
Now to.
Let's do thank you. Playing outside the box really nice. Yeah.
Vlakith, but she has sinned against me. And I believe he may.
Hello, Lurk's coming for work. Hey, welcome home, Kara. Appreciate the lurk. Yeah, we're gonna get Shield of Faith, check our Act 1 vendors, then come back to the Crush map to, kill Jira, because I forgot about her.
Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. Thank you so much.
Hi, Lurk, I'm Danny. Ooh. These two playthroughs also as trivially do normally. There's some challenges well balanced in the two runs. A big thing about it, Cheat Engine, is I have to manage my own greed. Like, if I take an item that I'm like, hey, maybe I'll use this, I definitely can't on the other playthrough. So, that's a huge motivating factor. I have to kind of commit to certain things. A big thing I value in my runs is flexibility, and I have to intentionally give up flexibility. At least in the gear department. Tadpoles are mostly a non-factor if you know where your damage is coming from, but I have gone kind of half and half on tadpoles here. Wyll is getting a majority of them. Karlach is going to have far fewer to work with, but I did leave some for her in places where I think she might want some tadpoles. That's cool, looking forward. Yeah, me too. The Karlach run is gonna be very interesting. I'm actually really excited for my build concept for that run too. So I'm looking forward to that aspect of it as well.
Well,
Probably do Bussy for Scum. Which I have some. That works.
Might be enough to cover rent.
prepared. Don't think I do... less. I think I want insect plague. I want many target arrows from Damon. We're dealing with Jira first. Let's do that. Watch too much Drag Race. That's where I went to. Good 5th level aid. 20 more HP. I could do 5th level false life if I wanted to, but we'll stick with 2nd level. It's been working for me. So attentive to detail. There's so much to remember. It's amazing. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that. A lot of hyperfixation and a lot of runs. Let's go around the other way.
Checking things out. Going inside. Not a peep.
Quag has an enviable mind. I definitely would not go that far. That draw poison. Left draw poison here. That's why I like draw poison. Lots of decks I could perhaps justify taking, but I'm unsure, so I'm just not going to. When in doubt, leave the uniques for the next character. Now the crush is done. I'm gonna want some many target arrows for the Tuscan fight. The plan is for me to spawn them in, and then while invisible, I minor illusion them up to one location. I open with an insect plague on them. And then I haste many target arrow with oil of combustion. Detonate with an offhand shot. Oh, I never let Damon out of his cage. Are there been any specific items you would have wanted to use in this run they're saving for Karlach instead? Ring of Reaction was one. Ring of Protection. All initiative boosting gear. So, Fistbreaker Helm, Sentinel Shield, Bow of Awareness. Boots of Striding, Mighty Cloth. That's what I can think of off the top of my head. Nair Misser, that's another one.
Nowhere north from. If you need something sharp.
Drake Throat Glaive, I guess. Don't have many target arrows. What are you doing?
I'll be here.
Class would Karlach be? So my plan for Karlach is she's going to be a giant barb, thief, warlock, monk. With one level I haven't decided. I have a very specific plan. Basically, the idea is she is going to have her dexterity be always either equal to or greater than her strength. Unless I'm throwing someone around. She's going to use Bound Weapon from Hexblade, Hex Weapon, to apply Hexblade's Curse, mostly for the Rat Bat. She'll have Booming Blade from Warlock. The Rogue Dip will be for Thief, going up to 4 for a feat. But it'll be so she can do the Giant Kick twice in a turn. Or just have 2 bonus actions to use in general. The Monk level is for Dexterous Strikes. The way that interacts with other weapon scaling overrides is it happens at the end, so as long as I have at least a Monk level, and my Dex is greater than or equal to my Strength, I can force my Pact Weapon to go off of Dexterity instead of Charisma. So I won't need to have good Charisma.
It'll need to. Cleric's magic won't hold
Yeah,
out
that's the build plan.
See if there's anything you need. We don't know when the next blow might land.
Or as they say, cooking. I've been thinking about it a lot. The monk level also boosts the kick, because it is functionally a push that gets your unarmed damage modifiers. So this does mean the kick will also get Karlach's soul coin boost. Or at least it should. So we'll have a very strong kick we can do twice. Assuming we take Tavern Brawler, we'll add our strength mod twice. We'll have the 2d4 fire damage. We'll have the 1d4 from the 1 monk level. And then we'll have anything that gets added from gear. So if I'm wearing Gloves of Crushing from Roa, that's 2 more bludgeoning damage, for example. I'm very excited for all that. How many bombs do I have? We will buy that.
Tick.
Bloodlust here. Let's go get Nightsinger's favor. You know if Bull Strength gives advantage to the kick too? So the way contested skill checks work is that advantage is +5 for your side, and disadvantage is +5, or is -5 for your side. So if you have advantage, you're just adding +5 to your roll. It's a straight roll still. If you are imposing disadvantage, you're subtracting the 5 from their side. And each side can get advantage or disadvantage. Basically, this means if you have, for example, athletics expertise, which we'll be able to get from the rogue level, plus decent strength, you can make it guaranteed that it works. As long as the target strength isn't too high. . But yes, Bull Strength would apply +5 to your end.
Let's see.
A play.
But yeah, reliable talent is still valuable for contested athletics checks because it increases your floor. But you can apply the same principle because of how contested checks work. You just have a floor of up to 9 lower than a rogue does. Still works though. If you freeze someone, kick them harder. Good idea. I like it.
The psionic detector's gone off.
So far, I only completed one playthrough in PG3. Was Wood Elf Monk. She's so fun to play. Wood Elf Monk, great taste. That's a combo I'm a big fan of as well. Oh, I did forget to oil up. Do I care? I don't know that I do.
Fleet of foot.
And she hit the terrain. Good job. She okay? She's trying, okay? Get it? She's trying? Get it? Cause like... Alright, I was actually proud of that one. Nice power up or whatever. It'd be a shame if, bomb. I have the wrong gloves on, so she's still alive. I don't think she quite knows how terrain works, but she's cheating and just doing the thing anyway. Good for her. Hey, where's my Daredevil proximity? I would like to dare some devils. No? Okay. Sorry, I was lying when I said that.
Detector went off near the Githyanki, just like Voss said.
Aren't threatened for some reason. I don't know why she somehow wasn't threatening me. She had a melee weapon in her hand. But okay. There were 3 resumes today. Got an email back. I think they want to set up an online interview. Let's go, Carter. That's a W. Congrats. Well done. So that's not just something that happened to you. It's something you worked for. So well done. Dark vision. Gith can't see good. She has Devil Sight. Tuscan has Devil Sight. Where the fuck am I right now? Huh? Exploring the Underdark. Oh, I see. The game doesn't know where I am right now. So I'm in the air now? Well, can't use stairs as part of his pact? Oh. Yeah, that's where he went when the Captain Underpants thing. Yeah, makes sense. Leaving the Karabassan's gift there. There's only 10 of those in the game, so they're very much unique. And I'm going to save them all for Karlach. Alright, 11k left. to the level. This is a Dame Aelin Lives run. No Shart in the Shadowfell, so slightly negative there. So we're looking at around 9k in the finale. We can feasibly hit 11 on this. Pre-Merkle. Which, do I maybe want to be pure Cleric for that? Is Dark Vision, Devil Sight only the direction the character's looking? I assume not. In the Gith fight, she's facing away from you. You don't need to directly be looking at someone to threaten them. They just need to be in your threatened range. You need to not be blinded or incapacitated. So it's weird. I don't know why it worked that way. Arcwell. Are more Harpers we can get rid of? Shambling Mound. Which I guess I did say I'd try to get with Sorrow. That's so dicey, though. Let's do it before I talk myself out of it. I think the game didn't think you even next to her. Yeah. That maybe explains why she was Eldritch Blasting at really weird places, because maybe that desync had already happened. The desync that we noticed in the House of Healing. I don't know where the game thought I was.
Sharp as ever.
Okay. I'm getting weird distance things as well, like with Attack of Opportunity. Ugh. I don't like to hear that. Guess I should kill the rest of the enemies too. And this is how you use utilities in the game. Yeah. Nice to set up little quick kills like that. Oh yeah, I wanted to test something. Plant. Rolled good. Oh, you. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Death Cleric Blight against these guys is really funny, because if they fail, 64 damage. If they succeed, 32 damage. Because they're plants. And Blight, max rolls and forces disadvantage on the save against plants. But they're plants with necrotic resistance. So normally it'd be like, alright, if they fail, 32. If they succeed, 16. Like, that's not great for a 4th level spell. But Death Cleric, starting at level 6, ignores necrotic resistance. So Death Cleric Blight on all these guys is real juicy. did suggest you take an attack route for leaving, if that means anything. Yeah, I saw that too, and it was lying. So I do need to focus up here. 2 explosions of these guys, if they high roll, can kill me. Yeah, it would only take 2. Hey, nice clip, thank you. About 11k. We clean up the rest of the Harpers. Yeah, we're at that pre-Ketheric 11, so I guess now is where we decide, do I want to keep the Sorcerer level at that point in time? I probably am gonna Potent Robe for the Merkle fight. I'm not as hung up on Hero's Feast on this run because I can have Jaheira do the pre-peg, so I don't need to worry about that aspect of it.
How's the barricade coming along? It ain't pretty, but it can take a beating.
How many Harpers do I need to kill to hit that threshold? 11? 14? 15 Harpers around? Yeah, that's doable. Juicy, yeah. Hey Chris, how are you?
Cranky and mean, but she looks after us.
Hee hee, no peg hee hee. She's gonna. Which is why I'm willing to not have Hero's Feast for Merkle, even though I have the level for it. Jaheira, yes. Peg-hee-hee. Jaheira do the what now? Jaheira's gonna peg me. Let me know if you have more questions. No. Protection from evil and good. PEG. Telekinesis Harpers. Do I have a scroll? No, I left the gloves for Karlach. I don't have a scroll. But it is very funny to just TK all the Harpers. Jaheira can maintain concentration even after you dismiss her? Yes, all temporary followers can, as long as you stay in the same load zone as them. Think it in your heart. I knew you were. Any way to remove equipped weapons from NPCs without killing them? Last time I was throwing lightning jabbers, Cal decided they're his. If you have a disarm, you could go for that. command drop work only if they're not allied to you. If they're neutral, yes. Gonna kill Isabel, is that why the Harpers are going bye-bye? No, the Harpers are going bye-bye because I just want XP. We are a little over 10,000 off of level 11, and in the Act 2 finale, assuming I fight Balthazar in the Shadowfell, and kill everything in the colony, it's about 9,000 XP. Including the jail fight that'll be there because Dame Aelin is getting freed. You're welcome, Mark. Well. There is still the option of killing some Myconids, too. Aaron is still alive. Lurgan, Gek'Kol are still alive. I could hold mine, too. Harpers don't actually have to die. But I'm just teaching them to swim. It's wholesome. Do the rest of them actually patrol over here? As well have a white outline? Because I have outlines enabled. Is this better? Do it because it makes it easier for me to see things as they move through the environment. The toggle. Doesn't look like they patrol this side. Trying to think of other fights that I haven't yet done. Not much. We could go to Merkel today. Hasn't been 8 hours yet. That was quite a scream. He went for it.
They won't see me coming. One move ahead.
Wyll is standing there ominously. Harper Boar here is fully AI broken. Has been since either patch 5 or 6. No, excuse me, either 6 or 7. It wasn't patch 5. It was either 6 or 7. After you do the Marcus fight, his AI just doesn't work anymore. There are a number of NPCs that are just AI broken throughout the game. 2 goblins in Act 1. This Harper. Several Moonrise guards. Came back down there, Shadow Curse, died to the chasm again. Yeah, Isabel gets to live this run because, she's dying next run. And I can set that up in a way where Karlach gets an extra tadpole out of that, too.
That's why we're still standing around.
Into the fray.
In fact, Karlach might help Marcus kidnap, Isabel.
Our asses.
This place gives me the creeps.
Ain't my neck of the woods.
Yeah. Less than 10k. That was definitely the Yoda scream.
Chihiro wants to know about supplies when we make it home.
Burning through our oil, but she'll just about do.
Just about.
Just about. Shouldn't hang around too long.
Five Harpers left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6?
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around is making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first. Got to trust your hero to come up with one.
I don't.
I do.
That's why we're still...
Oh, I don't know if I said it when earlier I was asked if there are items that I really feel like I've been missing out on. Crusher's Ring. I don't remember if I said it, but Crusher's Ring, Haste Helm. Just, I have less movement this run than I'm used to. I do have Boots of Speed and Fleet Fingers, and that's been great, but movement speed, like, baseline has felt really rough.
This place gives me the creeps.
Getting a few on a tour of Shard's Gauntlet. I already took a couple there. The ones in Art's room went there. I don't think I'll need to take any more there, though.
Count your lucky stars.
Hey, Kels, thank you for the $35. That's extremely generous. Foods, if you want. I do want foods. Tell you what, once I'm done with the Harpers, I will figure out food. I don't know what form that'll take, but I'll figure something out. Thank you very much. Keeping the Tamagotchi fed. Never tried to push here. Suppose it's inefficient. I really do have to learn the throw cancel. It would just be faster. Seen you do this before. I'm a noob. Why do you throw everyone off the bridge? Combat log will show you here. XP. Want to clean up your pixel poo, though? Why not? That's the most important part. My Star Screen save's not crashing every time I open the inventory, so maybe something was done. Yeah, I'll have to try to open my Stars Druid save. Hey, maybe I continue that run. If it actually works. Yeah, so like tossing these Harpers individually, these Harpers and Flaming Fist, it might seem unreasonable because it's 90 each. But 90 times like 20, well, that starts to be a relevant number. And especially when I'm targeting certain XP thresholds. Like currently, I'm something like 4 to 5 Harpers off of being able to just go start doing the action alley, and I will, as long as I do everything I need to within it, I'll be level 11 by the time we fight the Apostle of Merkel. And that's without other things on the table that I still could do. I could still go kill some Myconids. Don't need that many Harpers, yeah. And I should mention the figure of about 9,000 doesn't include some additional Harpers and Flaming Fists that spawn in Moonrise, if the ones here are already dead. We've killed all the guards at Moonrise already? Yes. There's a few instances throughout the game of NPCs that only exist if the person they're replacing was already killed. Every Tiefling, almost every Tiefling, has a replacement. Almost every Harper and Flaming Fist here has a replacement. Several of the goblins in Act 1 have replacements. And those replacements are all also worth XP. So with full min-maxing, you fight Merkel at 11 instead of 10, which is a reasonable advantage. Realistically, your build can't kill at 10, does 11 matter, since once you enter Act 3, it's free XP to 12 with no effort. It's not something I need. It's not something I ever need to do. It's just something that I derive some satisfaction from. Ace work. Like, again, I've done multiple level 1 runs. I don't need any levels. It just lets me have more of my build active for more of the game. Because there's an argument that some people make around certain builds, which has some validity to it, to be perfectly clear, that talking about a class or feature or build archetype as if it applies to the whole game when you only have it in, like, Act 3 for typical players, there's a conversation to be had about that. However, with XP optimization, level 11 is also present for the most difficult parts of Act 2, even without bringing in things like coal mining. So level 11 features are a much more relevant part of how many classes should be viewed from a balance perspective, in my opinion. Things like Fighter's improved extra attack, which people do somehow undervalue Fighter having improved extra attack. It remains crazy to me. I'm back, no XP, and I'm going to jail. Oh. Well, did you pass the persuasion check? I don't want to throw Vex. What am I doing? I was like, hey, I need XP, and Vex was standing there. to talk you through the thought process there, I was like, something about this is wrong, but I'm not sure what. I had to keep thinking about it. I was about to scream. Yeah. Valid. I like Bex and Danis. I like them so much that I don't kill them. Like, on any run. I will go out of my way to save them. The only time I'll kill them is if I'm raiding the Grove. Since Roland's dead, I could kill Cal and Leah. That's depressing. Kill some gnomes instead, because at least these gnomes deserve it. I don't care how dark urge you are, the cookie giver lives. Yes. How much XP gain is waiting for a higher level to explore the crest territories per level? Say 7 normally versus 10. Well, there's 3 different tiers of exploration spot XP, barring some level fixed exceptions. So, looking at the Mountain Pass map, there's 3 tier 3 spots in the Mountain Pass. So, at level 10, those are all 660 XP. At, like, level 6, like, I don't know, 180, something like that. So you are missing out on over 1,000 XP by not hitting those spots late. It's the kind of thing that adds up a lot. Tier 2 spots are 500 XP at level 10. So, less of a loss, but something you still want to min-max. Is Elminster kill possible in region lock? Yes. And then tier 1 spots are 260 XP at level 10. So, the... entering the mountain pass, so like the spot over by the Trail to Crag's waypoint, that's a tier 3. The front door to the monastery is also a tier 3. And then the inside of Kreshilik, by the waypoint there, is also a tier 3. The rooftop where the eagles are is a tier 2. The hallway where the Blood of Lathander is a tier 2. And Wargaz's room is also a tier 2. The hatchery is a tier 1. The astral prism is a tier 1. And the side door for the crush, I don't remember if that's a tier 1 or a tier 2. The kobold room is also a tier 1. There's a lot of exploration XP in the mountain pass. A lot of it. So if you... the difference between min-maxing all of those spots and min-maxing none of those spots can easily be several thousand XP. There are lists of such exploration points anywhere. I believe the wiki does have a list. Pull Gale from Portal before leaving the act, feed him, and forget about him. There was a note in the patch 8 notes that suggests that you can't feed Gale until you recruit him. So you probably have to recruit him and then feed him. But yeah. I'm usually a bit OCD, don't move to Act 2 till I've cleared every single thing in Act 1. Don't go to Crush 4 under Dark and Grove clears. Bit of a region lockdown in Act 3. Basically lose half a level to 1 level. Yeah. When we first started doing exploration spot optimization, it worked out to around 7,000 XP, but we've optimized it further since then, discovered a couple spots that we didn't realize we were missing, and routed a few advantageous ones in. And this has some give or take depending on your origin. Like, for example, Gale gets an extra tier 1 spot that does scale. So if he can manage to save the one where you would recruit Gale, he could get 260 out of that at level 10. Karlach gets a fixed 90 XP spot where she would normally be recruited. That one doesn't increase with level, but Karlach gets a little XP there. Wyll has an easier time in saving the Grove Gate front door one, because you don't have to make sure Wyll is dead for that, because, you know, he's you. So there's some flex there, but overall, with current XP optimization on, like, routing the exploration spots, it's probably something like 9,000 XP versus if you didn't optimize any of them at all and grab them as soon as they were reasonably available. Probably something like 9,000 total. So, about half of level 10. And that's without other micro-optimizations like, you know, Raphael early, Elminster, freeing Dame Aelin so you get the prison fight, killing the Myconids, killing the Harpers, making sure you hit enough of your inspos. I believe this is the last Harper we have to deal with, unless I missed a patrol. Can't wait to slap Raphael's ass every run, level 3. Part of why I really like doing the Raphael thing is I don't really care about the armor. I really like getting that early XP. With really efficient early game routing, even with skipping almost all XP on the Nautiloid, you can hit level 4 in an hour from character creation. 1 hour. So for people who really don't like the early game, it is worth learning all these little tricks. And we're always learning more stuff. Been off and on there. So you mean if you do things in a certain order, you get more XP? In multiple ways, yes. We were talking specifically about exploration XP, which is the only form of XP in the game that scales with your character level. So if you avoid walking into certain places until you're higher level, you get more XP by going into them at the higher levels. So that's one method, but to kind of capitalize on how you worded that in terms of doing things in a certain order, there are some quests that if you do the steps out of order, you can close the quest before you've gotten all the XP. So doing certain quests in certain orders is also more. For example, the Help the Sentient Amulet quests. If you pick up the amulet before you read the book by the Rothe in Grimforge and before you open the Harper stash that has the evidence scroll, then you missed out on those 2 XP sources. So you missed out on 70 XP, which doesn't sound like a lot in the grand scheme of things. That's less than 1 Iron Hand Gnome. But think about, what if you missed out on 10 different things like that throughout the game? Alright, that's 700 XP you missed. It adds up. Learn new things about this every day. I'll have to Google a lot. Yeah, you can always ask here. I'm gonna toot our collective horn as a community here and say that it's much more reliable than Google. Notice sometimes when approaching Wither's Chapel from outside, at level 2 I'm awarded either 5 or 10 XP. I really figured out what affects that. Exploration XP is your party's level average rounded down. So if some of your party members are 2 and some are 1, that'll affect what you get. Potentially.
Ever at your service.
Can vouch for that. Googling BG3 stuff is way less reliable in my experience. That's without even getting into how AI is making search engines fucking garbage. Yeah, like, alongside that whole issue, you have just a lot of misinformation. And even outside of that, you have the fact that BG3 has changed a lot. It's been constantly maintained and updated for 5 years. I know the 1.0 release of the game we're coming up on 2 years of that, but the game itself, early access, that was 5 years ago. The game's been changing the whole time. I'm gonna save here and figure out food. Google's a lot less reliable now than 10 years ago. Even at launch, BG3 on Google was flooded with AI. I can't imagine how it is now. Yeah, it's not good. Try to sort out relevant questions that bore the hell out of everyone. Get banned for asking too many questions if it asks everything I want to do. Andy, there's a reason I have the questions welcome tag on my stream. It's really okay. Promise. And here, we'll make a deal if you don't believe me. If it's truly a stupid question, I won't answer it. I'll try to lead you to answer it. That's how you can tell that I'm humoring. But often, I'll try to, like, get us to arrive at the same point organically. That's how I like answering questions, so that way you won't have to ask the same kind of question again. Time for Eeps. Good night, Sora. Also, most YouTube builds are ridiculous, to be honest. If you're new, it's just bad info. A lot of it is. At the very least, BG3 Wiki's pretty good. Doesn't answer everything I'd like to know. It's miles ahead of Fextra Life. For sure. The BG3 Wiki, the non-Fextra one, they actually care about having accurate information. You've got people who interact in the community adding their discoveries. There is oversight, and it's not there specifically to make money, unlike Fextra Wikis, which are just there for driving engagement for profit. But yeah. Like, you can report bugs. Me too. And something to keep in mind, no individual source of information is infallible. This applies for every source of information, whether it's the wiki, whether it's me, nothing is infallible. So this is why all good theory crafting is collaborative. And all check each other's notes. But yeah, I'm gonna plan food. I'll be right back. 2, 3, 4 minutes, something like that. I'm back. Found some suitable leftovers. I had a beer in the fridge I didn't know I had. So, shout out to Past Me for not drinking that and thinking he was out. That's pretty cool.
Ever at your service. An honor.
What has alert? Going for surprise round doesn't have much point. He's allied, so I can't go for hold person. If I just went for hitting her really, really hard. Sounds good to me. Yeah, touch of death is good. Take these scrolls though. Fucking 7 disintegrates, 9 flesh to stone.
2 steps at
I
a
have
time.
no idea how vendor drop logic works on this patch. But I have money now.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
I don't think I buy any of his other gear. Big Boy's True Toy's really good, but I doubt I'll use it. I don't think Karlach will use it either, but leave the possibility. He doesn't have to die yet. 8.9k. Alright, so what is the plan for Merkel? I'm gonna click Bone Chill while he's in an insect plague. Yeah, that's it. I think with level 11 I take 2nd level of Sorcerer so that I can do extended spell on Bone Chill, which will allow me to shut off his healing in a way that actually matters. Because otherwise, for a 1-turn healing debuff to prevent for the Lord of Bones from healing him, I would need to be behind him in the turn order. But if I use extended spell on Bone Chill, I don't have to be. I was gonna destroy the Necromancy of Thay, right? That's a little XP. Because if I destroy it here, because I'm not gonna pick it up, means Karlach can still pick it up.
And I'm off.
Curious why you're using Insect Plague over Spirit Guardians and Merkle. Because Spirit Guardians is centered around me. Insect Plague, I could be somewhere else. I don't have to be in Merkle's scythe range with Insect Plague. Also, Insect Plague covers a wider area. The idea is that it'll be damaging Merkle every turn, but it'll also be hitting the Necromites as they run to heal him. He resists it, but I don't really care. It's just chip damage. Yeah, it's only magical bludgeoning that he doesn't resist. Do I take the Bracers of Defense and lean into, like, Eldusk Helmet rather than Helm of Baldurin? What Act 3 gear did I even want to use on this character? I'm unsure. You have to multi-class Death card, get both Bone Chill and Toll the Dead? Maybe? Probably? I'm gonna be honest. Given the choice, pick Bone Chill. It isn't close.
Just a peek.
It'll take a while for souls, of course.
Yes, I just remembered he's here. I don't need much that he's offering.
May you...
I'm gonna save Bliss Spores for Karlach as well. I don't really care about it. Do I just save the +5s for her as well? I don't like that idea. Does inescapable destruction work for both spells and weapon attacks? Yes. All of your necrotic damage ignores necrotic resistance when you have the passive. Not just spell. As for whether it changes encounters at all, it's interesting against the Shadow Curse plants in Act 2, because then you can actually use Blight. I discussed this earlier. You can use Blight to its full effect. And effectively force 64 damage Blights, which is super cool. Let's use Necrotic against Merkel. Just a nice thing to have. Makes Bone Chill a pretty good neutral click into most things. Everyone in Act 1 above ground is dead except for Wrath. Wrath gets to live, though.
I greet you.
Alright, final round of vendors before we lock in for Act 2 finale. Reaver boots, save them for Karlach.
Welcome back. Have you? I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Oh, I should recruit Gale. I almost forgot. I guess that's important. Need to get all the Myconids before going to Shadowfell. You lose access to the Act 1 map before going to the Shadowfell. Or when going to the Shadowfell, excuse me. So, like, if I want their XP, I'd do it now. But I have, like, 500 XP more than I need. So it's not something I actively need to worry about. Seems good versus Dark Justiciars with Necrotic Spirit Guardians. Yeah, because you don't want to click the Radiant Spirit Guardians against Undead Justiciars, but the Necrotic one works out nicely. very few things are actually immune to poison and necrotic damage, despite the reputation that has been built up.
Approach the sigil on the stone.
Perhaps I should have clarified. A helping hand. That's it. Oh.
This is the second latest I've ever recruited Gale.
I'm Gale of Water. Say, but I know you, don't I? In a manner of speaking. You were on the Norse Lloyd as well.
I want the money.
Whoa.
I want the money.
I trust I've made myself clear. No. Start upon this is pronounced. Words will now appear on the letters. Excellent. Now, in that case, this will be blessed.
Means I can't do this on Karlach. Make a note.
The pouch is sealed with diff as the perp. This is the flute Gale kept. The flute awaits with bated breath.
Scroll of Jerez. It's worth 3 times the value of a Revivify scroll.
I hope it has been made abundantly clear that to kill me is counterproductive. I'd thank you for bringing me back to life, but your ending it in the first place has me rather in two minds about you. That said, despite my return to the land of the living, my predicament remains. And so, of course, does yours. As such, I'm feeling magnanimous enough to let bygones be bygones. A healer is what we need.
For them, if it's worth XP, it is 20. I value 300 gold over 20 XP, personally. First of all, looking at Death Cleric was like, that's nice, not gonna do anything versus immunity. Then I actually looked at what enemies are immune to necrotic. Not many, yeah.
Here's hope. Spare me a moment, if you please. I've something important to discuss with you. We've been traveling together for a while.
A while now.
It's just about time that I shared something with you. It's a rather personal matter that I'd have preferred to keep quiet, but
and then just lifts up his robe.
The devil drives. I have no choice but to speak. You see, I have this condition, very different from the parasite we share, but just as deadly.
You're lying to me this whole time. Wonderful.
I am what I am. I never lied to you. I've merely been economical with the truth. The specifics are rather personal, but what it comes down to is this. And by that I mean,
happy to help.
As luck would have it, you're already primed to give me
Alright, what have I got for him?
what I need.
Yeah, you can have Assassin's Touch.
Thank you. Oh, a metaphorical demon, I haste to point out. Sincerely, though, what's on your mind? I question.
Camp. I killed Sleeping Bugbear? I feel like I did. Let's verify. The pile of, or the puddle of blood, excuse me, suggests that yes, I did. Killed these goblins. I feel like Chimera's Locket is designed just to be a Gale item. Because Chimera's Locket is good, though. It's a very early access to a cantrip that's concentration. There's a lot of effects in the game that want you to be concentrating. So, if not doing the Guidance Amulet, you can do that one. And Chimera's Locket creates light, which facilitates a bunch of strategies. It can help you get around things like the Shadow Curse. It can help you enable Callous Glow Ring. It can reveal shadows and enemies that can cloak in dark areas. Dancing Lights also does not break hiding. So it's a concentration you can start without losing your hiding status. It's utility. I know it's hard to see the inherent value in things that don't do damage, but it has value. And it can be fed to Gale. Yes, that is an option too, but I usually don't feed Gale that, because there are items that are meant to do damage that aren't good at it that I tend to feed Gale with.
That might be worth a look.
Looking very respectfully. Guess we know where magic is stored, am I right? The way I see it, everything Dancing Lights does can be done by something else better. That's true. But you get into the weeds of specific use cases. For example, a level 1 compatible Merkle strat involves using Chimera's Locket, Concentrated Blast, and the Vital Conduit boots. And you can just beat Merkle with those items alone. Provided you have made appropriate preparations to other categories, you don't even need to use healing potions. You just beat Merkle by using those. The personality on him, huh?
Sure, why not? Who there, wanderer? Stay thy course a moment to indulge an old man. May I inquire if perchance you retain among your traveling companions a man who adheres to the given name of Gale?
So normally a person of Elminster's age would be like, nobody wants to work anymore. But this version of Elminster is different. He'll show up in your camp, hit you with the nobody wants to twerk anymore, and then start throwing ass. That's my chosen of Mystra.
Ever a man. And my thanks for your excellent guidance. Ah, and yonder I spy the object of my pursuit.
Elminster?
The very same, Gale. And a fair bit miffed he is, too, finding himself forced
The
to
Harry?
expose
Yeah.
his best pair of boots to so many miles of country.
Harry and Veiny.
Your behalf.
I don't understand.
Natural.
How so on my behalf?
I would. Why? Some bread. I'm here on behalf of. Do not for Mr. is aware of the misadventure. That is why I
Like how Gale still has the black eye.
You must find.
No.
To you, I commit into.
Farewell, Elm.
Okay, I should talk to Withers for 30 XP. was his best pair of what?
Dost thou require? That is where I was.
You ever Merc Elminster? Often. I won't be doing it on this run, I will be doing it on the Karlach run. It's 1000 XP, so very profitable to do so. As you can see, I have no need of doing that right now.
Heading out.
Oh, hey, I forgot to kill Nichols.
I'm fine.
Let me fix that. Silly mistake.
Unleash the legend.
Nichols, I hate you enough that you get the Gauntlet of Shar treatment. Is it good for you? Who's good for me? Nichols isn't worth a dime. Nearby bug, never got aggressive without dialogue, Barkus died. So that seems to be a patch 8 thing that can happen if one of the gnomes steps through a fire surface you made accidentally by blowing up the rope. That's the current working theory. We're gonna take this Infernal Gem. Or this Umbral Gem, rather. Because I only need one. Do I have a jump potion? I do. I have to use water bottles and pause to turn immediately after clearing the rubble. It's so dumb. It's extremely frustrating, and I don't know how they managed to make that happen in patch 8 specifically. It was never a problem before. Actually, I haven't tried this on patch 8, have I? No, I have. Fix the elevator boss. So they have claimed to, and I must say in 5,000 hours of playing this game, the elevator boss has never gotten me. It's very much an individual thing if it happens to you or not. I kind of forgot a step here. Oops. Reason why I got the one gem first place. I'm being very scatterbrained right now. It's 45 XP for that.
The disk's on the move. Why walk?
Does this roll knock unique item? Yes, because there is only one before Act 3. But it's not the only way to get knock.
What were you before you were this?
There is no before.
So you've always been a bone man?
In a sense.
Let's send a star in on a little field trip here.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
Dost thou require very well? Choose.
watch your back.
Astarion is Fuzzlelump's chaperone.
I'll just help myself.
He shouldn't need one because I've killed all the guards already, but... This is just saving me the convenience of having to make another trip. Well, I mentioned there's other ways to get knock. Should have done this sooner, but... Elixir of Gnomish Integrity. You're proficient in sleight of hand checks and can cast knock until your next long rest, thanks to the crafty wiles of the Forgotten Folk.
Someone there?
I'm a bit busy at the moment. We'll talk later.
Sharp as ever. 2 steps at a time. Need something. It's... Let's chew the fat.
This vessel is at thy disposal.
I left XP on the table by not killing the shadows in the soft step trial and not killing my copy in the self-same trial, but eh. Alright, so we're gonna long rest here, and we're gonna go get Shield of Faith. I'm not even gonna bother killing Gek and Lurgan. What do I care? Yeah, then we'll get Nightsinger's favor again. We'll go. The spores, saving for Karlach. 1 for 11 for Merkel. We have enough XP. We have enough XP already. You fight those shadows, guessing you have to greater invis. No, you don't have to. You can just kill them.
Good evening.
If they detect you, you take 1 damage, you get sent back to the start, but you can just one-shot them outright.
In a more suitable locale. Glad simply. I love this. That most beautiful of fantasies. I thought this place might. There is no point in running from the inevitable. Better to meet it.
Oh, that potion's near wrecked my innards.
Will's got the shits from the gnome potion. That's a relatable king. What's the XP breakpoint? Hit 11 after going in the Shadowfell. Round about 9,000 off, give or take a bit. There's 5,500, give or take, based on your inspiration background, in the Mind Flayer colony. There's about 2,000 if you free Dame Aelin, and there's about 1,000 if you leave Balthazar alive to fight him in the Shadowfell. Then, give or take a few hundred based on whether Shadowheart's around. She's not, so slightly behind for me. Whether you're willing to kill the Harpers and Flaming Fist in Moonrise, which I am. And in the most extreme case, I can still head over to Last Light and kill Isabel if I want to, for a little bit more there.
was hoping to speak to you, as a matter of fact. You.
I'm glad to hear it.
And I intend to prove.
All out of Shar, let's get Nightsinger's favor. I am saving, I think, all of the one-time buffs for Karlach, just because I can. Maybe... I do want Voss's longsword, so we won't save that bless. Highlight on you and others, a mod or in-game option? In-game option. How to reset Glut from the Spores condition. So, if a creature uses a cheat death effect, so Death Ward, Survival Instinct, Half-Orc, Barbarian, Shadow Sorcerer, Blood of Lathander, Half-Orc Elixir, any of those, hey, I didn't actually die mechanics, they lose the Shadow Curse, not Shadow Curse, excuse me, they lose the Spore Servant tag when that effect triggers. So, if you want to remove the Spore Servant tag from something, you would... The easiest way to do it is put Survival Instinct on it, and then knock it down to 0 HP. That removes the Spore Servant tag. So then, if they were to die, they're a valid target again, because they're not a Spore Servant. Some tags like that are really weird in how the game handles them. Like, you can remove Shadow Curse Undead tag with Crawler Mucus. You can remove it with Arrows of Many Targets, and probably other things as well. It's not an area I've spent too much time exploring. But, yesterday, someone mentioned, I forget who, apologies. I think it was Creative Duda, actually. You can save Harper Jonas that way. You could remove the Shadow Curse from him. And he does have AI to, like, follow the Harpers to Last Light. And just start chilling there. He doesn't talk or anything. Megan still thinks he's dead. But, like, he'll just be chilling on the bridge.
Let's chew the fat.
Well?
Oh yeah, I haven't saved Balin, and I'm not going to. Got the Noble Slug, is that for Karlach? That's for Karlach. I mean, once you know how he is, I don't really want to save him. Want? No. Unfortunately, saving him gives you a good item that Karlach is going to want, so... We'll be grabbing that, but other than that, no.
The pride of the gate. Eat.
Balthazar's upcoming, so... Pop Poison Rest. Pretty bright in the Shadowfell, I don't think Ring of Twilight will apply. Wear it anyway. Let's go kill Lantarf. Megan shoved Jonas in a chasm on my last playthrough. Everyone handles grief differently.
Best foot forward.
The absolute war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve?
Wouldn't say no to some more short rest potions. Can I afford these though? Oh yeah. Just sell him the stack of 9 flesh to stone scrolls. Forgot I had those. Yeah, well, we have money again. Yeah, wait, you know what would be really funny, Landarf? Oh, you didn't find it that funny. Didn't find it funny at all.
A little fun at last.
What you got? Not much. So, he is a paladin, by the way. Lantarv is a paladin who is out of spell slots. I'm not kidding. Relentless Avenger is a Vengeance Paladin feature. He's just a paladin with no resources. Who didn't turn his auras on. Maybe if he stocked some long rest potions. Get him, Tinny. Surely he learned from Minthara. Not enough people here in the cult learned from Minthara. Maybe they'd be successful if they had. I got the flawed Helldusk armor back. I could sell that to someone. Oh, hey, good. The same scrolls are back. Leaving the Iron Banded shield there.
Keeping pace.
Lan probably broke his oath, forgot to see the Oathbreaker Knight. Maybe that's why he was a vendor. He was trying to save up money to be able to buy his oath back. Capitalism really, really hit the paladins hard.
Checking things out.
Religion's expensive. Oh, backpack on death didn't work anymore. It doesn't, except for when you still get some of the stuff anyway. I still gotta figure it out, Baneblade. You don't get the full contents anymore, so the behavior is still different from pre-patch 8, but clearly getting 7 scrolls of Disintegrate, 9 scrolls of Flesh to Stone from the backpack, and then armor of Flawed Helldusk armor outside of the backpack, that's not within... I mean, I guess maybe that is within expectations. Maybe it just looks in containers as well. And then there are some other fixed drops. Because I know Roa always drops a Firebolt scroll and then Ray of Frost scroll on top of whatever else she would drop. But, yeah. Oh, it was weird. We are not finding Arabella's parents, so we won't see her in Act 3. This is so we can still get the Shadowblade ring on Karlach.
What's this now?
As you step in.
No Shadowheart because she's currently sharting with the fishes. Remember, I can only pick up the Spear of Night on one of the runs.
You did well. Better than I would have credited you with. Gladly.
Incredible! I feel so light. I swear I might fly.
Will's just happy to be here, man. Ash of Landharv used those disintegrates like the Hoarding Merrigan. If I hadn't put them in his backpack, he may have. He does have scroll AI. I think Jack Black could play Balthazar in the live action. Build is currently 9 Death Cleric, 1 Shadow Sorcerer. Feats are Alert and a Charisma ability score increase. Thinking about insect plaguing here. A little wasteful. All the fire's not bad though. This is why it's 1,000 XP to fight Balthazar here. All these guys. Why the 1 Shadow Sorcerer? Because I prefer to have my spell scaling off Charisma. The original plan was to go more Shadow Sorcerer heavy, but you know, Cleric too good, and Quag have no self-control when it comes to Cleric. It's like we're back in Valkranas. So the big skellies, they can't jump up here. The little ones can, but they also just die to the wall of fire. Enemies are willing to push you here, and I don't currently have protection from that. I'm using a poison resistance elixir because this gives me resistance to Balthazar's Ray of Sickness and immunity to his Cloud Kill. He won't even attempt to Cloud Kill me. That showing critical miss means he rolled a 20. Prostate Squad. Yeah, we got the Prostate Destroyer, the Prostate Sentinel, Prostate Defender, Prostate Librarians. Prostate Librarian, check it in. In my head, you did that with the glove when saying that. So we're going with that. Hey, Ultimate Ninja Batman. How are you? Good collection of college nicknames right there. It's true. It's true. Too soon to make a Joe Biden joke? I think so. Maybe. I thought about it, though, Sweetest Roll. I'm right there with you. I thought about it. So excited to finally understand Druid. Let's go. Druid's awesome. I'll leave Circle of Bones. Never too soon to joke on supporters of genocide. That's true. Just the specific cause of illness is one that may hit close to home for some people, myself included. That's the area I'm handling delicately. It's not out of, like for the guy himself. Let's put it that way. Yeah, the Prostate Squad does have a lot of bling, which raises some questions that I think I actually would like answered. Maybe even with illustrations. But they do have a lot of jewelry for some reason. The ongoing one in Gaza soon. The ongoing and active one.
Was it everything you hoped for? Was it sweet, Sharon, to murder a paladin of Selûne? Her daughter? Her sword?
Now, to be clear, that's because it's been the position of the United States to support that kind of thing forever. But still did it.
That is when this immortal will visit you, Sharon. That. Do not run along now. Go to open this cage. Yeah. You. Are you ready?
Something.
Well, Moonlight Glaive, we don't have to worry about this one being acquired in the other run, because it's absolutely not going to be. I'll note it down anyway, though. Because in the other path, Aelin is not going to live. Pull another toothpick. Thanks, Saluna. Like, Shar sucks. Like, Saluna also sucks, just for different reasons. not to both sides that whole thing, but why does Saluna suck? She's a deadbeat for both her children and her followers. Like, yes, I understand that the conclusion we're supposed to draw is, well, AO says you can't directly interfere. You know, the plot of this game is directly because of the Dead 3 and Shar directly interfering in whatever the fuck they want to. Where's AO? Yes, you have the narrative implication, based on some things Withers says, that Withers, aka Jurgle, was tasked by AO to be the enforcer of the, hey, you stop doing that, you know, as the role of the Overgod dictates. However, did Saluna see any consequences? No? Okay. Did she meaningfully help Aelin beyond giving her a +1 greatsword after a century of imprisonment? She gives her a +1 greatsword, man. Like, that's it. That's all she gets. Shar gives Shadowheart a full set of enhanced drip. A bunch of items you can't get anywhere else. Better versions of items that are already good in the game. And Saluna gives Aelin a +1 greatsword. What are we doing? What is this? One is also immortal, though I'm not sure if she had a hand in that. If you're referring to Aelin being immortal, yeah, like, if you're gonna make her immortal but not give her a decent fucking weapon to defend herself with, I don't know, man. Oh, no.
As long as you're close now. Ha!
Alright. Getting the old lady to peg me. Also, she has a lot of HP. Good for you. 17 con. The plate +0 is equally insulting. Yeah.
Getherick will not wait on our pleasure, nor jump on his...
You'd think the Moonlight Slivers would be called in the fight against Ketheric for being enslaved for 100 years, but Saluna like, nah, fam. Now just pull yourself up by your bootstraps. None of the demigods want to work anymore, Chris. Walk it off, yeah. Bloodlust was not correct here. Hill Giant was correct here. Let's see if I get punched. Is it intentional the chest in the Albert Cave loops the damage till you die? I mean, it's... I don't know if I'd call it intentional, but it's how things work if you have certain effects on you. The loop will only start if you succeed a save, if you're talking about with the Helldusk armor. Sorry, huh? Yeah, so what Exile is referring to, Soy Sauce, the Moonlight Slivers that Chris mentioned above as well, if you betray Aelin to Leroican in Act 3, Selûne will actually give Aelin meaningful help. Proving she could have done it at any time. She just didn't. Got sick of Reaper Bone Chill after the 100th Timmy call out. Valid. So happy the extension works again. Yeah, Athena. We got DLC to kill the gods. It's okay. There's a Gale evil ending where you can make your mission statement killing all gods. It's some very Neverwinter Nights 2 Mask of the Betrayer type shit. Feels annoying, but not unexpected. Don't kill my XP. They're gonna kill my XP. Do you have protection from evil and good and Spirit Guardians up? Yes, I am concentrating on Spirit Guardians, and Jaheira is concentrating on protection from evil and good. Fireball's such a terrible spell. Actual fucking garbage. Will probably die lethargic ground. Let's do that. Only asking this to test my assumptions. What are your thoughts on Lightning Bolt? If Fireball is bad, Lightning Bolt is very, very good. Do I have a scroll? I do. Alright, so same damage die, but applicable over a wider area, in a more favorable damage type, because it's easy to apply vulnerability to lightning damage. Safer to use. Has more character and class interactions around it. Better on every level. Well, if a warding's a real fireball, true. Or smoke powder arrows, which have the exact same total damage die. It's just split between fire and force. 2 instances is also better for overall damage scaling. Those arrows are unethical, though. They're really good.
We witnessed assaulting some.
Keeping pace.
These Harpers running around. Could kill them if I really want more XP. Not feeling that much thirst for it, though. Ketherick is not a bloodlust fight, but I'm just not gonna change because I'm lazy. 911 for Merkel, way too much to go, yeah? No. There's 5,500 XP in the colony, Athena. We're 4,500 off the level.
Defend the people.
You. What have you done? What
Good.
have you done to me?
I need guidance.
Unlike Isabel, you have.
Rise, you dog!
He surrendered or whatever.
He will. The gods.
Yeah. Alright, hit me. Weak. Attack rolls on Ketherick are not the vibe right now with his 22 AC. Start trying to drain his stacks. Not too invested. Aelin depleting some of his smites is something I have an interest in. They're turning a good time. Hey Andy, welcome back. Yeah. We're on pace for pre-Merkel 11. We're just kind of going through the stuff and things. Good hit, Aelin.
Watch and learn.
What proportion of Ketherick is Elven? 100%. He is just an elf. That crit. Ketherick can have a beard, but Astarion can't have a mustache. They gave J.K. Simmons a beard, because of course they would. Cazador had a beard in his early access model, before they were like, oh, elves aren't supposed to have those? Okay, we'll cut it down to 1. Thanks, Ayla. Genuinely, her getting hit here is helpful. Maybe he has a beard spell on. Yeah, we don't know that that's not a thing. Or like has a dork, am I right? It's true. You should have 3 more smites if I counted correctly. I don't care if I counted correctly or not. It's Paladin. What's he gonna do? Run out of resources at me? Hey, good hit. He's out of smites. I overestimated his spell slot supply. He is already out. Sorry, give your class too much credit, Rick Thorm. Maybe being immortal gave him the power of a beard. Checks out.
Enough. My lord beckons me.
That tentacle was colossal. How can such a thing be possible?
Your Gale can only grow a really patchy and stringy beard, so he casts Prestidigitation on the regular. It doesn't look like a creep from a small town gas station bumming cigs. Ugh. That's just awful. Just be disguise itself. That more like disguise elf.
Onward. That tentacle came from below. We should follow. I'm not about to let Ketherick walk free.
And you guys don't like any of my jokes.
The hole yawns back.
I wager that devil I meant to rescue somewhere near.
Okay, yeah, if I forget to rescue Mizora, I game over. So I also can't get distracted by the text.
We are very close to the source of the Absolute now. That telepathic storm has become a tempest.
Fun show for everyone. Mm-hmm. Not missing. It's incredibly rude. Who needs Mizora? Just let her hang out. Unfortunately, if you do that as Wyll Origin, you will game over as soon as you try to go to the Merkle Arena. She's so cozy where she is. But Chris, she has a necklace. I gotta look at the necklace. Not even gonna try to get that tadpole. I don't need it.
Brine pools, but empty of tadpoles. Unusual. Harvesting all the larvae indicates they are getting ready for something big.
By Grazit's cock. It's about time you came.
What have we here? Hold on. Need to relish the moment.
Go on and gloat. Bow to your pretend crowd. All done? Good. Now, enough sniffing around and get me out of this thing.
Do it, and I'll let you off your leash. A devil always.
What if I want to stay on the leash, though? Not the pack.
The symbol's meaning comes into focus. And symbol means nothing to you.
You did all... Ignorant thing. It's always the terms and conditions that get you.
That's it? All this trouble, not a single reward?
You've jumped through enough hoops. A little treat wouldn't hurt.
That seemed like that cleric build you got. Not that good. You're making it work. Determination skill. And what about it isn't that good? Bone Chill at 2 targets is efficient as far as cantrips go. The only cantrip that's going to be pulling more AoE with these classes is Eldritch Blast, which will also pull more single target, but that's Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast itself is, of course, behind bows and throws and unarmed, as most things are. But what about it isn't good? I have an answer for everything as a cleric. I got Spirit Guardians for on-demand AoE, damage dealing at the cost of my movement speed. I've got a defensive spell for pretty much every occasion. I've got good gear proficiencies. What about it isn't good? Alright, now we have the Infernal Rapier, which I can use to attack with my Charisma. It's also a +2 weapon. It's adaptable, which is my playstyle. True. Doesn't exceed in anything. Not yet. If I was pure class cleric, we'd have Hero's Feast for Merkle, and it exceeds at memeing that boss. He just can't do anything anymore. It's really funny. You didn't explain all that. Could have just said Timmy. That's true. Closers are always so funny. They're waiting for you to move barrels closer. They were surprised.
What have we here?
I too would stand there and watch people build, do Fortnite builds of bombs to blow me up whenever I'm surprised. finished my first playthrough of BG3 yesterday. I learned a lot from you. It's really helped me get through some tough spots. I killed Lazel for refusing to help Orpheus, though. I'm going to start my second run. Let's go. Congrats on your win. Excited to hear what you do next.
Descend. Prepare.
Silence is gold. One move ahead. Silence is gold. Finding my way.
Didn't leave myself an angle on any of the barrels, which is a skill issue. That works, though. Watching your stream bots, by the way, it's much more consistent. I can watch progress without missing your streams. Cast Fists Wizard, good name. Oh, thank you. I'm really glad you enjoy watching the bots. Infernal Rapier boosts my spell save DC by 1. It's quite nice. Anyone in particular you'd want me to watch from YouTube? Something that stands out from the others? The Lore Bard Karlach run was pretty cool. I'm proud of that one. John Normal as well is an all-timer for me. Probably those two. Having level 6 wizard spells and a druid for a level 1 dip feels unethical. Wait until you delve into the respec shit you can do with wizard. If you learn 6 level spells from wizard, and then you respec to only have 1 level of wizard, let's say you're 11 fighter, 1 wizard, you still know the 6th level spells. You don't have the slot to cast it, but if you have, say, Arcane Battery or Free Cast, you can cast it. So you could be a level 11 fighter running around casting 6th level wizard spells. Get free cast, you have to get the Uggo face cutscene nerf. You still have Arcane Battery, though. There's 2 quarterstaffs that give you that in Act 3. You still also have the option of using up to 4th level spell elixirs to get up to those spells. If you are a Gale, you can use your Shadow Weave spell slot as a 3rd level spell slot. I almost picked that up without thinking. I had to cancel that at the last second. Does Wyll want the Resonance Stone? No. Wyll does not want the Resonance Stone. Does Wyll want Githzerai Mind Barrier? No. Does Wyll want the Eye Patch? No.
Grounded again. I prefer merriment.
I can go solve the puzzle back there? No. Trying out some Toll the Dead early on, it's so mid. Genuinely, Toll the Dead does not seem worth taking. Like, maybe with Resonance Stone. But, like, what isn't good with Resonance Stone? And if you're doing a cantrip with Resonance Stone, like, Vicious Mockery?
Oh, smells like I've gone down one of the gate's stormwater grates.
Not for long. Time for jump.
Baldur's Gate will know my
Get some Act 2 support to make my judgment then, since I know it would be serviceable in Act 3, since most things can be. Yeah, I'm just struggling to see the appeal in Act 2 when the other cantrips are still there. Like, convince me, this isn't necessarily you, but convince me to click Toll the Dead over Acid Splash. Convince me. Or Toll the Dead over Bone Chill. Or Eldritch Blast, or Shock and Grasp, or Ray of Frost, or Thorn Whip. Or Firebolt. We'll leave out Booming Blade because we're being reasonable. Expression sounds good. Valid reasons. There's level 11. Hey, we don't even have to flush Zevlor. Gonna. But know that I don't have to. We didn't save us, so us isn't here. Thought I had a save and hadn't used it not once. It's a wisdom save. Which, in the interest of being completely fair, it's easier to stick a wisdom save than it is a dex save for much of the game. So, like, Toll the Dead versus Sacred Flame, fair enough. You could make some pretty good arguments in favor of Toll the Dead there. But what about every other cantrip? Won't really need enhanced sleep much longer. Does Thunderwave make sense? Rather use Sacred Flame, to be honest. Why? Because it's Evocation and Radiant, so you can capitalize on the ball. I could summon a Cambion too. Would you rather use Vicious Mockery? Yeah. I would anyway.
Side by side. There are others in the pods. The device is open to your text.
Urge. It's XP negative to do that. Because doing the fight, saving Zablora and Shurga, and then killing them yourself is more. But I already hit 11. I don't need to care about that. I don't know, kind of like the early game D12s for cantrip damage on toll. My perspective on that is, like, if I'm in the early game, I'm not clicking cantrips anyway. So, like, the mid-game is where I'm more willing to do cantrip stuff. But if I make exceptions there, it's gotta be outstanding stuff. Like, Wet-assisted Shock and Grasp and Ray of Frost, you have some arguments for. Again, we're leaving out Booming Blade because it's an outlier. Twin Bursting Sinew. It's some AoE at a point in the game where if you're unwilling to use consumables, it's some AoE.
They must have shipped thousands of true souls through here.
Like, a D12 is not nothing, but it's not an attack roll. So you also can't set up forced crits. It also can't crit on its own. It's much harder to improve your spell save DC than it is to improve your accuracy in the early game. Like, if you're trying to make Bone Chill land more consistently, you have Staff of Arcane Blessing, you have Heroism Elixir, you have Whispering Promise, you have High Ground, you have Hiding, you have Invis, you have Attacking from Shadows, you have Tadpole Elixir. I just think the comparison of Bone Chill and Toll the Dead comes up really short. But it can be made to work, as all things can. Supposed to buy... Oh, I did buy Modern Elementals. Never mind. Oh yeah, let me mark down Infernal Rapier, I guess.
Defender of the people.
Would have gotten an Animate Dead Summon in here too, but meh.
Two steps at a time.
Every build can throw daggers to shoot bows, every build doesn't shoot 2 Necromancy cantrips level 1. Right, that's true. But then you are back to the comparison of Bone Chill with Toll the Dead, and Bone Chill is easier to scale, peaks higher, is available at the exact same point. party means I have to take everyone's turn, so it's a no from me. Pretty much what got me into soloing. Not just the challenge, I was just like, hey, I don't want to deal with moving all of these people around anymore. Alright, yeah, with that 6th level aid, we're up to 92 HP and 17 temp. I only have 12 constitution. Love having 6 summons on Druid, but then I have to control 6 summons. Yeah, exactly. Not my comfort. Hey, FBM Kodiak, how are you? What's sus? What's happening? Oh, I should make sure I have the right gear equipped, huh? Hey, yo, Rick Thorne, what you doing? Hey, Dave, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How was your stream? If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do challenge runs, mostly Baldur's Gate stuff. We're coming to the Merkle fight in the Wyll A, Karlach B run, where I have to do a run as Wyll, and then any items and permanent buffs that I picked up as Wyll are unavailable as Karlach. So for example, all this unique gear you see equipped on me, all the unique gear in my inventory, Karlach can't use any of that on the follow-up run. Tadpoles, I'm having to ration those between my 2 characters. It's been very cool.
We've found it.
Play. I will do my best. How was stream, Dade?
You said
Forgot to install a Gortash mod. I keep forgetting.
You freeze at the sight.
And Catherine.
Okay, so, accuracy, Featherfall is light. Do a Blight Scrolls. Use one of those.
There you are, as predicted. What is it, I wonder, that draws one toward death like a moth to light?
Roll a 2, then a 1 on Toll. What about other level 1 cantrips?
Perhaps you hope to learn your place in history before you are erased. Your place. I will kill you now. And then I will raise you as my servant.
Just roll good.
Repent.
Alright. Here it is.
Would that even be possible?
Stream is good. We cleaned up a lot of Act 2 stuff. Finished on a successful Portal Defense, Thano fight, next stream Sparks fight, Moonrise, and our boy Rick. Let's go. Love to hear the success.
My debt can never be repaid. He is here. He is watching. He is listening. He is.
love that cutscene so much. It's so good, man. It's so good.
Fast. He'll never die while Nightsong's still caged.
Good job, Wyll. Hey Shimmer, how are you? This would be really funny. 35%. A little confused on tracking my action. I can't Booming Blade again. Probably because things joined the turn order since my last turn. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Okay, that's fine. What's he gonna do? Hit me? Got home at 2 AM, time to watch some Bald Gate before I hit the sack. Well, hopefully you get some rest whenever you are able to do so. Happy to have you in. Care about the intellect of ours? Not really. Maybe the gates are elves and that's why they're bald. Big if true. That's why we went with Mud Meth. It's 30 damage there. So, thing to note about Isabel's Blessing, does not protect against Reach from Beyond. I love this fight, me too. Touch of death off that. Finally fix the BG3 tool? Yeah. Really happy they did that. Little heal, you don't need a big one. Nice number on Toll the Dead. Just leading first, oh. Well. It tried, maybe. To just move this into the insect plague. I think it'd be funny. I felt a little sassy. A little bit. A little bit. Bone Chill is forcing disadvantage on him. He would already have that because of Peg, but I got a Bloodlust kill. Oh yeah, that Necromite spawned an insect plague. Cool. Concentration. If only I had predicted this. Sir, a second insect plague has hit the Apostle of Merkel. Ambien just soaking it all up like a champ. He's not taking much from the insect plague, but it's not meant to hurt him. It's for everybody else. Thank you, Ambien. Hey Sal, extension works again? Yeah, they fixed it. I don't need to deal with that one. There's no way of getting down. By draining his charisma, I've also lowered his spell save DC significantly. Music's so good. Slow and steady. No interest in trying to do this fast. Just wanted to kind of keep it under control. It's the first time he's actually hit me. Rolled an 18 on his dice through disadvantage. I'll shield. You can move those? Mm-hmm. It's another reason to have high strength. Does he know what's up? Does he know what? The Nightbot's a bot? How can we be sure of that? Maybe Nightbot is the only real chatter the entire time. You ever think about that? Please say no, because it's stupid if you did. Hate attack rolls, by the way. Attack rolls are a bad time. Good job, Aelin. He got a smite back. When did he get a smite back? Great question. Oh, did you make it? Wait. It's both of them. Yeah, seems right. Oh no, my concentration broke. Only I had envisioned that that would be the case. With that glove, why melee spell attack? Because it lets me bone chill without getting disadvantage from being threatened. Also lets me apply certain things that happen only on melee, such as my death domain channel divinity. Oh. That's unfortunate. Roll another 2. Alright, we hit the extended bone chill, so even if he gets the heal off, he doesn't actually get healed. Lost my soul into the brain. Feel so defeated. Oh, I'm sorry, Siren. It does happen. You're not alone. A lot of people have lost runs there. There's no shame in it. Clear 80. Accuracy is not inspiring. That's okay. First run out of Act 1, just honor mode, lost to Pataris. Oof. I read those features on enemies. Read them, didn't plan. Well, that'll get you too. But because I did extended bone chill, he's not going to get to heal off this. I'm lethargic for this upcoming turn, so he is going to get to hit me with Finger of Death, but like, do I care? No. Still have damage going because of Spirit Guardians. It's unfortunate that my Insect Blade dropped so many times. I love that he points too. 9 damage. And he took 26. Drop my concentration again. Okay. It is fun to actually use my spell slots.
Death cannot take me. I am its master.
There is a character sheet.
My lord.
I don't think you have Death Domain, Catherine. I don't think that's you. I don't think you're that guy.
Nothing. I am forsaken. You have no idea what you've done.
He is not him.
Isabel.
Do I loot his gear? Shield, maybe? I think I take the shield, and I leave the armor and hammer for Karlach. I think she may be upset. Why don't you just tell her to calm down? I think that's what you should do whenever a woman seems upset. You should just tell her to calm down.
You have my sword, my fealty. Do what you must. Then we fly this foul place.
Leave the armor if no Helldeath boots and vice versa. Did you name change rocks?
It's in his armor.
Is that you?
Take it.
Oh, yeah, you did? Yeah, I'm mostly thinking neither character's gonna equip it. Karlach's more likely to if she takes a 1-level dip for it. But I'm thinking it's more for her to sell it. Because she's gonna have worse charisma than Wyll.
In death, the body is cooling, but energy radiates from the stone.
Let's relax.
Remarkable. Truly. And now the picture comes together. The Absolute is neither one. Ketheric was a temporary. If the crown can do that, we
Okay, taking the shield. I'm unlikely to use it until we're well established in Act 3 and I have, like, either Helm of Baldurin or Helldusk Helm. Probably Helldusk Helm for this character. So let me log it.
Blade at the ready.
If I take Shield Master, that shield usually makes it the brain. Yeah, it's a very good shield. Can totally see why.
I've been thinking on all that you learned below.
I could really use
If you've got your breath, we ought to discuss our next steps. And reminds me of old time, aren't you?
Alright, thanks for the pegging, Jaheira.
Chosen have reason to fear you.
Sylvan Scimitar is another
I would like to be at your side when you confront them.
good weapon. I think I won't count it against me because I'm not adding it to my inventory. It'll remain in Jaheira's.
When we reach Boulders, there's beyond.
Keeping pace.
Yeah, Isabel's buffed to shit. I gave her a 5th level aid, freedom of movement, and death ward.
Perhaps we could join.
She's got almost as much HP as Aelin right now.
Just tell me what you need.
Definitely need Sunbeam, I have Daylight. Helps to have a Darkness Scroll, I suppose. Do I want Shield of Devotion on this run? No. Harper is safe for Karlach. Cool. On my level 11, I got a lot of XP. XP optimization can take you really far.
But if we are to succeed, hold us together.
The way to Baldur's Gate lies to the west of town. Come, The city beckons.
Or 12? Yeah, I'm 11 so far, but you can get to 12 at this point in the game if you're really on top of things. You do a run like this, but with all origins after. So, like, I have to spread the gear across every character? Is what you're thinking, Rox? Or should I just do them all in pairs? Oh, you're thinking spread it across everyone? That could be really interesting. Which feats? I have Alert, and I have an ability score increase on Charisma. Exclusively for Bone Chill accuracy. This is a Bone Chill cantrip build where I occasionally do other things.
Baldur's Gate lies ahead. If we've any lingering... We leave this place better than...
Last character's naked.
Well done. An army has marched through here, traveling west to Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, he has a lot to say. Will, you okay, buddy? Oh yeah, I finished the Explore the Ruins quest outside of the Act 1 map, so that marker is stuck on Withers forever. Annoyingly.
We should catch up.
You saw Gortash, didn't you? What the fuck was he doing down there? Is all of this because of him?
The tadpole, the absolute. How?
Karlach approves? Of what?
I was his bodyguard.
He gave. He has to die.
I won't know peace till I've dug my thumbs into his eyes. Till I've ripped out his throat with my teeth. Hear that, Gortash? I'm coming for you.
Me next, please.
I can feel it. The engine. It's getting hotter, louder. It's going to blow if we don't find another way to fix it. You know, Zariel may have put the fucking thing in, but Gortash gave her the go-ahead. You expect this shit from devils, but not from the people you care about. Let's get to the city. Got business there I'm highly fucking keen to attend to. Wish we could stay and see what this place will be like without the shadows. I bet it's beautiful. No. Oh. Yes.
Not your place, Will, but... Trying to visualize thumbs and eyes ripping out throat. Do you think those were separate motions? I mean, I think you could, like... Yeah, burning? That's what I was wondering. You should calm down.
Lovely.
What have we here?
Karlach kisses are top tier. Absolutely. They are adorable. I dislike the triple force long rest of the astral plane. Yeah, it's not one of my favorite things. You know me in long resting, though. I ate all of it, so. So Gale's gonna stay, because we stabilized the orb. Volo's gonna leave. We can't get the eye anyway, because we're Wyll. Let's go.
The curse has been lifted. The land's cleansed of the your courage has been...
So in terms of companion status, remember Shadowheart is very dead. Everyone else is doing pretty well though. Astarion didn't have his autonomy violated. Lae'zel isn't Blacketh pilled. What happened to Shart? She fell into an aquarium. It was a tragic accident.
Sergeant, if you are here, I presume Wern's Rock is secure, and preparations for my inauguration are complete.
No, Lord Gortash. We were interrupted. Another quake in the lower city.
That's where it's
more severe this time.
So you came cowering to my chambers? I'm flattered, Sergeant. But even I cannot command natural phenomena to cease.
Forgive me, my lord, but there is panic in the streets. The people are afraid.
Perhaps the people would be calm if you kept your nerve. I expect better from the Flaming Fist than to run scared from a slight tremor in the earth. Get back to your duties.
Duties, duties, duties. Patrolling and saluting and following and bowing and scraping. Yes, sir. No, sir. Rip and cut your throat, sir. Your plan is falling apart, lordling.
Control yourself.
Oh.
It's always so good. Like Orin as a villain? I do too. It's your turn to do your duties. Duties, duties, duties.
Beyond the...
I don't have any Misty Step gear because I didn't pick any of it up. We're gonna use a scroll. Go over here.
Keeping pace. Finders keepers.
I don't feel like talking to Gale, so I'm just not gonna.
The events of the absolute, all who carry this would have with her together, you who bear the face of a devil. Will you liberate the and what of your father? Will you tear him away from the Elder Brain's clutches, or allow him to suffer? You will not have long but sleep.
We are going evil ending.
We're under attack. Fight
By the
your
way.
way to the portal. I need your help.
Could kill these guys for XP. Really feel the need. Ugh, I hate not having Crusher's Ring.
I'm here. Help me. I'm under attack.
Alright, first of all, freedom of movement. It's level 8. Second level false life.
Hurry. I can't hold them back alone.
didn't want to concentrate on that anyway. Crusher just licked some toes. Not noticed that chest. Yeah, there's two somewhat well hidden chests in this map.
Come to the skull. I need you now.
You're fine.
The skull. Come to the skull.
Checking things out. I love surprises.
To the skull.
Help me.
Destroy the god to get.
Should have concentrated on guidance, but I think I'm okay without it. Like the teacher Quag being bullied, bully them back. Oh, I forgot the other chest. I can go back for it. Get fucked. Oh. Happens to the best of us, I guess. Oh. These things happen, I suppose. Hope your pillows are hot and your hot beverage of choice is lukewarm. Who's Luke and why is he warm in the beverage? How is he warm in the beverage? I don't want to know.
Thank you. That was too close. Don't look at me like I am a mind flayer. Yes. Without me, you grew attached. It's like an adventurer. That longing brought me to for years. I sustained I had the people my need. He told me was intended as I shall look forward to sharing his down rather than the potential. But I alone, Orpheus will be much easier. If the Githyanki ever find out well, all I needed to do was subdue. There may come. We may look different, but to the Elder Brain, as an Elithid, would you like to do it? Would you like to evolve?
So the Astral Tadpole, I'm gonna allow it for both characters. Reason being is that if I use any amount of tadpoles at all, it's a Wisdom saving throw to reject it. So I'm just gonna view it as like a canon event that happens to both.
Hold out. It wants to evolve, but it cannot do so alone.
Though here's how we can handle it. Karlach can eat it. Or Wyll can eat it. I'll have Wyll eat it, and then Karlach will hold it. You sure Wyll doesn't eat it? Why? I'll have Wyll eat it, and then Karlach will use it. Because this way, it's not in my inventory.
What are you?
A coldness seeps through your veins as the tadpole awakens. Its yearning almost unbearable. Your mind is a veritable...
If eaten, then gone. Something I can't avoid in the next run. Like, this conversation's still gonna happen. Gotta make certain allowances. This way, this is the most true to the rule set in terms of the implementation. The gummy did not enter my inventory.
Where it touches, your flesh, glands, organs contract and flood with pure thought. You feel different. Your body has never felt more connected.
I think your brain makes it taste good as like medicine. It probably tastes good enough that they would have to, like, if there were enough of them, they'd have to issue public health warnings, be like, hey, don't eat these. One of the Intellectars survived. 3 of them survived? 4 of them? That's weird. I guess I did kill a lot of them on the first turn. A lot of the gifts. So I did awaken. Thinking I want Black Hole, Fracture, Psyche, Mind Blast. We'll work on getting towards lifted expertise. I don't ever knock out the Emperor here. I've never tried. Game over, is it? Look, chest. like talking to Lae'zel, so I'm just not gonna. I don't feel like looting the raspberries either, so I'm simply not gonna. What weapon does it use? Staff of the Emperor. It's a unique item. It's partially bugged. One of its effects just does not work. If it worked, the Emperor would be a much harder enemy to fight, but it doesn't. It's a +2 quarter staff that what it's supposed to do is whenever... Here, I'll link it. I'll link it. I want to see some chat reactions. There we go. For benefit of VOD watchers, I'll still read it. I want to get this right, so I pulled it up. When the wielder succeeds a saving throw, the foe that caused the throw needs to make an intelligence saving throw or be stunned for 1 turn. You know how I shit on mental saves? If that was a thing you needed to worry about, the Emperor would be, well, you would make sure to attack it in a way where you never have to roll saving throws, because that would be a bad time if you didn't have Helm of Baldur. Be cool if it worked, but it doesn't.
Excuse me. That was last Tenday, though. I'll pay.
That's why we need to walk.
Okay, Act 3 loot looping's a little interesting. Gotta ration out my items.
By the gory gods, what's all that shaking about? An earthquake, maybe. I don't remember one ever shaking the city.
Why do hyenas have 18 wisdom? What? Hyenas have 18 wisdom? Are you serious? Oh, to get to the other side. That makes sense. If you're stab lock, I believe you. Just like, what?
Silence is gold.
Hey, what am I doing? I didn't pick up any of the acuity items.
Even if we only have tankers of river water to raise, we'll drink to their memory.
Yeah, it landed a crit.
A shapeshifter. Orin can take any form she pleases, including ours.
13 dex, 18 whiz, odds that they're swapped. Could be. No walking.
Ground shaking again. Can't say I like it.
Yeah, that hyena that Silicon Hero is referencing is the highest initiative thing in the entire game.
Front page material.
Come on, roll that. Oh, fail.
That'll be great headline. There must be something. Fascinating.
And fail again. There we go, slimy do.
Our readers will be outraged.
Orin's playing games. What's she after? straight into that cave.
Speed for walking in here. You take Raph's deal or use the hammer in both.
Hasn't forgotten what you did for him.
I can only get the hammer in one. I can only get the hammer in one. So in one of these runs, I'm gonna have to side with the stupid fucking Emperor. Karlach and a Lithid? Anyone can, just go full Lithid. But that's still going to require me siding with the Emperor, at least temporarily, and then it's going to put me in the situation where I have to manage the weird true solo bugginess for final boss. Ugh. Yeah, we'll probably go Squid on. I wanted a good ending on Karlach, though. I'll deal with that later. I may have to side with the fucking Emperor.
What have we here?
Might do it on this run. God damn it. So upset. Maybe they patched fast eat the brain? Yeah.
Blood, red, a lot of it.
Quick time for me, just had Gyoza for supper, still watching for bed, enjoy your run. Thanks, Cryptic. I won't be going too much longer. Ending within the hour.
Welcome. Well, we've other way. Oh. Anything else on your mind?
Sharessa's caress isn't just about wetting your whistle. There's dancing, dinner.
Yeah, I'm gonna want a free hope on the Karlach run because I want those gloves, because I think they'd be funny. Ah, shit. Yeah, I gotta side with the Emperor on this run.
Here we are. Danthalon's dancing axe. Jaheira said this is where the...
Why in this run? Because I can only pick up the Orphic Hammer on one of them. And if I need free hope on the Karlach run, that's the one that needs the Orphic Hammer.
It's perfect for a shirt.
Welcome to Danthilon's dance. Greetings, sir. Your noble bearing bring... How may I be of service? No, I don't know. Fine, yes. Here's the key. Always.
Did you do something to make Karilla an ally? It's always the case. Patch 8 made Karilla an ally. I don't know why, but it did it. Yes, you can take advantage of that and put, like, Shield of Thralls on her in either the camp party in Act 1, or Wraithwind Town, or there, or the circus, and then it'll work in your favor when you fight her later. But I don't know why Patch 8 did it. It did. Harmonic Dueler is really cool.
Right, Sommy.
Probably another toy for Karlach. Level 5 toll I think is alright. It's really chunky when it rolls well. I think it lives and dies by the presence of Reaper. Fine. No, I'll stop being cheap. Unironic max cast evade and Hero's Feast so your gear doesn't D-line her. Impressive for all this. 2 once. That's my twin. What's wrong with me? Kandri is disadvantage. That's true. Look at that. It's chunky. Max roll. Enjoy playing Death? Yeah, it's really good. Reaper is just a fun feature. I like having False Life as a cleric. Any Divine Strike domain, having that is just a good thing. And the Channel Divinity is really cool.
Every corner of this city is infested.
But they were the ones hunting us. Just...
To meet my mother.
Brain appears to be resisting its masters. It's acting of its own.
Sure, why not?
Never travels without his friends. Let's go.
Hello, hello, and not a... Oh, that's a first. Usually I'd allow you in, but in these times, I can take no chances. Move along.
I smell the weave within me. Just magical potential, that's all.
Oh, damned if I'm not a sucker for big eyes and a heartfelt plea. Very well. Welcome to the circus of the last days. Have fun, and be sure to catch the star of our show, Dribbles the Clown.
Dribble this. Only one character can go to Jurassic Park. Maybe with the Bard check you can actually get in anyway. Brings me more joy than seeing that bald guy join in on pooing dribbles.
Look, shitey little elf. Better to occasionally. I suppose you're right. Investigator Valeria thinks it's. Feel free to look around the temple. I really.
Oh, yay, inspo. Just as planned. I'm gonna skip the step of getting the XP from seeing Lorgan's journal. I just can't be bothered.
Silence is gold.
Never get the fun job, Zom. Every step counts.
Why does Dolor get all the finest weapons? You are.
Yeah, no resonance stone. Need to care more about.
Spends too much time with his prey.
Thanks.
He's an artist. You do well.
Yeah, like touch of death there. Well, my gloves be interesting on this, but I think I'm leaving those for Karlach. Am I actually? Maybe I'm not. I don't have that much in the way of accuracy. I'll help her booming blade. By Tiamat? No. What am I even concentrating on? Care about Hunter's Mark. Lay down.
Two steps at a time.
Only a broken mind can create. That's curious.
Don't pick up the dagger in case Karlach wants it, because I know I don't on this one.
Isn't right.
Time for a chat.
Hang on a tick. I recognize that face. You remind me of fine. Well.
The librarian does this thing with a wish on a falls and... Like what? I don't know.
I think I take Haldus boots on this character.
Yes, darling, it's very leather-like.
Yeah.
Did you see how far that watcher threw me?
That'll be the tadpole I use.
Sorry, chum, can't let you through. Worms Rock's closed for the day.
Let me log Valeria's pass. I'll log that. Take boots of striding this one? Nope. Went all this way without any form of push or prone immunity.
Halt!
The watch.
I welcome you to Baldur's Gate. Allow.
What's the bastard up to, I wonder?
Down the door because it sounds like.
I'm not being paid to like it. If I were you, I'd focus on my own job.
What? You're not a fist. Go on, get out, or I'll wake the others. No. Why'd you have to stick your... You've got one breath to explain why you're in here, or you're going straight to the cells. That's impossible. That sneaky little gate. It was him. Ever since they ordered us to... If he shows it, appreciate the help you've given. But we need to get our shut-eye before we're back on duty. Civilian areas back the way you came.
The XP. Or without prone immunity makes me scared of her again. No crit immunity against that. Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking of Orin and Steel Watchers. For why I'm gonna want a source. And it's the only one left.
They won't see me coming.
I was thinking about Ravenguard's longsword. If that fits in. I could disarm him on this run, because doing anything hostile to him in a non-origin Wyll run will cause Wyll to leave the party, even if Ravenguard is only temp hostile. The Ravenguard himself will be temp hostile. Maybe I go that route. This gets me with an expertise.
Heading out. Sure, Why not?
Good. But tell the lordling that Orin... Until we know who the...
A hero of Baldur's Gate.
And the last time I saw... I had a choice. But it has not been...
Ninja Hero's not underground. Maybe they fixed that. I haven't seen anyone underground today. Any plans for the 7 disintegrate and 9 flesh to stone scrolls? Selling them.
Pretend I'm a fist and tell me what you were doing in the house.
I don't actually have anyone who I have good attitude with. But yeah, I'm selling.
I'm not being paid to like it. If I were you, I'd focus on my own job. And if you still want to,
Please make your way to the audience chamber.
If it isn't little Wyll, straight to your handler. And I didn't even have to whistle. Heard about your father. The Absolute's puppet. A damned travesty, if you ask me. He's upstairs in Worm's Rock, ordaining Gortash as Archduke. A splendid party, I hear. Perfect for crashing. Go on up. We'll talk after.
Yeah, about that. Looking. Oh yeah, did she have a necklace? I couldn't tell. Made very good progress today. Trying to get enough of the loot done.
Her name is Vanra. Thank you.
I burn that vile hide right to the well.
Just scoop up the amulet from the tabernacle. Spawn looking here now. Weird. I don't have any sources of advantage on Sleight of Hand other than actually hard casting Cat's Grace.
Quiet as a moonbeam. This better be good. Watch yourself. I spy a trap. And I'm off.
Uninspiring scrolls.
Trap. So much for a warm look.
Locking this. Up the devout. Now we have up to 3 channel divinity charges. We can do, for example, a scorching ray shot from the Hellfire hand crossbow with Daredevil's proximity active. and then just dump all 3 of our Channel Divinity charters. Once we hit the XP for level 12, I'm going to respec, because I want to be 11 Cleric, probably 1 Sorcerer. NPCs are acting weird in this map today. Why did you just stop? People are standing in weird locations already, and I don't like it. Maybe we crit fish with the dead shot. Yeah, we never saved Balin, so.
I know you. If the old sack was going to die, he could have brought back some noble stock before. Go on then.
She has money. We'll just sell those that way. Makes that easier. Buffs that are available to multiple companions individually, I am not going to disallow. Like Anointed and Splendor, everyone can get it as many times as they want, so I'm allowing it for both runs.
What's this now?
You see an altar dead. The amount you've offered proves you are blessed by.
They won't see me.
2 steps at a time.
Get my money back. Want anything from... Damn it. Not really. Ask a soul perception from Hellsick? I think I do. I'm gonna quag. Oh, he quagged. He wasn't kidding.
That's curious.
Really, Hellsick won't mind. Mask of Soul Perception. This is good. This is our first initiative item of this run. It's also accuracy.
The Diabolist was hoping to summon something. Hard to tell what. Best foot forward.
Lots of talk about the brilliant future
Probably don't kill Gortash's parents on this character. Hi, Marina.
Helm is on our side. Have faith.
Toning things down. Cleddered salt can stop ag magic.
You treacherous bastard!
What's this up?
I'll kill you myself.
Not again!
The Dragonborn. The Dragonborn hexed me.
This is all my fault. Mayrina was
That lying, thieving, scaly little shit! Thanks for knifing the bastard. That makes twice you've saved me. I'm starting to think you're my guardian angel.
Alive Marina is how you know it's not a standard Quag run.
You too. I've come a long way since we last met.
Marina always doing
Decided I
combat now
was
too.
And tired of feeling
I feel like she did on patch 7.
helpless.
I remember her
So I
joining combat on
decided
patch
I
7.
wasn't going to be a victim anymore. This group
Character
is
arc.
made of survivors. People like me who've been hurt by hags. I brought them together to fight back. We tracked a hag to the city, but lost her trail. Right after she snatched a little girl. But the moment I started investigating, that's her. We'll check this.
Staff interruption. I didn't plan on getting this now, but
A red cap. Damn it all.
Heading out.
What a day. I could really use some shutter.
Vonra might not be getting saved this run. I mean, if she is, I'm gonna have to do it the hard way and like non-lethal Ethel. Because I don't want to pick up the Hagsbane. You know? Look at that.
Latest Baldur's Mouth edition. Oh, dynamite. That looks
It's even a nice number.
What are you after, friend? Got grub, potions, a few nice vintages? Let's stock up now before someone clears me out to fill their larder.
Only one character can get the book from Volo. Won't do it on this one, because I have Contagion on Orin already. I'll have to put Gale in my party to make sure that it's Halcyon that gets taken, though my Halcyon approval is probably higher than my Gale approval. I can't be sure. I say Volo now? I have an ice storm, yeah. Trying to hit level 12 under the 12-hour mark. I can do it, I just don't want to skip through some stuff. I'll be right back, 1 minute.
When she was little, I couldn't wait for a time when she would stop needing us so much. What a gift we needed now.
I still need you. Watch this, watch this. Smells
Okay,
like
back.
fermented baby fat. A hint of nutmeg. We can't deliver our goods to the dock.
You could really detect the bullshit in the aftertaste.
Do you ever think I should have taken over?
One in his pot left. Do I have scrolls? No, I never rescued Balin for those. Do a couple of crafts.
Evil comes in many forms. This man has tried to defy me.
I like using Ice Storm or Black Tentacles to open because it makes a surface that causes this torch to be unable to spread to the alcohol. Do the funny again. Scorching Ray scrolls. One. Need more of those, specifically for this trick. Only one hit, sad. I need any more tadpoles? I don't think I do.
Whoa, mate. This is the last place.
Will destroyed Terrazul, no drugs. There's a smoke powder bomb in there too. Yep, there was. Just loop things. I hope the stream has been enjoyable for you guys today. I've been very locked in on making progress, fighting against being tired for the last leg here, but I'm still very much enjoying. Been great, good discussions today. Yeah. Well, the super long streams, I'm glad over trials. I don't have many thieves tools, so I'm willing to do this. I don't have any thieves tools. Was that staff? It's from the Dryad. Yeah, it's a 3d6 if you two-hand it. But it's only 1d6 if you use it with a shield. Interesting. Yeah, 1d6. 3d6.
Steps at a time.
Before you ask, I ain't got none of that plum prosecco.
As far as obviously when I took a nap, it wasn't in chat. It's true. It's become 3d8 with Shillelagh. No idea. Don't remember.
We're all on the same side, friend. Ready to do some business?
There's not a lot of trust in the Guildhall Fleet.
You're all scared shitless of this stone.
All the bugbears are rude in this game? No, the one in the circus is pretty chill. Star's my boy. Yeah, he calls us sluts and we like it. Different.
Afternoon. That's curious.
Keep a lookout. You're close, Merkel. I could. I do. But they struggle as we do. You're not. How?
Rat on this kid. Pick the right dialogue options. Allows us to skip a potential fight here. It's a fun fight, but it also lets us get about 3000 XP doing nothing.
Flowers, every color of the rainbow, right here. Help me. But necromancy does not give that.
2970. We could go through the worm way and get the XP that way. Going into hell would be some. Meh. Vaults. Vaults would be pretty good. Let's talk our way to the bank and then go to the vaults. Death Cleric ratting out someone trying to contact a Death God. Yeah, I'm trying to establish a monopoly.
Welcome to the
A relaxed tone and easy smile, but the halfling's shifting gaze.
No cleric or whatever. Let me in.
Something.
Oh, he's an unusual sort of customer, but the head banker said he'd handle it, so it's
Now we
fine.
pick the evil cleric option.
No. Captain.
Account holders up, which is.
Hold the smite.
Just need to see a vault pass. What?
That's curious.
What have we here?
I'm trying to like it. It's important to give things a chance.
Breeze must be blowing inland today.
So painful when it rolls badly. Sharpcaster. Eventually, I guess, but you know, Act 3. I could get the Sharans as an endgame ally here if I wanted to. Shadowheart's already dead, so...
The House of...
You may not have forgotten to save Blaze up from the tiefling start of the game. Now she's gone. Can I recruit her still? Yes. She should be there when you first enter the Mountain Pass. She should be there when you first enter the Shadow Curse Lands. Whichever of those you do first. Also, if you go up to where the Gith are hanging out at over by Joaquin's Rest, she'll run up there. So, whichever of those three things happens first. Can't believe I just straight up forgot. Understandable. A lot to keep track of. What about if you forgot to recruit Gale? He'll stay there for a long time. As we saw with my run. That's probably the joke. Did I step into the person? Don't remember if I did. There we go. Easy. Yeah, that was like 13,000 XP in like 30 minutes. Act 3 be like. Alright, we'll figure out my new spec next time on Wyll A. 1 to 2 more streams of this run. Karlach B in the pipeline. I have no idea what my stream for tomorrow will be. Absolutely no idea. So, we'll figure it out. Yeah, that's all I got. Head empty. Been almost 12 hours. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be live. Possibly this, possibly something else. Again, I don't know. Let's raid Black. He's doing a subclass roulette as a run, which is a really cool, interesting idea. I'm sure he can explain the rule set better than I could in my frazzled state. But if you got my emails, feel free to jiggle or whatever. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you very, very much. Bye-bye.